year to 44, 45 gigawatt per year is not a trivial task. If you want to step up at this scale, 2 or 3 things have to happen, and they have to happen quickly. The first one is really around supply chain integration. We have to not only localize, but make sure that the quality and the timeliness of the supply chain has to improve. Today, the lead time for transformers can range from 6 months to 18 months. A lot of these critical supplies, the timelines have to come down, and the domestic content has to grow quite significantly for us to continue to grow. There is a very strong trend with, again, very positive policy introduction, in terms of growth of C&I projects, where a lot of hard-to-abate sectors are looking to grow their use of green power as well. A massive digitalization has to happen, because the scale we are talking about is unprecedented. We are not talking about, each megawatt of solar takes approximately 5 acres of land. Wasteland is better. So you can do the maths. We're talking about, we have a project in Khavda, which I hope some of you have seen, and if you've not, please reach out to our friend Viral. He'll be very happy to organize a visit. Khavda is where we will be deploying 30 gigawatt scale of project, and the scale of that plot is around 540 square kilometer. For a few of you friends who have gone to Singapore, I was told that this is the size of the country of Singapore. To develop these large-scale projects, we require huge digitalization and automation. We cannot do that with human power only. So that will become a critical factor of growth, and that is a trend we need to watch out for. And lastly, but not the least, we need very good financial structures and instruments to make sure that the cost of capital is reduced and optimized, and it drives long-term growth of renewable. Let me now reflect a little bit about Adani Green, and explain a little bit of what we're doing there. As I mentioned to you already, we are today growing to be a 50 gigawatt scale company by 2030. And we are focusing on essentially making a mix of solar, wind, and pump storage along with batteries where needed to deliver that. And we're making sure that we're optimizing this, and we're making sure that we deliver this scale through a good mix of contracts in merchant and long-term PPAs as well. And this is the site I talked about. This Khavda is on the west of Gujarat. An amazing place, because I think when we first got there, there was absolutely nobody there. It's very close to the borders of our neighboring country in the north. And this is a completely wasteland where not a single human soul was there. And today, we have between 8,000 to 10,000 people living and working there, silently but bravely, delivering this huge scale project which is coming up in that area. This is going to supply close to 30 gigawatt by 2029. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the biggest renewable plant anywhere in the world when it's up and running. What I will also tell you, that in order to decarbonize our country, we need several more Khavda projects. We need a lot more of these. And we're not going to stop in AGL. We are going to expand further. We are looking at other areas and projects in Rajasthan and all over the place in India where the radiation is high or wind speeds are continuously, perennially good. And we're making sure that we will bring that green electricity to the grid and decarbonize our grid as well. A quick example of the pump storage project I explained to you earlier. And these are some graphics from our first project, which we have launched last year in Chitrabati. it's actually quite interesting because even in the budget a few days ago, Honorable Minister talked about introducing a new policy framework and governance framework for these projects to simplify the structuring and execution of these projects. But I can tell you that these projects will become mainstream when it comes to deploying large-scale, utility-scale storage into the grid because they come at a very competitive cost and helps make sure that we balance our long-term supply of electrons to the grid. Again, I think this is the first one I'm showing you, but our plan is very clear to deliver 5+ gigawatt scale projects by 2030 in states of Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu. Now, digitization is key. I think if you were to walk around the country of Singapore, or I'm more familiar with Delhi, so I'll tell you 1/3 of Delhi. So if you walk from central Connaught Place to south of Delhi, you will realize it's a huge mileage you have to cover. Now, in a solar plant, when you have a problem or you want to detect an issue, in the past, it used to take sometimes 1 month to 45 days to figure out a problem. And that was because you only see very minor blips in your charts and SCADA systems. With the new technologies and use of AI and ML algorithms, we have completely digitized our entire solar and wind generation facilities. All of that data is streaming into our central server, and we are using these pattern recognition approaches to detect these problems and also understand what those problems are. So in the past, for example, we had to take some of these panels to image labs and laboratories and do these tests, which were very cumbersome. Now we are able to detect using only purely data and solve these within a matter of 2 or 3 days compared to 45 to 60 days turnaround. This is going to be a game changer. This is not only improving the performance of our plant, but also lowering the cost of generation as we go forward, which is what is delivering these outstanding EBITDA margins for our company. And we're absolutely proud of that and the team which works behind the scenes to make it happen. I think we went through a lot very quickly. I hope you were able to get a bit of a sense of what Adani Green is doing and the space and the sector. And thank you for your time. And I would like to play a little video as well to show you our flagship project in Khavda and what we're doing there. So I think if you can maybe put it up and so we can all have a look. Khavda, gentlemen. This was shot just 2 days ago for our board meeting, so it's as fresh as it gets. But seeing is believing. I think you should also find the time to visit us there.
Guys, I'm going to now interfere. I just want one right answer from this audience. What is the capex per day that Adani Group must be doing now? Any guesses, please? What is the capex per day? Please, I want your guesses. Any number. Per day, not per year. Per day, what is the capex that they must be doing? You know, last year, we all heard a lot of news, a lot of things about the Adani Group. And most of us have kept them from our portfolios as retail, a part where we made money, as institutions, and untouchable. And then I thought, let me just find out what exactly is happening. I spent one full day with each of their business heads. And what I realized is, since the time, 10 years back that I met and now, their EBITDA last year was 82,000 crores. And they invested 75,000 crores last year, which is 200 crores a day. Can you imagine spending 200 crores every day, just spending? And not only that, he just showed that in the green they are expanding like this, but in terms of efficiency, whether it is wind or solar, it's very poor. I think in terms of their productivity, PLF and efficiency, they are #1 in the world right now because of the kind of data and AI that they are using. And trust me, I have no ownership in Adani shares still as of date, but because I realize that the kind of work, amount of work that they are doing, and each of these projects gives them money not for 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, it's for 35 years. This kind of annuity which gets reinvested is the kind of business model which is created. So from my side and my entire team, extreme congratulations to all of you to make this happen.
Yes, indeed. Very commendable productivity, PLF, efficiency with the use of data and AI has been absolutely magnificent. Wonderful strides that have been made in the space of energy transition. So congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a fireside chat with Amnish Agarwal, Director, Institutional Research, the Prabhudas Lilladher Group. We would also like to invite on stage Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha, Chairperson, Prabhudas Lilladher Asset Management Private Limited. She has 30 years of experience in emerging and international markets and is the founding partner, as we all know, of Pacific Paradigm Advisors USA, which is an investment management firm. She has served on the boards of the likes of Infosys, Fairfax, as well as Blackstone Embassy REIT, JSW Steel and Lupin, just to name a few. She's also on the board of governors of the CFA Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha, as well as Amnish Agarwal, Director, Institutional Research at the Prabhudas Lilladher Group, for this very engaging fireside chat.
Thank you, Amisha, for this wonderful event that you've organized. And thank you to Adani Green for participating in such an important initiative in terms of the green energy transition for India. So Amisha has, of course, talked a lot about how much you're investing. But can you tell us or put in context how much is India's investment in the green energy as compared to what you see in other countries?
Sure. I think India is on a growth trajectory. I think if you look at the intensity of scale and speed, I mean, let me start with us. I think, Thanks for the kind remarks you made, and you talked about what the group is spending. Let me share with you what Adani Green is spending. In this year, our projected capital program is between $4 to $5 billion, and that essentially translates into closer to 6 gigawatt scale of projects which we are executing. And if you look at the next years until the end of the decade, we have a program of up to $30 billion of capex program. So as a company, we're doing, but I can tell you that we will quickly fall behind because I think the industry has to pick up pace. The growth rate is quite steep in the next few years, and it's absolutely key that the sector rises to the occasion. If you compare it to China, you will notice that China has surpassed all expectations of growth. I think they've added more capacity just last year, which combines the total of several other countries combined. Same can be said about US and other major economies. So India is doing a lot, I think, but the potential is far more, is what I would say.
Hi, Amit. You see, I have personally visited their site in Khavda, and I can only say, for miles together, if there was no project like this, what they are setting, you will not find even a man standing over there. Totally barren land, no drinking water, nothing. Now, my next question to Amit is that setting up a plant is one thing, but then how will the supply chain integrate? What are the challenges there? Because you can set up a plant, but then evacuating power and making everything happen. So how is India, you can say, investing in this particular aspect, and what is your company doing in particular on this?
Sure, thank you. And I think it's very important to understand that when we have such a large-scale project, there are 2 or 3 things which are very key to make sure that we are successful. And the first one, actually, I would talk about is people. To have a place like you described where there's nothing, to establish a camp, to mobilize 8,000 to 10,000 people who are living there every day. I can tell you, Khavda, you will enjoy it for a day or two, but if you have to spend a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, it can be quite boring. And it's not an easy place to work. The weather gods are not so kind. So it's very important that we think about the people first. We want to make sure that we have adequate health care. We put together infrastructure for their not only well-being, but make sure that they can rest and rejuvenate while they're working. So I want to really start with that. And from a business angle, I think it's very important that in a large-scale project like this, where there's no consumption of power in the vicinity, the evacuation system has to be established first, because you don't want to have a stranded asset. So we really prioritize on making sure that we work with the central authorities and planning these ahead of time. And a lot of these projects are multi-year projects, which are executed, some of them by our sister companies, Adani Energy Solutions, but also some by the state companies as well. So we have to work with all of them to make sure that these evacuation lines are ready in time for us to deliver the project. When it comes to the supply chain, there are so many components. Solar and wind business on a per unit level sounds simple, but when you're doing it at this scale, you want to make sure that you're, and mind my understanding of Mumbai, but you want to make sure that your supply chain in this hotel matches with the Taj Hotel in Kolaba. And somebody's working there and requires that daily injection of, whether it is fasteners, solar panels, trackers, piling materials, cement, transformers. All of that has to be done in such a way that you are matching the schedule on a daily and weekly basis. Otherwise, solar projects have very thin margins, but it's important to do that efficiently, otherwise it won't work. So localization is key. It's important that we procure locally, domestically, so that we can make sure that we can keep this cycle running at a very fast pace. So that would be my key input to that. Yeah.
Just to add a couple of points. Am I audible? Yeah, so just to add a couple of points, I think India today has almost 50 gigawatts of ALMM compliant module manufacturing capacity. But most of it is restricted at module assembly level. So what we've seen in the recent past is the module prices were very, very volatile and primarily driven by polysilicon before that because of glass shortage. So it's really important that the supply chain integration happens right up to the polysilicon level and also other key components like glass and everything, right? So in Mundra, the ecosystem that Adani, not under Adani Green, but under a broader Adani portfolio, the ecosystem that is being built up encapsulates right from polysilicon to module. Adani is the first one to actually go right up to ingot and wafer. Nobody else has ingot and wafer today. We're going to go from polysilicon to module in the next 2 to 3 years with a 10 gigawatt capacity. And even glass manufacturing, the tracker manufacturing that helps track the sun throughout the day, right? So all of the accessories will all be built up within Mundra, right? And this is also something that India as a whole, as a country, we have to do, because that is what will actually bring in self-sufficiency and make sure that these kind of supply disruptions which have happened in the past do not repeat, and we do not impede our growth of renewables.
So I have two questions. Following up from what you said earlier, that you were going to invest about $30 billion over the next
8 years.
8 years.
5 years. Yeah.
And where would that put you in the sector after you invest 30 billion? Are others investing at the same pace, or would you become a leader? The second question is, you know, it's a business which is very highly capital intensive. But is there enough innovation happening in India in the storage sector, in the areas that you mentioned and outlined are where the challenges are?
Yeah, I think to answer the first one, I think today our portfolio is 11.1 gigawatt scale renewable portfolio. We are the single largest IPP already. I think with this investment, we should continue to grow and extend the lead in India and also globally. I think if you look at and contrast with investments made by private companies globally, our aspirations are to continue to lead. But like I said earlier, I would welcome to have other players invest and grow as well, because the country needs a lot more. I think we are making sure that we contribute our share of what we can deliver and what we can grow. But I think it's very clear that the country needs a lot more than that. On the second question, when it comes to innovation, I think there are different kinds of innovation. I think if you look at putting a large-scale plant like this was not thought about a few years ago. To take a bet on such a large plant, a full credit to our visionary chairman for thinking about this several years ago, being proactive in making sure that the entire evacuation system and supply chain is well established and advanced. What you see in Khavda today has been in the making for last 5-7 years. So I can tell you that not everywhere in the world there is somebody taking those kind of big bets which are needed. I think if you talk about technology innovation and technique innovation, I think if you look at both in solar and wind, like groups like ours have started doing our own assembly and manufacturing of solar and turbine. I think the capacities in India have grown quite a bit, but the inherent technology, the photovoltaic technology or the polysilicon still needs further focus and improvement within our country. We're still importing quite a bit of that from outside. And the same goes for wind turbine and battery systems as well. A lot more can be done there as well to make the supply chain of battery systems, whether it is pump storage or the lithium ion or zinc based or other chemistries, localized as well.
Yeah, Amit, you just refer to pump storage or batteries. Given the fact that India actually imports the entire setup for batteries as of now, for a country like India, what sort of a storage system would be better? Is pump storage better, or you can say batteries better, and how can India progress here?
Yeah, look, I think if you, I'll start with economics. I think if you look at a pump storage project, this pump storage project combines civil work, electrical work, and water. Um, and it's not like a flowing dam where the water flows away. It's a one time you fill the reservoir and then you recycle. So it's very efficient that way. The civil structure of these projects lasts forever because these dams, once you put in place, will be there for generations to come. And the electricals last for 75 years, 80 years, and beyond. So when you look at the economics of these projects, they are very efficient. And this is not new. I mean, this has been done in many, many parts of the world internationally. If you are in US or Europe, I think large-scale pump storage projects have been deployed already to balance the grid. I think this is now starting to grow in India, and I firmly believe that this will become a big part of how India will balance its grid as well, where the cost is going to be lower than the other battery systems. But the lithium LFP battery systems, as you, I think, mentioned, which we're importing into India, comes at a higher price point when it comes to green power. So, but that has also been steadily dropping, especially in the last 6 months, because of what's happening globally. There is a rapid reduction of price of battery systems. So that will continue to happen, I believe, in the short term, and will add more capacity in India. But I think, as you earlier said, I think more innovation and capex investment is needed in India to bring that supply from the country and meet the demands. Because like I said, the nature of renewable is such that you have a lot of power in the daytime, but evenings and peak demand can only be managed by battery systems. So we will need a lot of batteries going forward.
A couple of things just to add. I think the beauty of pumped hydro is it can last for more than 100 years, whereas the lithium-ion batteries today, the project life can be limited to 8 to 9 years. Another thing is pump storage is one of the cleanest way to store electricity. There is no concern of discharging the batteries, right? Anything like that.
So, what about land? I mean, India is obviously short of land, but a lot of this requires a lot of land. How are you going to address that challenge?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to be we have to use this land very efficiently is what I would say to start with. I think, so far almost all projects have been on wasteland, land which is not good for agriculture or even living inhabitants. I think India has, a lot of this land in different places, so that has to be used first. But beyond that, I think we have to make sure that we find places where we can augment both solar. I mean, I give you examples in like places like China where they are using land where they're doing some level of agriculture or fishing along with solar business. So don't be surprised if you find that in times to come, solar business is not just on land, but on shallow water, or it is combined with some other means of source of income for farmers or fishermen or so on and so forth. So we have to get creative. I think floating panel is also becoming a reality. It's not economically feasible as of now, but it is starting to make a difference. We're finding that happen in Indonesia and many other countries. And when it comes to wind, I think the coastal areas of India benefit from sustained wind. And on the coastlines, if we can put a lot of these high-power turbines. By the way, we have the biggest platform of turbines in India. 5.2 megawatt scale onshore wind turbine is the biggest right now. And they make it more efficient compared to the smaller platform in the same space. So we have to clearly engineer ourselves and do better every year going forward to deliver that.
So what, if you had one ask from the policymakers in India, what would that be?
I think the policymakers the evacuation system or the grid interconnections, I would say, have to be accelerated. The biggest constraint to renewable growth is grid interconnections and connectivity. We could inject a lot of capital, we could do a lot of project work, but that connection or evacuation out to the grid is still on the critical path, and that needs to be accelerated at a very high speed. And I believe any focus, anything we can do to accelerate that will go a long way to unlock the potential of renewable sector.
Yeah, I think it was a very insightful discussion, and I think all the audience and all the people sitting here would have learned a lot about how the renewable scenario is playing out in India and how some of the large companies in India are taking this challenge to achieve what government has announced as their targets over the next, say, 5-7 years. So I would request Amisha ji now to say a few words, and then we can close this session.
Thank you so much, Amit and Viral, for flying down. I know you all had your board meeting yesterday and a very packed schedule, but the kind of work that you all are doing and the depth at which, with help of data analytics, they are trying to bring efficiency is unmatched. And I'm sure he explained, but I will just elaborate for 1 minute, that this 2.6, 2.7 or 3 rupees power can revolutionize and bring so many more industries to India. For example, one right arm, they are doing the green. With this green, now they're putting up large data centers. They've tied up with Google, Amazons of the world. Why? Because we have comparatively cheaper land, but most important, data centers consume power, and they have most competitive power globally now. Compared to industry which uses 7.5, 8 rupees power, they get power at 2.5, 3 rupees. Similarly, their other arm, Ambuja Cement. Even that, where industry uses power at 8 rupees, they will soon get power at 2.5, 3, 3.5, which will be a complete game changer. So this will not stop at Adani Group. This is the pioneering effort, and it's going to revolutionize most of our manufacturing sector. And you are doing it at a scale, and I wish that you do it more than 3x and 5x scale, which is the need of India. Thank you so much for coming in again.
Thank you so much for that. I would just request you to stay on stage, and Punita, could you please present Mr. Singh with a small token of our appreciation for taking the time out and joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Amit Singh, CEO of Adani Green Energy, giving us an all-round 360-degree view on the energy transition in the country and the impact on various sectors. Thank you so much. Request you all to please take your seats. Thank you for being with us today. All right, let's keep the momentum going then, and moving right on, we've got the show interspersed with a lot of congratulatory messages. So hopefully this one should work. Now we have Mr. Shantanu Roy, the CMD BEML, if we can play that out for the audience.
Congratulations to the Prabhudas Lilladher Group on its 80th anniversary. It is a matter of great pride for the country that a BFSI company has been diligently guiding the financial sector of India for the last 8 decades. A very hearty congratulations once again to the Prabhudas Lilladher Group from BML family.
All right, a lovely message from Mr. Shantanu Roy, CMD of BEML. Let's move right on. And now that we've set the context for India's incredible growth potential in tech, manufacturing, and green energy, we now want to put the spotlight back on the Prabhudas Lilladher Group, the reason that we're all here today. Now, the Prabhudas Lilladher Group, as we all know, is a trusted partner in leading financial institutions, corporate family offices, HNI, and of course, retail investors. They have a comprehensive suite of financial services that are built on the principles of trust, transparency, and integrity. And today marks the day that we want to amalgamate the past, all of the wonderful milestones by the Prabhudas Lilladher Group, as well as what the future holds in store with the integration of technology. So here to talk about the incredible journey from the inception, pre-independence, to the era of the current times, the person who needs no introduction. Amisha Vora, the chairperson and managing director of the Prabhudas Lilladher Group. But I am nonetheless going to give a very eloquent introduction for Amisha. She's got over 35 years of experience and is one of the leading women entrepreneurs in the Indian financial services sector. She joined the group in the year 2000 and has played an instrumental role in diversifying the group's business, bringing multifold growth. In fact, it is under her leadership that the company has been recognized as one of the best BFSI brands in India by the Economic Times in the year 2022 and 2024. Prabhudas Lilladher has also recently won the Jamnalal Bajaj Award for Fair Business Practices. Amisha is a highly sought after opinion maker in the markets. She sits on the boards of CII Capital Markets Committee and APMI, the Association of Portfolio Managers in India. For her professional accomplishments, she has won several prestigious awards, including the Rashtriya Udyog Ratan Award for Corporate Leadership, the annual Impact Creator Award by the Government of Maharashtra, and the Women Principals Leadership Award by the UN. In fact, let's welcome her on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a thunderous round of applause for the woman behind it all today, Chairperson and Managing Director of the Prabhudas Lilladher Group, Amisha Vora, and joining her on stage is Mr. Dhiren Sheth, Vice Chairman, Managing Director of the Prabhudas Lilladher Group. He is the son of Shri Prabhudas Lilladher Sheth himself, who joined the group in the year 1979 and has been associated with the group for over 4 decades. He brings a unique blend of business and technology experience and was the founding member of the Technology Committee of the BSE. It's under his leadership, in fact, that Prabhudas Lilladher has become one of the first financial services firms in the country to undergo computerization. And we also have Rohan Karnani, who is the head of FII desk of the PL Group. Please join him on stage, who has a work experience of over 20 years. Over to you for the PPT, sharing the group's legacy. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Avan. And first and foremost, I must say that by your huge presence, you all have encouraged me so much. And some of the very senior people have explained me why they are so senior, like Dr. Jayant Patil, who is on the executive committee of Larsen & Toubro. And from Prime Minister Modi to our defense team, consults him on opening up as well as prioritizing the policies on defense, was here sharp at 10. And like that, so many of you who have really made it for me, for us, in time, and also gave us a lot of lesson. I am really, really thankful to all of you. I take this opportunity to do a story which started pre-independence. And what I'm trying to root into this story are three important messages. One, being in the financial services, we always say that there is a dinosaur called inflation, and there is the eighth wonder of world, which is compounding. And while I go through this 8-decade journey, you will realize the power of compounding of equity and wealth. You will also see that across decades, how and what makes it a lasting organization. And as you know, when we started in 44, there was no index. There was no Sensex, there was no Nifty, and we were mired with just the pre-independence struggle and finally got independent. And it's around that the name Prabhudas Lilladher, Mr. Prabhudas Sheth, founded Prabhudas Lilladher. And it started as a line between Bombay and Calcutta for people to get their money. It started in 100 square foot office. The most important thing with his founding principle was, if I manage clients' money, I can't do in the same book proprietary trades, and because of which clients' money are always safe. And trust me, for 8 decades, we have followed that principle relentlessly. As we went into the 50s, some of you might have heard this Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, and then the war following with China. What we did during that period is that one very important thing, you know, Prabhudas Lilladher Group has not advertised in either of the TV, print media ever. But while taking over this company, I had hired a very #1 research company in India. And what they found out through their 360-degree is that this name is most respected and trusted. One of the reasons being way back in 50s, whenever the spreads used to go up, normally people will put more money, will ask clients to put more money because they'll easily give it. Prabhudas Bhai used to give back money to the clients and say, stay refrain, we will then again invest at the right time. And that's how, just now somebody came to me, said that this is his 3rd generation which is attached with me, and their life with PL is longer than mine. They are with us for 70 years. And then starts this decade when, of course, we actually saw the Sino-Indian War, we saw war with Pakistan, and while all that was happening, with the foresight of Prabhudas Bhai, which started that time with a telex machine to communicate electronically. And as we move ahead, we once again continued to see, as you know, the FERA changes, the recession globally, and the oil price rise. During this entire time, an Indian emergency, we pioneered, first time, the research in India. And before that, how does the thought come? Because those days, Prabhudas Lilladher Sheth traveled to US to understand what is the difference in how US market works, how Indian market works. And basis that, he advised the then chairman of BSE, and Hiren Bhai can say it much better than me, and I'll invite him.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. My father was a very progressive person, and he would love to adopt a new style of business and new technologies. He went to USA in the year 1972 and studied the stock exchanges in NYSE there. And on his return to India, he advised the then late Sri Jijuboy, chairman of the BSE, that what are the ways they are doing business and what principles we should adopt in our exchange. He was, as I said, very progressive person. In the earlier slide, we saw a telex machine. That telex machine used to give a continuous connectivity to our Bombay-Calcutta business. And in any arbitrage business, the real-time price information is the key. And telex machine helped him doing so and gave him a competitive advantage. Arun Sheth, my elder brother, who joined the business, he entered at the right time when the equity cult was getting developed in India. That was a time when a lot of companies went public, and with Ferra dilution, a lot of new investors came into the market, and that is where he saw a potential that we have to do a more research-oriented business rather than a simple advisory business. He opened a branch in Pune in 1977, and thereafter, in next 3 years, we had branches in 4 places in India. So it was a lucky that he entered at the right time.
Not to forget, very important point here. It's the beginning of 80s decade, and Sensex level was 148. And today we are celebrating 80,000 of Sensex. That's the power of compounding that I was talking about. There is one more very interesting thing. I'm sure Dhiren Bhai will elaborate, but Prabhudas Lilladher was the first to get computer. Those days, we invested 2.5 lakh rupees, which is equivalent to 1.35 crores in one computer on one person who's a BITS Pilani engineer. So you try out something new.
I am always grateful to my father for depositing confidence in me. He was always encouraging to adopt new technology, as I said. And it was really nice of him to let me lay my hands on the new technology that was about to evolve in India. And I never disappointed him. And within first year only, we were totally computerized with trade processing and with the financial accounting. That was the time in 1982.
As we move ahead, we were the first to start computerized charting. And in the following decade, as the foreign multinationals started entering Morgan Stanleys of the world, it was Prabhudas Lilladher who was ready to provide them with the charts across stocks, the one and only organization.
The charts gave definitely a competitive advantage to PL over other brokers who were servicing institutional business. And chart not only plotted the price movement, but also technical indicators like moving averages, incorporating stock splits event as well. So it was a very good tool for the fund managers to take a timely decision of when to exit or when to enter a particular stock. So this was a very path-breaking thing because no other broking house had such technology. This was, I'm talking about 1986, we first printed the technical chart.
And that technical analysis was followed by fundamental research on the street. As you can see, these are some of the early fundamental research reports by the House of Prabhudas Lilladher. And it is the vision of Prabhudas Lilladher Sheth after visiting US, which he shared with Mr. Jijuboy. the committee was formed to convert the outcry system to bolt system, that is computerized trading, and Mr. Dhiren Sheth was the pioneering member of that committee and instrumental member to convert the entire outcry system into the bolt which all of us are using today and which is one of the key steps for spreading the equity culture in India.
I would like to just add one more thing here. It was quite a challenge to make all the brokers accept the computerized trading because there were diverse nature of brokers. Some were jobbers and some were investor brokers. Yet we managed to develop a system whereby interest of both the parties were taken care by giving priority to the jobbing orders. This system lasted for a few years and then the entire order-based system was developed. And to tell you one more thing, within a span of 3 months, in March 95 we went live. By 30th June, entire 6,000 stocks were moved from outcry to trading system on the bolt.
And a very important point also I would like to tell you all here that Prabhudas Lilladher was the pioneer who, despite all possible resistance, started a system of giving confirmation stroke printed contract where the price of the stock and the brokerage was shown separately and distinctly, avoiding and abolishing all the kinds of, the typical word is gala in between. So that is how we say that we take pride in being transparent with any and every client whom we work with.
When we approached the exchange to permit us to do this, they refused by giving a flimsy excuse that the contract format does not provide for this type of information to be printed. So we found a workaround. We printed a contract with a perforation, and on the right side we gave the detail of the market rate. So we wanted to be transparent. There was nothing to hide.
As we move ahead, we faced many challenges. Because of our computerized system, transparency, and the trust that clients repose, we were managing highest Badla book of almost 240 crores in India that time. I think we were almost...
Yeah, we are the leaders.
We were the leaders.
We were the leaders.
And because of the changes which happened, and also a few crises in the market, the well-known crisis, the Indian exchanges shifted from forward trading to future trading. And mark my words, with post-dated checks issued on Saturday for Monday, it was only one broking house, Prabhudas Lilladher, who returned entire 240 crores. And it was that crisis when most of the leading brokers collapsed. So I take extremely proud in saying that our principles of doing what we say and saying what we do saved us completely and kept us respectful with our clients. We didn't give money to other exchanges where the money can be at risk. Similarly, when the entire commodity crisis happened under NSCL, you all won't know, we never took that membership only because it was not a recognized exchange. We cannot risk our clients' money. Mind you, whenever we take such decisions, it impacts our income, it impacts our growth, but we stick to our principles. This is the time when the Badla income had collapsed and we had to resurrect ourselves that myself and my colleague Dilip Bhatt were very lucky to join Prabhudas Lilladher Group. We were completely from research background, corporate background, and we were given complete free hand to develop the entire capital market business.
In hindsight, I think that was the best decision we took to put them on the board.
And it is during this period that with our, those days also I conducted the first institutional conference in India where all listed banks, private and public, chairmen were present, my entire institutional clients were present, and since then, the banking stocks which were at the bottom post the crisis started doing so well, enabling most of the banks to raise capital also. Similarly, when the entire power sectors were opening up, we did that. All this together started leading us to a huge growth. And I'm very happy and proud to say that at the bottom of 9/11 crisis, the business at PL, which I started managing, was just 1 crore. By 2008, it was a profit of 100 crores.
Just 1 second. Just one more piece of information. As we saw in the first slide, that my father started an office with 100 square feet. I can still recollect when Abhisha and Dilip joined our business, we gave them together a cabin of 50 square feet where both of them were sitting. And now she is where she is, you all know.
And with that kind of performance, Mr. Arun Sheth, and of course Dhiren Sheth, who's always with him, we got not only the board seat, but we also took the equity stake. We expanded the businesses into NBFC, merchant banking, and did almost 38 deals for corporates in India, raising money across a span of just 3 to 4 years. And as we move ahead, keep a watch. India's GDP, 919 billion, Sensex levels, 20,000, when we were already at 2010s. The crisis posed in and around Lehman. And some of the work, started getting recognized, and I'm very humbled to receive the awards at the hand of many, including our current Home Minister. And we did many firsts during that time also, and started expanding our national network, crossed more than 1,000 partners, and quite a few of them are here with me today to celebrate with us. So keeping, as we stand today, close to a Sensex level of 80,000, keeping with the tradition of Prabhudas Lilladher Group to bring the best to our partners, to our clients, to our corporates, we have once again thought that how do we add value, and after my session, we will be able to see what is it which is path-breaking in India that we are doing. This is what we called from technical research to fundamental research, of course derivative research. We are now moving to quant research, which is where globally 35% of assets are managed, while in India it's just about 1%. As the group moved ahead, my chairman, the then chairman Arun Sheth, was almost 74, 75, and they all wanted to hang their boots. And knowing me, being me, I was thinking that if all of you want to sell, why not I become the buyer? But that was a real challenge. I had to have permissions from not only SEBI, BSE, NSE, IRDA, RBI, but also have to have the money to do this buyout. But fortunately for me, all the bankers who lend us such big line of credit agreed for one personal guarantee of a lady instead of personal guarantee of 4 people, 3 of men being men. So I take this opportunity to thank all of them who provided me that courage to do this takeover sometime in November 22. And I can't forget but mention that this is a people's business. The money is put not on plants, it's the people who service and bring money. And during this transition, my entire team remained with me. Not only seniors, juniors, but even the office boys, all of them continued to be with me. And that has been absolutely gratifying for me. And keeping with this tradition of 2020 onwards, as we want to do something new, as we said, we started our Quant infrastructure setup, and the first fund we launched called Aqua, which takes, like water, the shape of the market, really proved that our investments in the young team of not only chartered accountants, CFAs, and economists, but rather Python developers, R developers, and machine learners really paid. We gave 76% return in year one, which means an alpha of 40%. So index did less return than the alpha that we generated. And this is out of only top 300 stocks in India. There is no liquidity risk. There is no other risk that we carry with this. And all these years of our being stuck to our principles and our values were recognized when Jamnalal Bajaj Institute chose us for best fair business practices this year, along with the company of Nestle's and so on and so forth. As what I said, we have not yet been able to spend money in Economic Times for advertising, but Economic Times recognized as one of the best BFSI brands from India for 2 years in a 23 and 24. So this is testimony to our founding principles, which we want to continue to adhere day in, day out, creating value for our clients with sustainable wealth creation, adding value with our deep expertise. Even today, we boast one of the largest research team, and almost 30% plus of our costs go in research, adhering to our values of trust, transparency, and integrity. And in a time when the disruption through digital broking has started, brokerage is considered to be adding zero value on platforms. We have maintained from 2016 till 23 same yields. You can see that we've been gaining market share, and above all, our revenue per client is highest in the industry. This once again is testimony to our principles of adding value to our clients. The work which started by Shri Prabhudas Lilladher Group today spans over 17 branches, 1,300 franchisee partners across 200 cities, and my team of 500 plus. We serve almost 4,000 plus family offices, HNIs and ultra HNIs across India. And of course, we have more than 100, almost 125 institutional empanelments across India and globally. And we have relationships with more than 250 corporates. And you could see that despite his extremely busy schedule, the largest market cap company chose and invested time to come and honor us with their time. So as we move ahead, the three cornerstones of our journey will be wealth management, asset management, and capital markets. And I always say that this is not separate to each other. This entire effort of one PL is to service be it corporate clients, institutional clients, HNI clients, or retail clients, with the same trust, transparency, and integrity, which the principles with which we are founded, and we want to go with that vision of 1PL. We offer the multiple solutions under one roof. I just took away the slide with little speed, but this is managed by my team, including Mr. Sandeep Raichura, who's the executive director and also sits on my board, and the team with him. And some of the work which Vikram Kasat, he is our advisory head, does in the name of Beat is recognized across the street. We want to grow our asset management business aggressively. As a first step, as we said, we were the pioneer in Quant-based infrastructure, started our multi-asset dynamic portfolio, which was the first PMS which was giving ability to put money across asset classes to protect in the downturn and perform in the upturn. We then started Aqua. Now we have our dollar fund for our NRI and FII clients. We have just applied for our AIF for performing credit. And our desire is to be the only quant-based mutual fund in India. So we'll be soon applying for our mutual fund license. I'm sure in the next session you will know why this holds a lot of promise and why that is the need of the hour. This asset management business is chaired by Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha, who was just with us, and she's a very, very distinguished personality, being on the board of so many tier 1 corporates, including Infosys, Tata Group, Mahindra Group, and above all, being my client, she's my very close guide, mentor, and friend. And she's being supported by Siddharth and the entire team. Siddharth, in turn, is being supported by everybody is between 24 and 25, and it is that team which is creating this miracle of getting above normal returns with systematic investments. We also have our capital market business, which we have strengthened substantially. And Rohan is, of course, part of my team, but we did substantial improvement in ranking. And this is supported by my able team. People like Uday Bhai, Nipun, and Radha come with the experience of having handled more than 200 IPOs, while Ajay, Mahek, and others come of some of the large corporate M&A transactions experience. Kenin comes with unwavering passion to head my institutional business, while my research team and my sales trading team once again bring that complete trustworthiness. I cannot ask my team to do research or initiate research on any stock. It is absolutely their prerogative to put the quality filters and then decide. And same, nowhere in the market you would have heard that so-and-so FII or domestic did so-and-so transaction with PL, because it's my sales trading team which makes sure that there is no leakage of information. And guys, please keep on doing that great work. I want more votes. I want more ranking. And as what I said, I deserve to be number 1, nothing below that. Bring that, but following the right principles. Let the road be a little more harder. I don't mind. Something which nobody can take from me is perseverance. I don't accept no in my life. So you all also don't accept service. Get the best from the client. My able team is supported at the board level by Mr. Rajiv Dalal, who comes with transaction advisory head experience of more than 100 plus transactions, Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha and Mr. Vimal Jain. Also, I have elevated some of my core team as part of my board. And the entire effort of my frontline team is supported by my able team, which is committed. Most of them are with me for more than a decade or two, and they continue to perform day in, day out. Thank you so much, guys. Very quickly, I'll tell you, when the markets are rising and the flows are growing, most of us continue to believe, is it over? Are we at the top? So on. While India is the fastest growing country in the world, still more than 64% of assets are into physical form. And only 11% of Indians have a demat account compared to 65% in US. So it's a long, long way to go for India in terms of financializing their assets. And as we pass that journey, we see that the AUMs of mutual funds and PMS is growing substantially. And this was a dream some few years back. If we would have spoken about this kind of figures, people would have said, are you going crazy? But with that, India is hugely underpenetrated. Our mutual fund industry as a percentage of GDP is just 29%, and US is at 117%. Trust me, we will not take so long to reach there with the kind of technology initiative, digital infrastructure, and reach that we all have created now. And with this transformation which is happening in India, one of the key reasons for me to take this challenge in my life, instead of hanging boots with others, to take up this organization, because I believed absolutely and thoroughly in India's story. And I believe that this is our golden decade when many and most of us will step up in terms of our wealth in lives, and services from people like us will be so much more required. With that, I'll just take one last minute to briefly touch upon the strategy that we are creating to service different part of India. There is, as you know, out of 140 crore, 35,000 households who qualify as ultra HNI families. Now these ultra HNI family offices have their own fund managers, and they also have their rigor in terms of investing. And so to that segment, we do not want to go with anything me too. We want to go with our own proprietary products and service. In the process, bring something good for them and earn something good for ourselves. That market is most competitive. They do every investments direct. So we want to go with non-discretionary PMS, Quant PMS, and our AIF offerings. The largest pool is the HNI affluent and emerging affluent, which is likely to grow substantially. And it is there that we service with our nationwide network of branch and partners. And we continue to be not only digital, but phygital. And we still, and our numbers show that that phygital approach has its value, and our yields being very steady and constant. The mass market of India, we want to service with our mutual fund offerings in times to come and bring value to every Indian investor by dispassionate investments to Quant strategies. So this will be the cornerstone of a complete financial service house, having asset management, wealth management, capital market as the three key pillars of our business. And this is, we want to continue our journey on our founding principles of trust, transparency, and integrity. With that, I end and invite Dhiren for his final comments.
I had made a remark during my earlier conversation that bringing them on board was the best decision that we made. Now you know why. I am so glad that the principles that we have set in and the trust that we have enjoyed from our investors is going to be continued under the able leadership of dynamic Amisha Vora. I call her a woman of substance. And I wish all the best to her for all her future endeavor and ensure that whatever credibility, reputation that we have built up over the decades will only grow stronger and better in times to come. Please give her a big hand.
We just want to offer something small to you all. Over to you, Rohan.
I'll just, is this working? Is it working? Okay. I'll just take 2 minutes after this amazing presentation, just to add to what Dhiren sir just said actually. Even Charlie Munger said that the best decision that they had ever taken was to hire their CEO. So this is exactly what you are saying. The best decision that they had taken was to hire their CEO, Ajit Jain. I mean, I am just here to say basically that, I just wrote like something in the morning today, and, I just want to say that because it came out of my heart. It's just like a small, tribute to PL from the entire family. So it's just like 4 lines which starts from, you provide food, shelter to more than 500 families. Today we will celebrate you. You provide opportunity and purpose to 500 employees every day. Today we will express our gratitude. You are the fittest 80-year-old that we know of. You have never looked better. Today you will be our showstopper. Going forward, we promise to take care of the legacy, trust, and integrity that you have built over the past 8 decades, and that makes us your proud employees. Dear SPL, here's wishing you a very happy birthday. We bow our heads and seek your blessings. Yours truly, one PL family.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your patient hearing and Avan.
Thank you so very much. What wonderful, precious memories of legacy, trust, and integrity. Amisha, Dhiren, Rohan, thank you all so much. Now I think we truly understand how Prabhudas Lilladher has really stood the test of time and is now gearing up for the next leg of growth. 8 years of excellence and 80 more to come. All right, let's move right on and let's talk about the roadmap of the future. And that is the road ahead for Prabhudas Lilladher, which will be one of the pioneers, as Amisha discussed, in quantitative investing in India. Their flagship, which is quantitative equity strategy, Aqua, has delivered a 76% return over the last 1 year. It's outperformed the benchmark by 2 times. And the man behind Aqua is Siddharth Vora. He, in fact, has spearheaded Prabhudas Lilladher's foray into quantitative asset management with a vision to make India adaptive, process-driven, and focused on sustainable alpha. Clearly, a chartered accountant, a CFA charter holder, he is one of the youngest fund managers in India with one of the most definitive voices in quant investing. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Siddharth Vora on stage to talk more about revolutionizing India's investment landscape with quant strategies. Over to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so very much for taking out your valuable time on a Saturday afternoon and joining us in this celebration. After living through the last 80 years of PL and going through the journey of the past, I'm going to take you guys through what we visualize the future to be over the next 10 years, 20 years, etc. I'll be throwing light on how PL visualizes that the investment landscape in India is actually going to transform in a very, very significant way. And taking from our life, over the last 30 years or 40 years, none of us were used to going from one place to another with Google Maps. We all had to remember the destination or ask people around. But as time progressed, we don't need to remember where we need to go. We simply put it on our Google Maps and understand what the destination is, and the maps will take you there. Similarly, I think 40 years back, we also didn't have washing machines. We used to wash clothes manually. As we stand today, obviously nobody even thinks of washing clothes on their own. So even in the world of investing, I believe a lot of things are going to change. And as we usher into the 9th decade of PL Group, we think quantitative research and investing is going to be the cornerstone of growth, not just in India, but also globally. So let's just try to understand what quant investing is all about. Quant investing is a very, very simple concept that instead of humans making investment decisions, machines are making investment decisions. So to summarize that, we simply look at investing in two ways, right? In quant, the human will make the rules and the machine will make the decision by following the rules. So that is what simply quant investing is all about. If I look at US over the last 30 years or so, it's very evident that 35% of money in America is now managed quantitatively, as opposed to 1% in India. And if you look at the more stark data here, it tells us that in 1989, 89% of all the money was managed actively, which means human fund managers were managing money actively in America. As opposed to that, today this share is down to just 26%. So there's a big, big change. Even if we look at India, we see a very, very sharp growth in the quant fund industry. And the reason for that is, over the last 5 years, 100% of all the quant funds in India have beaten the benchmark, as opposed to just 46% of the actively managed funds. So every time you see there's a transformation in performance, people will automatically gravitate towards a better performing strategy over the long term. And I think that is exactly what's played out in US as well, and is likely to play out in India right now. And over the last 5 years, PL has significantly transformed its abilities and built the infrastructure, team, and wherewithal to be a pioneer in the space of quantitative research and quantitative investing. Just to highlight a couple of key things that we did over the last 5 years, the boldest call that we took was to move out of active money management and become a pure play quant asset manager. So as we stand today, we are one of the only asset management companies in India that follows a 100% pure play quant-based asset management model. We also, over the last 5 years, created a multidisciplinary team of risk analysts, CMTs, Python programmers, economists, macro analysts, statisticians, mathematicians, and many more. So the whole idea was to build a completely different team so that we get a completely different output. We can't be using the same process or the same set of team structures that were used in traditional research and then expect a different outcome, right? So we needed to create a completely different setup and a completely different ecosystem so as to build new processes that can deliver performance. And the broad idea of Quant at PL was we didn't want to ignore the 80 years of legacy. We didn't want to give away the 80 years of wisdom, the capital market understanding, and the research expertise that PL has gained over the last 8 decades. We simply wanted to enhance it, refine it using technology, using rules, using data, and creating objective models with it. And it's taken us 5 years, 25 people, and obviously so many days and so much effort and so much capital to build this entire infrastructure. But fortunately, as we stand today, I think All the hard work and the tough work is behind us. And now we are on a journey where we can hyperscale from here on. A couple of big things that drew me to the whole quant journey was the fact that repeatability in investment outcomes was usually missing in active funds management. And my big takeaway here is, when you let a process make an investment decision as opposed to a human, it is more likely that the process will do the maths in a correct and accurate manner. And just to give you a simple example, when you look at calculators, right? So say 40 years back, we did everything manually. But today we use calculators, Python, ChatGPT, Excel, Tally. So the moment you rely on software to do all the heavy lifting while still retaining the human intelligence, you get a very, very deadly combination. We call this a man with machine approach. So the idea is to retain the human intelligence, but the idea is also to let go of all the emotions that the human brings with it. So retain the human intelligence, but blend it with machine precision. And to do that, we call it a rules-based architecture, where the humans work on making the rules and defining the systems, whereas the machines work on testing these rules, following these rules, and giving you accurate answers across market cycles. The other key idea is that as of today, it's been a young market in India, and the journey for PL and India has been very, very nascent here. But PL has a dominant 10% market share in the quantitative PMS industry already, and it's just the first year of our equity fund yet. So hopefully over the years to come, we aspire to gain significant market share in India and also allow global investors to invest in our funds. Just to look at the quick journey of PL over the last, say, 5 years, it obviously first started with an idea. The idea was that quant, or using technology to make investment decisions, holds big potential in the world, and somehow we need to crack it. That was the big idea. And obviously everyone in the capital markets has heard of Jim Simons, the most successful investor in the history of time and the history of mankind. He's delivered a 66% CAGR over the last 35 years. So obviously he's a legend. He's known as the quant king, or the father of quant in the world. So we are truly inspired by him. And our journey of quant also started after reading about him and understanding what he's doing in the world. So with that, we ideated that quant is the big opportunity. We started building a very, very robust team. We then went on to create large data pipelines. We created a very, very robust infrastructure on backtesting strategies, building factors, building features which didn't exist in India. For example, the ability to change investment styles based on market cycles. Usually, every fund manager or human investor would tend to follow one investment style very, very closely and tightly across cycles, but only the machine gives you the ability to change your investment style based on the cycle you're in. With that, in June 21, we launched our first multi-asset PMS using quantitative technology to do tactical asset allocation. That obviously had a very good track record in terms of performance. We had challenges for the first 6-8 months, but post that, it was doing really well. And once that product stabilized, we then moved on to the next strategy, which is our flagship strategy, Aqua. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about that as we go ahead. And finally, we combined the concept of asset allocation and equity through Aqua, and you launched a blended strategy called MADP Alpha, which takes the best of a style adaptive strategy and a multi-asset strategy. And as we look into the future, we obviously have more strategies in the pipeline that we want to launch, whether it's on the PMS side, on the mutual fund side, and on the fund of fund side as well. So we do see a very bright and exciting future for the quantitative research and asset management industry in India, and we hope and aspire to be leaders and pioneers in the same. Just to give you guys a quick representation of why there is a need to do what we are doing, let's just look at one of these charts very closely. If I look at the last chart on the bottom left of the slide, it tells you that across market cycles, your fundamental regimes keep changing. For example, a quality investor or a quality style investor would do well in a certain cycle, and a value style investor would do well in another cycle. And there's no way on earth that you can use just one style to outperform across market cycles. And hence, we've created a strategy that is not only adaptive across fundamental styles, also across technical styles, sectors, asset classes, market caps, and market sentiment. So the whole idea was to be inspired by the multidimensional adaptability of water. Water, as we all know, it can change its form, it can change its shape, it can change its size, and it can change its color. So we wanted a strategy that is as adaptive across multiple dimensions as the nature of water itself. And that's how the birth of Aqua, which is quite the revolutionary strategy for PL as we speak today. And the whole idea is, based on the changing market and macro regimes, the portfolio should completely change and transform. For example, in a risk-on environment, we're talking about strong economic growth, healthy liquidity in the markets. This is the time when investors and fund managers should focus on generating returns alone without looking at risk in this phase of the market. So in this phase of the market, our portfolio will be tilted towards a growth and value style of investing, tilted towards a momentum orientation in terms of technical style, tilted towards a high beta, have more mid and small caps in the portfolio, and ensure that we are invested in cyclical stocks or deep cyclical stocks. The whole idea is to be unbiased and agnostic to investment style, sectors, and risk regimes, at the same time adapt to the prevailing style and the prevailing regime. And with that, just to give you guys a quick overview of what Aqua really does. In Aqua, we focus on 6 key aspects in terms of adaptability. We call it the right asset allocation, the right market cap mix, investment style, the right thematic exposure, the right factor weights, and the right beta levels. These are the 6 dimensions of the portfolio that keep changing based on the changing market cycle and macro cycle. The other thing we do is we take a 100% rules-based objective approach to investing. Rather than having any layer of subjectivity, we call it a true blue quant fund, which means there is no human intervention in stock selection, sector selection, or asset allocation. Every investment decision is automated and made by the machines. And this obviously helps us eliminate all the biases that kind of come along in the process of investing itself. The idea is also to not have biases in terms of holding period, emotional biases, behavioral biases, or risk biases. We try to systematically eliminate all of these biases based on the rules we've defined in the strategy. And finally, I think the end outcome or the end goal for every investor in India and in the world is just one word. It's called alpha. Nobody is investing to earn just market-linked returns. People are earning to beat the markets. So the whole idea is to create a strategy, design a strategy that can beat the market across cycles. And the way we've done it this, firstly, we focused on returns that are granular. Granular across securities and across time. We don't want concentrated returns, because the moment your returns are concentrated across a time period or across a set of stocks, you usually can't repeat this in the future. So we go with an equal weighted portfolio to ensure granularity and repeatability in the fund. We also take a portfolio approach, which means rather than focusing on one individual stock that comes in or goes out of the portfolio, we look at the returns and the results of our portfolio at a total portfolio level. Because at the end of the day, or at the end of 3, 5, 10 years, the investor really takes home the total portfolio outcome and not the story or the narrative on one selected stock. So the whole focus is that investors look at portfolio outcomes rather than individual security outcomes. And finally, I would like to also throw some light on what we've done differently so far. It's been 1 year since we've launched this fund. We've obviously beaten the benchmark by 2x. 4 quarters have gone by. We've outperformed the benchmark in each of the 4 quarters. 6 rebalances have gone by. We've done better than the benchmark in 5 out of 6 rebalances. And 12 months have gone by. We've delivered absolute positive or outperforming returns in 10 out of 12 months. So when I look at this, it gives me an idea that the returns are not concentrated across a single period. They are actually well distributed across time, they are repeatable, and they are consistent across different quarters and different rebalance cycles. And the whole idea was to build a strategy that is sustainable across market cycles in delivering alpha for investors. And as we look at the future, beyond asset management, we also have different applications of quantitative investing and quantitative research planned for each of the 3 businesses that PL is running. So just to give you guys a quick idea, on the wealth side, we are planning to launch our own proprietary technology called Funds IQ, which talks about evaluating mutual funds and creating an all-weather mutual fund portfolio based on the concept of diversification across the right asset classes, investment styles, sectors, and risk levels. So the whole idea is using quantitative research to select mutual funds and to create portfolio of mutual funds for retail investors. The other thing we've already launched is smart equity portfolios. This gives retail investors access to lower ticket sized quant strategies. On the asset management side, as we all know, PMS and AIF are our big focus areas for now, and we aspire to apply for a mutual fund license in the next 1 or 2 years. And finally, on the institutional side as well, we have a slew of innovative and differentiated products purely based on our quant research and infrastructure that we wish to launch and make live for all our institutional investors and clients as well. And with that, I would thank you guys once again for being such a patient audience, and would love you guys to join us in the quant revolution that lies ahead of us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Siddharth, thank you so much. Clearly very interesting the way we have seen quant developing, and it truly seems to be the future. All right, we have our panel discussion lined up, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, we want to play out a congratulatory message from none other than Keki Mistry, the Vice Chairman CEO, HDFC. Let's listen in.
Anniversary. My heartiest congratulations to the Prabhudas Lilladher Group on celebrating its 80th anniversary. 8 decades of trust and transparency are a true testament of your enduring legacy. This milestone not only honors the group's resilience, but also shows its profound impact on the banking and financial services industry. It's truly inspiring to see a firm from the pre-independence era continue to thrive and lead by example in today's dynamic financial landscape. Let me wish the group the very best for the future, and may you have another 100 years ahead where you will continue to gain more and more success. All the best to you.
What a lovely message from Keki Mistry. All right, we have our very insightful panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you who are standing to please get seated, because this is something you don't want to miss. Now, over the last decade, we know that the Indian markets have showcased a remarkable performance. Annualized returns have averaged 12 to 15%. Despite the volatility, the mutual fund AUMs have crossed 60 lakh crores, and the average monthly SIP flows have topped 20,000 crore rupees. And it's been domestic investors that have really shown their strength. So here to talk about building wealth in New India, we have our panel.
And it is not an accidental one. Much like 8.2% GDP growth rate in March 24 quarter, when world is facing bleak kind of scenario, is not an accidental thing. It's not a chance that it just happened. That is the way our economy used to behave decades back, and that is the way our markets used to behave decades back. But we have come a long way. There are significantly 4 or 5 things I would like to mention. First and foremost, our economic management in the past was far more governed by politics and far less by economics. And that is something which is a deep change which has occurred in last few years in particular, and probably 10 years in general, where economics is occupying center stage rather than the politics. Second, therefore, in the past, economic growth and therefore the market performance used to be patchy, where bull markets were short and bear markets were longer and far more painful one, very disruptive one. And typically engagement of the investor participation also reflected that reality. Most people would think, bhagte bhut ki langot barabar, that before something runs away, you want to steal it and take the gains because you are never sure market will behave as you want it to after a while. And therefore, in that kind of a market, only way you could have beaten the market or you could have stayed ahead the market was by being very disciplined, bottom-up stock picker, where you pick out micro-level good opportunities which will work well, irrespective of not very conducive or comfortable macro environment. Therefore, bottom-up good investing and very calibrated, disciplined investing was the only way to make meaningful long-term money. First time I would say, micro beauty of India is combining with the macro elegance today, where macro is giving you predictability, durability, solidity, and therefore markets have become deeper and more engaged and more longer term. Third, therefore, it is not again accidental that the markets have been continuously showing a kind of a resilience, because for the first time, markets and the participants have acquired confidence about the future. Therefore, engagement is not perfunctory, it is not superficial, it is deeper, and therefore it continues to remain committed. And best example of that is in 2022, the way foreigners sold. If it would have occurred at any other time in the past, market might have lost 35–40% of the market value, but it did not. Finally, the year still ended in 2022 with modest 3–4% gain in Nifty, Fourth, therefore, for the first time, you have seen deeper and longer term engagement of the retail. Without retail participating, markets become kind of a hollowed out, and no matter how much praise we all sing for each other, but purely institutional money doesn't make for a deep market. Institutional money suffers from its own perversities and its own challenges and all oddities. Retail participation gives a depth to the market. I recollect what Navneet was just now mentioning. In the 80s, I remember of the household wealth, equities occupied about 14–15%. That number 4–5 years back came down to 4–4.5. Today, with the great activity and great participation of the retail, it is still below 6% household wealth which is in equity. But the counterpoint that retail provides, plus the depth it adds to the market, plus long-term tenacity it brings to the market is invaluable. And finally, I would say, the influence of the foreigners. For the first time, the counterpoint has emerged to the foreign money. Foreign money used to punch well above its above its weight. And traditionally, it accounted for far bigger impact on the markets than it deserved to. If you look at last 3 years, foreigners have generally got everything wrong. They've got the direction of market wrong, and they've generally got selection of the businesses wrong. Their timing, which is not something that I in any case have any depth or capability about, but even that, if I have to opine, foreigners have got it wrong. And therefore, I would not regard the rise of retail is something which is typically maverick one, the way the phenomena of Reddit and phenomena in America post-COVID, where you thought that shallow retail was emerging. I don't believe that. I believe the retail has a role to play, and actually it is behaving fairly decently and intelligently in the way it is participating. Therefore, coming to all of these, with the other factors, fundamental factors, if you look at cost of capital has declined, which is a deep impact on the valuation. Balance sheets are healthier than ever before. If you look at debt equity ratio has come down to half from 0.8:1 5 years back, it is 0.4:1. And thirdly, capital efficiency has risen in the system. Last year for the first time, India became the highest ROE country in the world, destaging America, which is a huge achievement over decades, which has finally occurred, where India has become number one return on equity country in the world. That now, when you link it with the valuation, with all that detailed background, I don't find that the valuations are outrageous at all. It is fashionable to talk about valuations time to time. It is important to talk about valuations in any case, whether fashionable or not. But I don't find valuations as aberrant or out of range or unreasonable. Certainly markets were cheaper in 22, markets were cheaper in 23, markets were cheaper even 6, 7, 8 months back than what they are today. But it is not as if markets have become outrageously expensive. Index has risen, but it is not as if valuations have risen. If you look at 5-year earnings, earnings of the markets have grown higher than the index has risen. Therefore, valuations have not gone out of hand. Last point I'll make on that is, often people keep making expression about small cap, mid cap behavior. And not that in our investment portfolios we have really much of small cap or any meaningfully large percentage of mid cap. Yet I would say the constant opinionating that small cap are bubble, mid cap are likely to burst, and things are unreasonable, I don't even subscribe to that view. I think there is a newfound entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship is at fore in some of the smaller and mid-sized businesses. These businesses have better access to capital and at a meaningful cost than ever before. And they are able to find an environment, ease of doing business, more conducive, so that traditional disadvantages they suffered are actually kind of getting addressed over a period of time. Pockets of excess, pockets of outrageousness can exist, but as a category, I don't believe that valuations are out of whack, whether in mid-cap or small cap, even though mid-cap probably are more expensive than the large cap, and smaller businesses are probably even more expensive than mid-cap, which is not the normal rule. But I think normal rules of the past are viewed with the prism of the past. I think country has evolved, and unless we are resilient, adaptable as investors, unless we recognize the changes, we will repeat the errors of the past while viewing the future, which is very different. So short answer, I'm very comfortable. It is reasonable. It is not outrageous, and it's a healthy market to play.
Great. So a lot of headlines here. Markets are not to get worried about, and for those who are worried about bubble and trouble, I think that's clearly not there. Like Nilesh bhai, they said that rather than timing the market, spend time in the market if you really want to create long-term wealth. So we've really set up the tone for the second part of this panel discussion, where first half we've established that the big picture is strong, all the ingredients are there, and India is moving in the right direction. Let me throw in one more ingredient, which is the global. It's not that India is at an all-time high, NASDAQ, Japan, other markets are also at an all-time high. While India is growing, America is in a trouble spot and Europe is the sick man of the world. What should one do when you know that world in a
आपने वो बिरबल की कहानी पढ़ी होगी। अकबर राजा ने बिरबल को कहा कि एक लाइन को आप बड़ी करके दिखाओ छुए बगैर। तो बिरबल ने नीचे एक छोटी लाइन ड्रॉ की, ऊपर वाली लाइन अपने आप बड़ी हो गई। तो भगवान को मालूम है हम इंडियन हैं, 10 मैच जीतेंगे, वनडे इंटरनेशनल के फाइनल हार भी सकते हैं। तो इस बार उन्होंने अपना तो अच्छा किया है जैसा सबने बताया, बट बाकी लोगों की लाइन छोटी कर दी है। तो रशिया को कहा कि तू यूक्रेन पे धावा बोल दे, अब ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर वहां पे जाने से बंद हो गए। रशियन इकोनॉमी अच्छा कर रही है बट कोई निवेश नहीं करता। ब्राजील अच्छा भरा चल रहा था तो उसे कम्युनिस्ट सरकार दे दी, अब लोग डालते डरते हैं। साउथ अफ्रीका एनीवे नीचे जा रहा था तो उसे एक धक्का मार दिया, ऐसी सरकार मिली और जोर से गिरेगी। चाइना अच्छा कर रहा था तो उसे ताइवान की माला जपने को बोल दिया। तो हमारी लाइन बड़ी दिख रही है बिकॉज बाकी लोग सेल्फ गोल कर रहे हैं। तो यस, दुनिया को देखिए, जरूर देखिए, बट ये देखिए कि ये क्या गलती कर रहे हैं, और जब तक वो गलती हम नहीं करेंगे तब तक अपनी गाड़ी चलती रहनी चाहिए।
So what should one expect for in terms of how last 5 years have moved versus how next 5 years would move? Last 5 years was about COVID recovery, emergence of new themes, manufacturing coming big. What to your mind are the trends or extension of trends which will continue for next 3 to 5 years? Market में क्या हो सकता है आपके हिसाब से?
So
अरे बहुत टाइम मैं टीवी पर नहीं हूँ।
नहीं, मैं बोलूं नवनीत बोले, बात एक ही करने वाले हैं। तो एक ये जो बजट में हमने देखा कि देयर इज फोकस ऑन फिस्कल प्रूडेंस इन टॉप 20 इकोनॉमीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। शायद हम एकमात्र कंट्री ऐसी है जो अपनी प्राइमरी डेफिसिट, फिस्कल डेफिसिट माइनस इंटरेस्ट को नियर जीरो नेक्स्ट 2-3 साल में लेके आएंगे। एंड अगर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर चाहती तो इस साल में भी कर सकते थे बाय डूइंग डाइवेस्टमेंट। डाइवेस्टमेंट का नंबर 50,000 करोड़ है। जब गवर्नमेंट की सरकारी कंपनी की ओनरशिप 8-10 लाख करोड़ थी तब भी हम 50,000 करोड़ बेचते थे, और आज 40 लाख करोड़ है तब भी 50,000 करोड़ बेच रहे हैं। तो इसी साल हम प्राइमरी डेफिसिट जीरो कर देते, जो दुनिया की कोई मेजर इकोनॉमी नहीं कर रही है। सो अगर ये फिस्कल प्रूडेंस का पाथ चलता रहा तो हो सकता है हमारी क्रेडिट रेटिंग अपग्रेड हो जाए। नाउ निकुंज भाई, हम उन लोगों के पास से न्याय की आशा रख रहे हैं जो नाम में बोले हम मूडी है और हमारे स्टैंडर्ड पुअर है। बट सुबह का बुला शाम को घर लौट आएगा। तो इफ माई रेटिंग गेट्स अपग्रेडेड, माई कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल कम्स डाउन, एंड कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल कम्स डाउन तो मार्केट के वैल्यूएशन को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। और जैसा भरत भाई ने बताया कि कंपनीज अच्छा कर रही है, भगवान ऊपर से हमारा ध्यान रख रहा है, तो गाड़ी तो चलती रहेगी। अब आप अमर भाई स्टॉक लेके बैठ जाइए तो पैसा बनेगा। एंथनी भाई में शायद शॉर्ट टर्म में ज्यादा बनेगा, बाद में थोड़ा कम बनेगा।
हाँ जी।
Now, I was saying, you talked about the world and India. So, despite whatever was happening in the world and whatever was happening in the world, Sanjay is here, Amisha Ben, all of them have served like foreign portfolio investors for last 32 years when they started investing. Out of the last 32 years, correct me, I think almost 24 or 25 years they have been net buyers of Indian equities, except 6 or 7 calendar year or financial year, whichever way you look at it, maybe 6 or 7 at the most, where they've been a net seller of Indian equities. And the reason were twofold. Number one, the stable macro environment and the growth potential from a very low base. I mean, somebody talked about the democracy that we have, the demographics that we have, and the overall bigger picture that this is a country which will continue to deliver growth. The second important reason was, which Bharat Bhai I think touched upon, is so there was a top-down opportunity of India The second reason foreigners have always been a buyer of Indian equities is the bottom-up opportunity of India. You don't get this kind of breadth of the market in most of the other emerging markets. You don't get that in some of the developed markets also. I mean, you go to Taiwan, like below Taiwan Semiconductor and few stock, there is nothing. In Korea, beyond like few stock, there is hardly any market. Forget about like Russia. I mean, even when Russia was investable, Nilesh bhai talked about Rusal, Gazprom, few of the like Sberbank, 3-4, उसके बाद कोई market नहीं है. आप Brazil जाते हो, Petrobras, few banks and all that, बहुत छोटा सा market है. Relative to that, India में regardless of the market cycles, I mean your financials, your like in consumer, in industrials and utilities, the breadth of the market that you get, technology, you get like so many plays in the country with great quality of management, governance, growth, capital efficiency, disclosure standards, audit standards, regulation, all of that. So the top-down opportunity, bottom-up opportunity. I feel more positive for the next 10-20 years from foreign portfolio investors perspective. ये छोटा time का valuation आगे पीछे छोड़ दीजिए. Which is the retail presence now? Because what the retail presence is doing is bringing down the volatility of the market on a structural basis. Now our SIP per month is 21,000 crores per month. 21,000 into 12. Suppose यहाँ से कुछ भी नहीं बढ़ता है, ये 21,000 ही रहता है. अभी आपका वेल बंद कर देता है बेचना, नहीं SIP लाना, ये 21,000 करोड़ आती रहती है. Into 12 is equal to $30 billion. $30 billion. Foreigners have never invested in any single year in India. जब भी बहुत बड़ी तेजी भी हुई तब भी उन्होंने $30 billion कभी नहीं लगाया. This itself is 30, and then you have NPS, then you have EPFO, then you have like insurance and all of that. This money every day is so large. What it will do is provide more stability to the market. मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ साइकिल नहीं होंगे. आपने 15% वाला कराया, हो सकता है कभी भी correction. But this structural flow of the retail money which has just started. So what happens if you are a global asset allocator on a risk return framework, the way they look at the volatility is structurally low, so on a risk adjusted basis, the market looks or the asset class becomes even more appealing. And that's why I think if you take a longer term call, I think the participation from global investors is only going to increase. So what will happen? I mean, the locals will become bigger and bigger. We were very tiny relative to the overall market. Foreigners owned, I think, peak में 24% Nilesh bhai, 22-23%, depending on आप BSE 500 देख रहे हो या क्या देख रहे हो, वो अभी शायद 17% समथिंग हो गया और हमारा पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ता जा रहा है, वो बढ़ेगा. But I think वो पैसा in absolute terms will be bigger than what we have today.
No, the number is the DI.
And the another thing that will happen is lot of like आपने बोला सब लोग खरीदते रहे, ऐसा कभी होता नहीं है. एक भी ट्रेड हो रहा है तो कोई तो बेच रहा है सामने definitely. But structurally क्या होगा? I think supply आएगी बहुत. मतलब सैकड़ों कंपनियां लिस्ट होनी बाकी है जिनमें आज PE या VC ने इन्वेस्ट किया है. There are several promoters who will raise money for actual capex, which we haven't seen for some time. Government divestment he talked about. I mean, government can raise so much of money. One like divesting a stake in the current set of companies which are listed, bringing in some of the other companies, and then the asset monetization that the government has. I think वो absorb कर लेगा ये liquidity को. ये थोड़ा सा gap है. उसके बाद में market will become even bigger and even deeper.
Great. Navneet, just to add to Navneet's point, one of the other reasons for improving valuation for India is a structural decline in volatility. Foreign money was talking much more than it deserved to in terms of the impact. And therefore, the structural decline in volatility itself is a source of greater confidence of future and therefore greater valuation today. Because any uncertainty you counter with raising the discount rate for the future, which I think systemically is declining, apart from actual cost of capital declining. And he touched upon the diversity of the businesses and the breadth and length. In fact, even America doesn't have the same diversity of the businesses that India has got. Across the length and breadth of variety of businesses. Look at American market in last 10 years. While it has done well, remove the Fab 7, your Nvidia and Microsoft and Apple and Google, then you really are left with no returns over a 10-year period in American market. That shows how vulnerable that market and situation is held hostage to limited number of businesses, which is not the case in India.
इंडिया स्टोरी जैसे ग्रो कर रहा है
वो बहुत सारा लिक्विडिटी आ गया, सब लोग कंप्लेन
भाई सुनील जगानिया जब पब्लिक फोरम पे आते हैं लोग एक ही चीज जानना चाहते हैं, आप भी जानते हो सवाल क्या होगा क्या सवाल पूछना चाहिए जब सुनील संगानिया आते हैं? What is the next big theme, idea, or a trend which you are betting on? I mean, at heart, you are a stock picker. I respect your compliance. We will not talk stocks, but give us where you think that there is scope for earnings upgrade, P upgrade, and where the macros are going to be favoring a strong, economic growth.
So, first of all, just to 2 minutes take the conversation of what was going on. See, one thing which we sometimes don't realize, we feel that a stock is expensive, और हमारे साथ भी बहुत होता है because you are very value conscious, खरीदा ही नहीं जाता है महंगा. But when you see over a period of 3, 4, 5 years, the company is just transformed. और फिर लगता है अरे 4 साल पहले इतना सस्ता था. I think even from a foreigner's perspective, they might be thinking that China is 9p, 10p, and India is 17p. खाली पी बेसिस पे अगर हम इन्वेस्ट करते तो फिर हमारी ज़रूरत ही नहीं होती थी. यू जस्ट हैव अ मैथमेटिकल एक्सरसाइज के जो सबसे सस्ता पी है वो कंट्री खरीद लो. बट आई कैन टेल यू योर वेल्थ वुड हैव बीन 10% ऑफ व्हाट इट इज टुडे इफ यू हैव फॉलोड दैट. सो मे बी आफ्टर 4-5 years दे विल रियलाइज अरे 3.7 का 7 हो गया. इट वॉज सच अ गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू इन्वेस्ट. But anyway, I think coming to your questions, and I've said this, I and Navneet were even yesterday on a panel. See, the sectors which look the best in terms of profit growth sometimes don't turn out to be the best in terms of equity market returns, and vice versa. A clear example is 2023 or financial year 24, the sector which performed the best in terms of profits, growth, balance sheet, everything was private sector banks. But no private sector bank, at least the larger ones, have given any return last 1 year. And on the other hand, IT had the worst year since Lehman. Growth was non-existent. The guidance given was 2%, 3% per annum, and still it turned out to be a very decent sector. So I think a lot of times, your question that where there will be earnings upgrade, maybe sectors where there's earnings upgrade, the returns might not be there. But having said that, I completely agree that India is a country driven by entrepreneurs. We always say this, that India grows because of entrepreneurs and despite the government in a lot of sectors. And I think that is basically the reason why it keeps on growing at 6.5-7% when the world is growing at 0%. And obviously, I think that opens up opportunity. There are so many new sectors which have come up. Suddenly, the likes of Zomato and Swiggy did not exist, that business did not exist. Obviously, we don't have investments there, but I'm just giving you a perspective. There are so many other businesses which just did not exist 5-10 years back, and now they are so large. So I think there is opportunity across. Having said that, to answer your question directly, I still believe that financials have a lot of room to grow. I think pharma has a lot of room to grow. Stocks are not expensive relative to the market. Companies are very clean. There is a natural advantage which a lot of these companies have. Sizes are such that now they can spend money on innovation. I think one thing where India has lagged massively, including IT services company and pharma, that we never had the guts to invest in creating products like Netflix or Meta or so many other products. Why couldn't some Indian company could have tried? If you're making $3, $4, $5 billion of net profit, you had capital to put it at risk. Maybe now things will change. Even in pharma, why can't we have innovative products coming out of it? We are always trying to copy and do the first to file and generic version of it. Why can't we have innovative products? I think that will change now, because earlier, our kids used to go abroad to settle there. Now they're going abroad to study and they're coming back with innovation, they're coming back with technology, they're coming back with innovation. And now we have the capital to give it to them, that le beta, chal, जी ले तेरी जिंदगी, ये ले 50-100 करोड़ और कर innovation.
You're giving us 100 crores.
आ ही नहीं रहा है तो क्या करूँ अभी? But what I'm trying to tell you is that the next 10, 15, 20 years can be a very different, India and different growth. I know I'm just skirting your question round and round, but actually there will be very, very new types of companies and sectors, and that's why I said don't get swayed कि ये sector अच्छा है कि वो sector अच्छा है. I think just focus on having positive view on the economy. Keep your eyes, ears open, mouth shut, और invest करते रहो.
Bharat bhai, I think we've really established, and thanks to everybody here, everybody on the panel, that the big picture, valuation support, the size of the opportunity, like you always say, the size of the pond is great. But, it's a rarity for all of us to interact with you. You hardly come on public forums now. Everybody really wants to understand that where are you finding those, not insights, but insights. The insights where, to your mind, the next wealth creation cycle will start, it has started, or it will continue.
Say the last part again.
The wealth creation cycle has started, or it will continue.
No, we are, as I right at the beginning mentioned, we are at a cusp of one of the greatest transformational revolutions brewing before our own eyes. And therefore, we have just begun. Of course, nothing in investing is mathematical and fully predicated in a completely kind of a gospel truth certainty. There are, of course, risk factors and challenges that we have to be mindful of. What has got us here is a certain sense of purpose and certain sense of leadership and certain sense of reforms and changes that have been implemented and have been shown commitment to. If these continue, then the opportunities continue. But I think it is flowering of the opportunities. Navneet talked about the sheer diversity and the breadth of the businesses available in India. And truly, I think for the first time it is now coming to fore in a much bigger way. Think of about 15 years back, under the attack of Chinese dumping, this country's manufacturing was in a state of tatters, where it would have simply been, and it was, I think, systematically getting hollowed out by China at that point of time. I don't know how, but any and everything was imported in the country at any kind of cost. And therefore, once you destroy profitability of industry and manufacturing, after a few years of struggle, the units will die. You finish off the industry and manufacturing and the country becomes parasitical, dependent on the outside forces. I think cynically, that probably was something which was brewing around for a length of time. Finally, we are now seeing a revival of manufacturing, revival of industry, your capital goods, your defense, your railway ecosystem, your logistics, your warehousing, energy transition, greening of the energy equipment, energy financing, all host of opportunities where India should have been leading from the front for a long time, but I'm glad at least finally it is coming to the fore. Even the circular part of economy, there are many areas where India is occupying leadership and where the opportunities are lying, where meaningful younger entrepreneurs and younger enterprises are emerging to take benefit of that compared to some of the more established businesses which should have done it actually earlier. Therefore, I find opportunities galore, but in investing, people find it very sexy to predict a lot of things and get a intellectual gratification in making very grand sounding forecasts. I think rather than making grand forecasts and trying to make very intelligent sounding conjectures of the future, I would prefer to watch as things evolve and try to adapt to the emergent reality rather than try to make very great meaning out of all the reality that may be coming about. Not that you don't have any view about it, but you don't want to get carried away by your own opinion about what is likely to occur. And therefore, willy-nilly you become committed to it in a wrong way, and if you turn out to be wrong in your forecast, you still become enslaved to that forecast and make mistakes. Therefore, my feeling will be opportunities are great. It is across the sectors. Many more new things will emerge rather than the ones that we see today. Rising boat, rising economy creates many multifold opportunities. Some we can visualize, many will figure out as they happen. And therefore, more than most intelligent forecast about the future, greater ability to adjust and adapt to the future as it emerges will be a greater skill to have.
Great point. So, Nilesh bhai, again, a question on similar lines, but I'll phrase it slightly differently for the benefit of the audience here. Can you divide the market into, let's say, three parts: good and cheap, good but expensive, and expensive and not growing, or will not grow?
So Nikunj bhai, we go and meet global investors, asking them to invest in our fund. So normal अपनी आदत है भाई इंडिया looks expensive on a 1 year basis. उस बंदे ने मुझे कहा नीलेश भाई आपका नजरिया बदलिए. India is the cheapest emerging market on a 5 year basis because your earnings growth will be far better than other countries. So ये good, bad, ugly की bucket is depending upon your time horizon.
Let's say 3 to 5 years. Let me define it.
So essentially, any company who is able to adopt for the future, that is good. Any company who is going to behave like dinosaur, that is bad. एक example देता हूँ निकुंज भाई. As of today, about 60-70 lakh Indians are employed in application space. Programming करते हैं, maintain करते हैं, develop करते हैं. But there are fears that artificial intelligence will come and replicate programming. Now, if that happens, what happens to the 60-70 lakh people? If we look at the transcripts of companies like Apple and Google and Tesla, they are focusing on robotics. They believe 90% of their revenue in future will come from robotics and not from what they are doing right now. Now, if that's the future, I'll have to invest in companies which are participating in that future. And as Sunil mentioned, we haven't invested in future as much as we should have. So please focus on companies which are preparing for the future, which are shaping the future. Companies which behave like dinosaur, they are all bad and ugly. Companies which is shaping future, they are all good and investable.
One more follow-up question, which is that...
मैं easy कर दूँ क्या? गोपाल is sitting here, so बोल रहा हूँ HDFC multi-cap fund. So उसमें सब है, large cap भी है, mid cap भी है, small cap भी है, quality भी है, growth भी है, value भी है, सब हो जाता है easy. So वापस मत पूछना ऐसा.
चलो आप बोल दो, फिर आप बोलेंगे कोटक के बारे में बोलने नहीं दिया, आप भी बोल.
So no, वो तो automatic है. You know, interestingly, this whole debate about the large, mid, and small, and I'll just say, Nikunj will remember a couple of years back, we used to have the same thing, and there are people who would say large cap versus small and mid cap. And I used to say that, and just alluding to what Nilesh bhai just mentioned, about the disruptions that are there in the world, geopolitical disruptions, I mean the technological disruptions, the big changes in the consumer behavior. This generation is very different. The way they walk, the way they think, the way they want to live, many things, that's a disruption. The ease of doing business is actually good for some, but not so good for many. So several, and the logistics has changed, as Bharat bhai mentioned. That also changes many business models dramatically. And I used to say that few years back, and of course now the valuations are on the other side, that we are entering a world where agility and nimbleness will trade at substantial premium to size and stability. Agility and nimbleness will trade at a substantial premium to size and stability, which is precisely we have seen. But as like every cycle, this get like little overextended. I think there's a lot of froth in some of the small and mid caps you need to get worried about. But the size of opportunity is so large. And just digressing for a minute, because हम 4 chartered accountant बैठे हैं इधर, and मैं देखा अभी नीलेश विक्रम से बैठे हैं, past president है ICAI की. हम सब लोग थे FM के साथ few weeks back in an interesting event. And you know how to arouse our ambition. She said something so interesting. She said that कि आप सब chartered accountant इतने बैठे हो यहाँ पे, why there is no Big Four from India? And this is like profound, isn't it? Like we never thought about it, that why has India become so large? You have like one of the best, I think, the talent here on accounting. और पूरी दुनिया की
गलत
fund
बोला
fund
उन्होंने,
accounting
गलत बोला।
यहाँ-
उनको पूछना तो इतने फंड मैनेजर्स बैठे, फिडेलिटी और वैनगार्ड क्यों नहीं आया यहाँ से?
नहीं वो तो बन जाएंगे हम, वो तो आई टोल्ड यू दैट 1980 वाला, 1980 में ये सब लोग 50-60 बिलियन डॉलर्स थे, राइट? फिडेलिटी, कैपिटल, ऑल ऑफ दीज गाइज. ब्लैक रॉक वाज येट टू बी बॉर्न, ब्लैकस्टोन वाज लाइक जस्ट टेकिंग बर्थ, एंड दे आर लाइक trillions of dollars today. तो वो तो हम हो जाएंगे, that is given. In 2047, 50, whatever, if we are 20-25 trillion dollars of economy, which is let's say very close to current size of US, asset managers will be of that size, wealth managers will be of that size. अभी like बहुत लोग बोलते हैं यार आजकल बहुत हो गए, like सुनील भाई आपसे, भरत भाई से इंस्पिरेशन लेके lot of people have started on their own. ऐसे यार बहुत हो गए, अभी तो बुल मार्केट फिनोमेना. ऐसे मैं हमेशा सोचता था, कभी भी जाते थे, बॉस्टन जाओ आप, न्यूयॉर्क जाओ, सिंगापुर जाओ, लंदन जाओ, तो यार एक बिल्डिंग में इतने एसेट मैनेजर्स हैं, इतने वेल्थ मैनेजर्स हैं. इंडिया में तो लाइक इतने से यार ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? जब हम 3-4-5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकॉनमी बनेंगे, जब 10 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकॉनमी बनेंगे, तो लॉजिकली यहाँ पे भी तो इतना होना चाहिए ना. मार्केट इतना बड़ा है, देयर आर थाउजेंड्स ऑफ कंपनीज, एंड देन प्राइवेट मार्केट देखिए आप, वी हैव जस्ट स्टार्टेड एन FOF इन्वेस्टिंग इन PE and VC फंड. I mean, the amount of, the kind of entrepreneurship that you see there and the kind of ideas that people have got, I mean, what this market will be in 5-7 years or 10 years is hugely underestimated.
Great point. So, and you know, you've really got the whole thinking that where we are. We are now the 5th largest market in terms of market cap. We are all poised to become the 3rd largest economy by the end of the, by the end of the decade. And hopefully a developed country by 2047. So, Sunil Bhaiya, which are the businesses, themes which you think can really scale up large from here? I mean, I remember there was a time when IT was small, and it is now $250 billion industry, more than what the oil exports of Aramco are. What can really become large, mega, big if the economy grows?
So one is, I will take forward from where Navneet said. I think wealth and asset manager, I think still very, very minuscule. And this is a business where sustainably at least and visibly you can see 25% growth at least for the next 10-20 years. And 25% growth over 10 years is 10x. And if it lasts for 20 years, it is 100x. And it's such a good business, you don't need capital, you need intellectual capital. It is 100% cash conversion. So I think asset management companies, wealth management companies, are going to be one of the biggest wealth creators. And frankly, at least for me, I can say that thoda sa dar lagta hai when you become an entrepreneur from a very, very large corporate executive and very comfortable life. But I am glad that I took the jump, and we can already see the traction which is there, And as the economy grows, I think people will become more wealthy. The acceptance towards investing in financial assets is ever increasing, and there is a huge room to grow there. So I think that would be one. Second, I completely, definitely believe that we are going to move ahead towards becoming much larger in innovation, in setting the trends. There is one Zoho which has come out of India from a very, very small village. There will be hundreds more like that which can come out. Why can't there be a Netflix-like model which comes out of India, or an innovative TikTok or a Meta kind of a model? I think China also was like that. Now see the innovation which China has started to throw out. BYD is much larger than Tesla. TikTok is much larger than Reels and all. Obviously, countries are not happy with China, and therefore their companies are being suppressed. But I think some of these innovations, India will just surprise, because kids have the brains, they have the education, now there is capital available. आप presentation बनाओ, सिर्फ presentation बनाओ और 4 दरवाजे पे जाओ, your fundraising will be oversubscribed by 10x. अभी इसके आने के पहले मैं कोई कंपनी से मिला, मेरे को कंपनी वाला क्या बोलता है, बोला मैं तो आपका सम्मान करता हूँ, इसके लिए आपको मिल रहा हूँ, मेरा तो फंडरेज सेट है, आपको इन्वेस्ट करना है तो मंडे तक मेरे को बता देना, नहीं तो मैं तो खाली आपके रिस्पेक्ट से आपको मिल रहा हूँ. So the risk capital is available in plenty. And I think that is what you need. What do you need to spur entrepreneurship? You need capital, you need guys who are competent and who have the brains to do it. So I think one is very clearly asset management companies. Second is innovation companies. I think pharma will surprise, because if companies start to go into creating innovation drugs, we have an investment in a company. कल परसों आए थे ऑफिस में. They sell something for $500 in the US. And I was asking him whether there is an opportunity in India. बोले नहीं है opportunity in India. मैं बोला क्यों? बोले वो same चीज़ यहाँ 500 रुपए में बिकती है. Now imagine what they are selling at $500 is available here at 500. So that is the cost competitiveness which this country has. I think it's a matter of time before we just put to things. So I think rather than focusing on कि आज क्या है, I think keep your ears and eyes open. Just see your surroundings. I think if you could have just saw that we were opening more bank accounts in HDFC Bank 20 years back, you would have invested in HDFC. If you would have seen that kids are ordering more pizzas, you would have invested in Jubilant. If you are seeing that we are ordering from the restaurants, you would have invested in Zomato. So just keep your balance and see what is happening. You will automatically get tips every 15 days.
I'd invested in Nippon Mutual Fund. आप तो छोड़ के चल गए, अब क्या करूं?
नहीं, but मैं छोड़ के चला गया, उससे क्या है? टैलेंट खत्म हो गया क्या? 140 करोड़ लोग हैं. जब सुनील गावस्कर गया ना, तब तेंदुलकर आया. तेंदुलकर गया तो कोहली आया. कोहली गया तो शुभनाम गिल आएगा. जो आया वो पहले वाले से बेटर है. So I think it is not about one individual or someone else. I think what we are doing is basically creating a platform. We all grew up. I think when I joined Reliance Mutual Fund, 35 crore था. और नवनीत ने बोला एक बिल्डिंग में there are so many foreign investors. Frankly, मीडिया भी है ना, कोई गोरा आता है ना, उसको 1 घंटे का टाइम देते हैं. हम जाते हैं ना तो 5 मिनट में, कल क्या लगता है, परसों क्या लगता है, okay, now we are taking a break, goodbye. So I think that will also change. I think once scale and size increases, talent will automatically come. पहले jobs ही नहीं थे, अब jobs हैं तो talent भी आ रहा है. And अभी सिद्धार्थ का presentation देख के मेरे को लगा हम तो outdated हो गए, उसने तो सब कुछ उसमें combine कर दिया. हम तो सब कुछ करते ही नहीं. So I think talent will come.
Bharat bhai, I think it's almost 1. Before we wrap, let's get final thoughts from you. Final thoughts from you.
In terms of overall. Looking at the sheer size of opportunity and the way it is going to be burgeoning, overflowering kind of opportunity, my real wish is if I were 10 or 15 years younger, that would have been a great joy. Investing, of course, can and does make you, good investing can make you rich and wealthy. Good investing can also get you good recognition all around. But I think while these are important, these are still incidental. The joy of creating wealth itself is a joy in itself, which has nothing to do with the money, nothing to do with the wealth being made. The opportunity to learn in investing is so multifold. There was this fantastic work by Richard Hexton. We talked about the latest work of different branches of knowledge, which so many branches of knowledge interact with each other to build a larger ecosystem of learning, which is what investing is all about. I think that sheer joy of learning in investing itself is a joy which can't be substituted. Navneet and Sunil both talked about great opportunity for asset management firms, the wealth management advisors, and it is so true. When we think about the largest industry in the world, which is money management, some $330 trillion of global industry, it's run by a handful of a million odd people all over the world. That just shows investing is so special. I mean, not that I'm trying to earn a brownie points for the asset management industry or for the money managers per se, but it is a fact that money management is a special industry, special activity. And therefore, unless and until you know, you have a cadre of good people who will take the things ahead and serve a very useful social context, because those limited number of people will create wealth for a lot of people and give a wing to their aspirations of what they want to achieve out of life. Finally, I would say that the intellectual gratification, getting ahead of the markets is never easy. And it requires best of the wits to be put together. Many times, even though markets may be generally staying ahead of you most of the times, that intellectual gratification that you get is a phenomenal one. And therefore, I think to me, maybe it may sound like a gooey kind of a statement or more a philosophical statement, but I think investment management in its core is a dharma, a duty that you discharge. And when you do it well, not only you get it right, but do it right, it's a phenomenal high. This country offers unbelievable opportunity unless something fundamental which has got us here goes out of the way. We have a huge opportunity. I think economy will grow. It will reflect into the growth of the turnover, the cash flows, the profits in a rising crescendo, which will reflect in the valuation of the businesses, along with the greater predictability, certainty, durability, solidity of the businesses. Valuation will further rise apart from the earnings growth. And finally, it will reflect in the wealth of the owners of these businesses as well as investors. Therefore, I think the whole investment activity, which is basically a great game at allocating capital in a most efficient channels of the country, most productive channels of the country, in a ruthless way, where you weed out bad things and you promote the good things, is the greatest value creation dharma, as well as, I think, a epithet in my opinion. Therefore, this country, the businesses, the dynamism, the people, the talent, the growth opportunity, the society's character, and I think the whole market and the people and the investors, the entire ecosystem, to my mind, is one huge addictive high if you ever were to get it. So that's the way I look at it, and all of that is to combine to take this country to the crescendo.
Great. So with that, I think let's put our hand together for this lovely panel. I think जोश high hai, hosh mein rahe, or short term, don't focus on the ups and the downs. The India story, the best is yet to come. Can I summarize like that?
निकुंज पे आपने कहा था लास्ट वर्ड मेरा होगा.
मैं रैप नहीं करा अभी, रैप नहीं करा.
So एक रिक्वेस्ट है सबसे. ગુજરાતીમાં મકરંદ દવે કરીને એક કવિ હતા. એમની કવિતા હતી, ગમતું મળીએ તો ગુંજે ના ભરીએ, ગમતાનો કરીએ ગુલાલ. If God has been kind to you and you have got certain skills, don't use it for making money or opportunity for yourself. Share it with the world. हम लोग सब स्टॉक मार्केट से जुड़े हैं. हम लोग सब में मार्केट क्या करता है, कैसे चलता है, उसकी नॉलेज है. हमने सबने स्टॉक मार्केट में निवेश करके पैसा बनाया है. बट भारत में ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो निवेश अभी भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. आरबीआई का डेटा है, FY 21 से 23 के बीच में हाउस होल्ड ऑफ इंडिया ने 4 लाख करोड़ रुपया म्यूचुअल फंड में दिया, 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया डायरेक्ट स्टॉक बॉन्ड्स डिबेंचर्स में दिया, और 9 लाख करोड़ करेंसी नोट में घर पे रखा है. बहुत सारे भारतीय बिलीव करते हैं कि करेंसी नोट घर में रखेंगे तो स्टॉक मार्केट से ज़्यादा रिटर्न देंगे. किसी ने देखा नहीं है, बट लोग बिलीव करते हैं. तो आप सब अपना तो निवेश जरूर करना, बट बाकी जो लोग करेंसी नोट घर पे लेके बैठे हैं, उनका निवेश भी यहाँ पे लेके आना. गमतू मले तो गुंजे ना भरिए, गमता नो करिए गुलाल.
Kya baat hai, or should I say suvache. Thank you so much to this event.
Savan, you can translate that for us?
I can. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Along with Makrandavi, you should have talked about Kundanika Kapadia, Israel, better half of Makrandavi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Mr. Bharat Shah, Mr. Sunil Singhania, Navneet Manot, Nilesh Shah, and of course, wonderfully moderated by Nikunj Dalme. I would now request on stage Mr. Dhiren Sheth, Mr. Siddharth Vora, Ms. Shaili Vora of the Prabhudas Lilladher Group to come on stage and present the panelists with a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Bharat Bhai, Sunil Bhai, Nikunj, Navneet Bhai and Nilesh Bhai, on behalf of Prabhudas Lilladher and all of us sitting here, the nuggets of wisdom that you showered on us and help us clarify how important it is to ride this India's golden decades and not decade, we are so enthralled. Thank you so very much.
Yes, indeed, with the domestic investors clearly showing their true strength, as you also in the audience have reflected. It's certainly the power of compounding and the power of investing and patience. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge round of applause for our markets panel. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will slip into a lunch break for 30 minutes. Please be right back here because we have with us a very special guest, none other than the distinguished Shri Piyush Goyal, the Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, who will be joining in after a quick lunch break.
Hello. Hi, everyone. We are expecting Shri Piyush Goyal ji to arrive in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So I would request everyone to be seated. If you're having lunch, would request you all to come back in 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 10 minutes, the Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal will be in our presence. I request you all to please be back in your seats in 10 minutes. Thank you. Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the latest update. The Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal will be joining us in the next 5 minutes. I would like to request you all to please take your seats. We would like to refrain from any movement and circulation while he's around. So I would like you all to be seated before that. Please get right back to your seats in the next 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way inside the banquet hall. We will be closing the doors shortly. We would like you all to assemble inside the banquet hall. Mr. Piyush Goyal will be here within the next 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way inside the banquet hall and take your seats. We will have Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Minister, joining us in a very short while, and we would request you all to please be seated before that.
Here we go now. That man's scoop on the mic. Mixing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to take your seats. We have in our midst right now the distinguished guests that we have all been waiting for. So a very warm welcome to you, our distinguished guest, Shri Piyush Goyal, the Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, the Government of India. Thank you so very much for taking time out to be with us to celebrate this very special occasion as we have culminated 80 years of excellence at the Prabhudas Lilladher Group. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Mr. Goyal's exemplary leadership has been instrumental in transforming various sectors of India's economy. He has held key positions in the ministries of power, coal, renewable energy, railways, commerce and industry, among others. It is under Mr. Goyal's visionary guidance that India's economic landscape has matured significantly. In fact, from modernizing the Indian railways, which have become such a boon for us all, to actually going ahead and reforming the power and coal sectors and boosting renewable energy, Mr. Piyush Goyal's achievements are not only extensive, but they are diverse. He has also been instrumental in advancing the free trade agreements and promoting MSMEs and the e-commerce space, fostering growth and enhancing India's integration in the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor and it is our privilege to introduce the guest who we have been eagerly waiting for, Shri Piyush Goyal, the Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. A warm round of applause. He will be joining us on stage to light the ceremonial lamp. Along with him, Mr. Dhiren Sheth, Ms. Amisha Vora, Neeraj Vora, Siddharth Vora, along with Shaili Vora. Ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious lighting of the lamp with none other than Shri Piyush Goyal.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणवर्धिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणाधीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि प्रदेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि.
Thank you so very much. That was the lighting of the lamp by Shri Piyush Goyal. I now request Amisha Vora to take the mic. We have something very special lined up.
Just get a chair right away in the middle. Oh, he's sitting there? Okay, no problem. Chair udhar hi rakhna. Piyush bhai, they say, Bhodana Bhagwan hoy. Ane, I always very proudly associate openly myself saying that I am a Modi Bhakt. As most of you know, there is a Modi Bhakt and Modi non-Bhakt category. And one of the reasons, all of you know I have no political interest, nothing. But one of the reasons which I always openly and proudly say is that globally, any MNC, any domestic company, whatever may be the size, do not have a CEO like what we have in Mr. Modi. Because from vision crafting to implementation, he has created his team of stalwarts, experienced people, ministers, dedicated, and IAS and secretaries, which is making all Indians so proud today to be the fastest and largest growing nation in the world. And today, on a simple request letter, which I sent to Piyush Bhai, saying that I am celebrating of one of the financial institution which is still owned by an Indian, not sold to any MNC, and which is founded on the principles of trust, transparency, and integrity. I am celebrating 80th year. Can you please take out time? This is just after 3 days or 4 days of budget. They all had some early morning meetings with PM, and I still received day before yesterday a yes. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is the changed India, where a normal, working, transparent organization can take vision and advice from the best in policy making and driving our nation. Piyush Bhai's work for our nation is very well known. Across different ministries, he has delivered and envisioned and delivered some of the most impossible things. And today, he is managing the portfolio of industry and industry ministry and commerce, which is the heart of our nation. And it will be absolutely our privilege to hear from him how we are going to be a 5 trillion economy. And before that, as what we just presented, we are an 80-year legacy to carry, but we are agile, vibrant, and new. And with his well-respected hands, we are going to unveil our new logo. So Piyush Bhai, I request you to please come over and help unveil the new logo, new chapter in the history of PL. Thank you so very much. Run it up.
Thank you very much, Amisha Ben. My sincerest apologies to all the distinguished participants. I was tied up in some very pressing work that emerged at the last minute this morning. And I was not able to join you at 2. I thought there'll be some other speakers and I'm sure you would have been busy, but my sincerest apologies that I could not join you at 2 o'clock. But truly for me, a big, big privilege to be at this function today. Congratulations to PL Capital. Congratulations to each and every one of the well-wishers and members of the family of PL Capital on not only completing 80 glorious years, but truly epitomizing what is Indian, what is Swadeshi, the spirit of excellence, high values, and integrity, which define the Indian ethos, which define the India that we would all like to see in the future. Amisha Ben, Prabhudas Lilladher Bhai's contribution to the country are legendary. So why just a letter? You could have just made a phone call and I would have been here. It's truly amazing that in this era when everybody's looking for valuation, creating value, and then cashing out, Prabhudas Lilladher Group has maintained their identity, has maintained the high value systems that the late Prabhudas Bhai had inculcated in the capital markets. And truly, this stellar journey of 8 decades, where you've survived bull runs or the claws, bear claws, where you've seen independence in 1947, you experienced the tribulations of the emergency. It's very appropriate, therefore, that you say, "Waqt Humara Hai." जो भी है, जो भी हो बात, हम आपके साथ हैं। और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि जिस दूरदृष्टि के साथ प्रभुदास भाई ने कैपिटल मार्केट्स को फॉर्मलाइज करने का रोल प्ले किया, कैपिटल मार्केट्स को इंटरनेशनलाइज करने का रोल प्ले किया, इसका लाभ भारत में सभी निवेशक भी ले रहे हैं, भारत के सभी कैपिटल मार्केट के स्टेक होल्डर्स भी ले रहे हैं। एक छोटे रूप में हमारी सरकार भी कोशिश कर रही है कि भारत का जो आगे का रास्ता है, जो अमृत काल में हम प्रवेश कर चुके हैं और हमें जो विकसित भारत 2047 तक बनाना है, जो हमारी सबकी प्रतिबद्धता है, हमारा संकल्प है, उसमें 3 प्रमुख पहलू हों: क्वालिटी, integrity, and ambition. Any nation which does not have a big ambition, unless you think big, unless you have bold targets to achieve, you can never go in for transformational outcomes or big outcomes. I'm glad that the nation as a whole has decided to progress from $3.5 trillion economy, now the 5th largest in the world, to $5 trillion at the first stage. And my own guess estimate is that that will happen within the 3rd term of the Modi government, possibly in the next 3.5 years, by which time we'll also be the 3rd largest economy in the world, given that our 4th and 5th current economies are not in the best of shape, and the speed at which India is growing, 7.5%, 8% every year. I think you all have a big role to play in this journey from 3.5 to 5 trillion at the first stage, possibly crossing 10 trillion in another 8 years after that, and then rapidly progressing to go up to a $30-35 trillion economy when we can safely call ourselves a country where every person has a high, good quality of life. All the basic needs of high quality are available to every citizen born in the country. Today, the capital markets are playing an important role in this journey. I think you've crossed $5 trillion now. And the Indian capital market is one amongst the top 5 in the world, reflecting truly India's rightful place in the Comity of Nations. In fact, the market cap of PSUs has gone up by nearly 3 or 4 times in the last few years. We see that Indian ownership is also increasing from possibly by about 5%, from 79% to 84%. We now have a larger Indian ownership in all our listed stock. The size of mutual funds has grown from 10 lakh crores to over 50 lakhs, possibly crossing 55, 56 lakh crores now. I'm told that every month we add about 50 lakh or 60 lakh demat accounts. And today, one can safely say that the vast majority of India, including rural India, urban India, are also becoming market participants, are also looking at the stock market, are investing in the market. I hope more often than not through mutual funds, and would like to really see a little bit less of trades that can be very risky for the common man, the uneducated investors. Maybe that's why the FNO segment has been, the STT has been increased a little bit, hoping that the FNO segment will cool down. But the way the market is going, Nilesh bhai, Navneet ji, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कोई खास फर्क पड़ा है STT भी बढ़ाने से. क्या निर्मला जी ने कम बढ़ाया क्या? पर मुझे लगता है हमारे यहाँ पे बैठे हुए सभी लोग समझते हैं, भली बात ही जानते हैं कि एक प्रकार से एक देश का जब अर्थव्यवस्था को तेज गति से आगे लेके जाने का काम हम सब ने जिम्मे लिया है, उसमें सरकार का भी दायित्व होता है कि देश के जो वर्ग अभी तक वंचित रहे, जिन तक अभी तक विकास की धारा पहुंची नहीं है, उनका भी उज्जवल भविष्य एक प्रकार से हम सबकी सामूहिक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है. और उसमें कभी कभार कंट्रीब्यूट करते हुए एक शॉर्ट टर्म तो जरूर लगता होगा कि यार एसटीटी बढ़ गया, लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन में फेरबदल हो गया. पर जब आप वाइडर कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखें कि पैसा किस चीज पे इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, जब 11,11,000 करोड़ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे इन्वेस्ट होगा, जब 2 लाख करोड़ एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन स्कीम्स पे 5 जो स्कीम्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम्स अनवील की गई हैं उस पे इन्वेस्ट होगा, जब ग्रामीण सड़कें बनेंगी, जब 3 करोड़ ग्रामीण मध्यम वर्ग, निम्न मध्यम वर्ग या गरीब लोगों के परिवारों के नए घर बनेंगे, अच्छे घर बनेंगे, जब लगभग 1 करोड़ शहरी घर भी प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के तहत देश के शहरों में बनेंगे, जब स्लम्स का रिहैबिलिटेशन होगा, इन सीटू रिहैबिलिटेशन थ्रू रीडेवलपमेंट, जब देश में बड़े पैमाने पे एयरपोर्ट्स, रोडवेज, पोर्ट्स, रेलवेज, मेट्रोज, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी फॉर सस्टेनेबल एनर्जी मिक्स एंड ऑल्सो फॉर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, इस प्रकार से जब देश की आधारभूत सुविधाएं और मजबूत की जाएंगी तो यहां बैठा हुआ तो हर निवेशक भली भांति जानता है कि इसका जो इम्पैक्ट अर्थव्यवस्था पे होता है, जो इकोनॉमी को एक इम्पेटस मिलता है, अलग अलग आंकड़े हैं। कोई लोग कहते हैं 2.5 गुना मल्टीप्लायर इम्पैक्ट है, कोई कहते हैं 3 गुना मल्टीप्लायर इम्पैक्ट है, पर इतना तो पक्का है, हम सब इस पे तो सहमत है कि इसका इम्पैक्ट देश की अर्थव्यवस्था पे बहुत तगड़ा होता है। शॉर्ट टर्म इम्पैक्ट और लॉन्ग टर्म इम्पैक्ट दोनों ही अच्छे होते हैं, और इससे जो देश की कंपेटिटिवनेस है, देश की एक प्रकार से सुरक्षा है, देश की आर्थिक सुरक्षा, देश की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी, हर प्रकार से ये सब जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जा रहे हैं, ये देश को भी मजबूत बनाते हैं, इंक्लूसिव और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ को बढ़ावा देते हैं। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एक तरफ हमारा लक्ष्य है, तो साथ ही साथ ईज ऑफ लिविंग भी उतना ही महत्व रखता है। और मेरा मानना है कि जो बढ़ती हुई आशा, अपेक्षा और आकांक्षा इस देश के युवा युवतियों में आज देखने को मिलती है, ये अवश्य आगे चल के हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को भी और गति देंगे। देश के लोगों के बीच में जो उत्साह है आज, उससे आगे चल के मेहनत भी होगी, काम भी होगा, और अगले 25 वर्ष में, अमृत काल में, जो हमारा सपना है कि भारत एक विकसित राष्ट्र बने, विकसित देश बने 2047 तक, और तब तो आप 103 वर्ष सेलिब्रेट कर रहे होंगे। तो देश की गाथा के साथ साथ पीएल कैपिटल की भी स्टोरी तेज गति से आगे बढ़ती जाए। जो नया भारत, सामर्थ्यशील भारत, जो सशक्त भारत, एक विकसित भारत हम सबका सपना है, उस सपने में पीएल कैपिटल के साथ साथ इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आप सब जो आज यहाँ पे आए हैं, हम सब भी ये प्रतिज्ञा लें कि हमसे जो हो पाएगा सच्ची निष्ठा के साथ, ईमानदारी के साथ, अपने अपने क्षेत्र में हम भी योगदान देंगे। पता नहीं वो वॉज इट अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट बिग बुल मूवी, रिस्क है तो इश्क है, ये किधर का है? ये स्कैम 1992 में ही था ना। तो स्कैम करने के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, पर स्टॉक मार्केट का इश्क जरूर करिए, पर इश्क को लंबा रखिए, उसको शॉर्ट टर्म मत रखिए। रिस्क को बड़े सोचे समझे, विद योर आईज ओपन लीजिए, और थोड़ा बहुत रिस्क तो लेना पड़ता है अगर आगे जाना है, बढ़ना है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी लगातार जो देश हित में है वो किया, बजाय के पॉपुलिस्ट सरकार चलाने की कोशिश की। कई लोगों को लगता था कि ये बजट शायद ज्यादा पॉपुलिस्ट होगा, तो मुझे बहुत खुशी है, बहुत आनंद है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाना, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को आगे चल के एक संतुलित तरीके से आगे बढ़ाना, और अगर हमें एक विश्व स्तरीय ताकत बनना है, उसके लिए क्या क्या जरूरतें हैं, कैसे युवाओं के लिए पर्याप्त अवसर मिले, कैसे महिलाओं को आगे देश में अपना योगदान देने का मौका मिले, अन्नदाताओं को कैसे उज्जवल भविष्य मिले, देश में जैसे 25 करोड़ लोग मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी के बाहर निकले हैं, क्या हम सब गरीबों को मध्यम वर्ग में लाएं, मध्यम वर्ग को और आगे जाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित कर सकें, ऐसे देश में हर एक व्यक्ति तक विकास की धारा पहुंचे। इस लक्ष्य के साथ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी विश्वास करते हैं, गुड इकोनॉमिक्स is equal to good politics, and good politics will always demand good economics. और आप सबके आशीर्वाद से हम सब तीसरी बार आपकी सेवा में जुटे हैं. आप सब ने हमें मौका दिया, इसके लिए आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आप में से कुछ शायद मेरे क्षेत्र में भी रहते हो, उत्तर मुंबई में. आपने जो समर्थन दिया, आपके आशीर्वाद से मुझे पहली बार लोकसभा में जाने को मिला, उसके लिए भी आप सभी का और मेरे मुंबई के भाई बहनों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. साधुवाद.
Check.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for taking us through Bharat's roadmap towards a $5 trillion economy and the potential for India that is yet to be unleashed. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have Ms. Amisha Vora as well as Mr. Navneet Munot of HDFC AMC for a Q&A session with our guest of honor. Take it away.
Once again, thank you so much, not only on behalf of Prabhudas Lilladher, but all of us Indians sitting here, because I know what it takes to run a small organization, what it would be taking to shape up and run the nation, and making all of us Indians proud. To begin with, Piyush Bhai, this time, there was a lot of volatile period in the market post-election results. And market felt that if we are not in majority, will our plans of growth will get impacted, will get slowed down, if at all. I would like to understand what is the key agenda, key growth target in this 5-year term of our country.
Nilesh bhai, आइए.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Amisha Ben, first of all, let me assure all of you present here that this is certainly a strong coalition government. All our partners are very strongly aligned with us, and you have absolutely no need to worry of any uncertainties or any other weakness in our running the government. For the next 5 years, this will be a strong government which will focus on the nation first, which will work for national interest, and will never have to compromise on our principles. हमारी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई उतनी मजबूत रहेगी, हमारे देशभक्ति में कोई कमी नहीं होगी, और भारत का विश्व में जो पहचान बनी है वो और आगे चल के मजबूत होगी. ये मैं आप सबको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ. इनफैक्ट G7 के लिए अभी मैं गया हुआ था, वहाँ विश्व के सभी विकसित देशों के मंत्री थे, प्रमुख देशों के. वो तो आश्चर्य कर रहे थे कि आज के माहौल में जहाँ दुनिया में इतनी उथल पुथल है, जब कोविड के बाद शायद ही कोई सरकार वापस चुन के आई हो, ऐसे में आप तीसरे टर्म के लिए आए हो, तो वही उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा आश्चर्य का विषय था. जहाँ तक प्राथमिकता का सवाल है सरकार की, the priorities of this government, I think it will be a government which will continue on the path that we've laid down over the last 10 years. You look at our story of 10 years and look at the direction that this budget has placed before all of you. In the last 10 years, Prime Minister Modi, even when confronted with all the challenges of a fragile 5 economy in 2014, did not ever waver from the path of strengthening the macroeconomic fundamentals of the economy, ensuring equitable development of the nation. And if you recall, right in 2014, Prime Minister Modi had said that unless we develop the northeast and eastern part of India, India can never become a developed nation. Right in 2014. It is the first time that a Prime Minister of the country, any Prime Minister for that matter, has visited the northeastern states nearly 50 times. 50 times he has gone there personally. Every one of us ministers has to go there periodically every few months. I was in Arunachal Pradesh barely 2 weeks ago. हम सबको नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जाके वहां के डेवलपमेंट के लिए चिंता करनी पड़ती है. बिहार, झारखंड, ओडिशा, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, this whole eastern belt, many of us will recall, was infested with Naxalism until 10 years ago. It has been a relentless action to rid these areas of Naxalite activities. Even recently in Chhattisgarh, there was a massive operation. The idea being that these states have to develop. They have to come up at par with the western and southern states. And our focus is that if these states also start contributing to national economy, then the country can start inching towards a double-digit growth number.
मुझे बोलना नहीं चाहिए पर फिर भी बीच में बोलती हूँ क्योंकि आपने मेरे दिल की बात छून ली. Double-digit growth. We are all looking forward to India's double-digit growth.
I think नवनीत से भी हुई है बात, पर नीलेश से तो लगभग नीलेश कुछ मात्रा में हमारा गुरु भी है. मुझे गाइड करते रहता है क्या करना, क्या नहीं करना, कैसे करना. और नीलेश भाई और मेरी लगभग 12-13 साल से डबल डिजिट ग्रोथ की एक तमन्ना के ऊपर बहुत सारी चर्चाएं हुई हैं. पर आप समझ सकते हैं कि एक कमजोर इकोनॉमी, 4% ग्रोथ, 4.5% ग्रोथ, 8.5% इन्फ्लेशन, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स एकदम बहुत ही जलजली स्थिति में. 2014 का याद करिए, आप में से तो सब बड़े पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, आपको याद होगा 14 में किस स्थिति में सरकार आई थी. और जब तक उसको ठीक किया तो कोविड आ गया. और आप याद करिए 2019 में भी हम चुनाव में गए, हमने कोई पॉपुलिस्ट मेजर्स नहीं किए. हमने देश को प्राथमिकता दी, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत रखना प्राथमिक अपना दायित्व माना. कोविड में भी कई बड़े बड़े विकसित देश डगमगा गए. हैंडआउट्स वगैरह बिलियंस ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स देके उनकी अर्थव्यवस्था अभी तक उभर नहीं पाई है. अब सुनते हैं कि थोड़ा बहुत इन्फ्लेशन अमेरिका में कंट्रोल में आए. अमेरिका जैसी जगहों में फूड राइट्स हुए, यूरोप में हुए. भारत एक प्रकार से बहुत ही आत्मनिर्भर भारत पैकेज उस टाइम पे आया. भारत में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, निर्मला जी ने बहुत सोची समझी नीति से पूरा कोविड का समय भी बिताया. और अवश्य एक बड़ा सेटबैक पड़ा देश को. इट वॉज नॉट अ 2-year सेटबैक, इट वॉज अ प्रीटी सीरियस सेटबैक. क्योंकि इतना बड़ा जो धक्का पड़ता है उसको ग्रेडेड पाथ में ठीक किया जाता है. लेकिन फिर भी देखिए पिछले वर्ष फिस्कल डेफिसिट घटा के 5.6 पे आया था, इस वर्ष 4.9 और अगले वर्ष 4.5. तो ग्लाइड पाथ परमानेंट बहुत बढ़िया ग्लाइड पाथ पे चल रहा है. एंड वी हैव नॉट वेवर्ड वेदर अ कोएलिशन गवर्नमेंट और अदरवाइज. तो मैं आपको सबको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को भी मजबूत बनाएंगे. देश में आधारभूत सुविधाएं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और अच्छा हो, सबके लिए उपलब्ध हो. कुछ थोड़ा आधा घंटा मुझे आज आने में देर हो गई क्योंकि कोस्टल रोड मैं अपने घर से देख रहा था तो चालू थी. ये नहीं ध्यान आया कि वो 1 वे चालू है, दूसरी तरफ कुछ फिनिशिंग का काम चल रहा है. तो व्हेन आई गॉट डाउन एंड गूगल्ड आई रियलाइज कि कोस्टल रोड बंद है. Sorry that added to my travel, but we all recognize short-term pain. What a transformational impact it has had in the long run for all of us. I think the sea link now will get connected to the coastal road. उसका वो बड़ा जो 1000 टन का मेंबर है वो लग गया है. आगे चल के कोस्टल रोड मरीन ड्राइव से शुरू होगी, सीलिंग पे बांद्रा तक आती है, और वहीं से आगे बढ़ के मेरे क्षेत्र में वसई तक जाने का हमारा फाइनल प्लान है। वो लोकसभा जीतने के बाद थोड़ा आइडेंटिटी पॉलिटिक्स हो जाती है पर आप इमेजिन करिए, वसई से व्यक्ति निकल के, आपका ऑफिस कहां पर है? प्रभा देवी, you can reach प्रभा देवी in possibly 30 minutes. और अटल सेतु दूसरी तरफ बन गया है। अटल सेतु के 4-5 किलोमीटर का एक स्ट्रेच और बन जाएगा। उसके बाद आप वसई से निकल के शायद आप पूना भी पहुंच जाओगे 2-2.25 घंटे में। बुलेट ट्रेन, मुझे याद है कि जब मेरे समय पे बुलेट ट्रेन का भूमि पूजन हुआ था और काफी आलोचना की थी कांग्रेस के मित्रों ने, विपक्ष के मित्रों ने, पर फिर मैं जब इतिहास देख रहा था तो ध्यान आया कि जब राजधानी आई थी तब भी बहुत आलोचना हुई थी। तो आलोचना से बिना डरे ये सरकार निरंतर देश को आगे लेके जाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। अब तो हम लगभग 7.5-8% ग्रोथ एज अ नॉर्म पकड़ने लगे हैं, पर मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि इसी गति से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी सोच के साथ जब अर्थव्यवस्था आगे चलेगी तो इसका गेम चेंजिंग इम्पैक्ट होगा आपके भी जीवन में, देश के भी उज्जवल भविष्य में। $5 ट्रिलियन तो पहला ही पड़ाव है, पर हम 30-35 ट्रिलियन डॉलर तक जब तक देश नहीं पहुंचे हम रुकेंगे नहीं, थकेंगे नहीं।
पीयूष जी, आपकी स्माइल, आपकी पॉजिटिविटी और आपकी एनर्जी बहुत कॉन्टेजियस है। जब भी मिलते हैं तो लगता है रूम में एक थोड़ा सा एनर्जी लेवल सडनली बहुत ऊपर चला जाता है। और इस ऐतिहासिक लोकसभा में जहां 60 साल के बाद तीसरी बार एक सरकार पुनः चुनकर आई, उसमें मुंबई का प्रतिनिधित्व आप करेंगे, हमारे लिए गौरव की बात है। सो एक फेलो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, a fellow financial services professional and a fellow मुंबईकर, it's a great honor and a pleasure। और आपने कई चीज़ें बताई, आलोचना, ये वो और भी तकलीफें हुई, तो आपको देख के 2 लाइन बोलूं क्या? एक, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी है, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। तो पीयूष जी का और सबका आई थिंक वो देशभक्ति, वो देश के लिए अच्छा करना, विकसित भारत बनाना, मेरे ख्याल में जब वो बड़ा लक्ष्य रखते हैं तो बाकी सब चीज़ें छोटी लगने लग जाती हैं। मैं आपसे यही पूछूंगा कि बजट बहुत अच्छा था। बजट को अगर मैं कहूँ, आपने, और पहली बात तो आपने म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री की तारीफ करी, आप तो हमेशा म्यूचुअल फंड सही है बोलते रहते हैं। और वापस मैं रिपीट कर दूं, मैं नीलेश भाई का, हमारा तो रोज का यही काम है कि म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री के जरिए निवेश करिए। आपने 2014 में बात करी तो 10 लाख करोड़ करीब थे, फ्लोज इतने नहीं आ रहे थे। आज हम 60 लाख करोड़ हैं, क्योंकि आप हर बार पीयूष जी जहाँ नंबर बोलते हो 2-4 लाख करोड़ थोड़े दिन में और इंक्रीज हो जाता है। 21,000 करोड़ की SIP आ रही है। तो हम पहले बोल रहे थे कि $30 बिलियन का रिटेल मनी दैट म्यूचुअल फंड्स के जरिए हर वर्ष आएगा। क्या रेवोल्यूशन हो गया 10 साल में हमारी इंडस्ट्री में, वैसा ही सब में। तो अगले कई वर्षों तक 10% के लिए, पर्टिकुलरली आपकी मिनिस्ट्री से रिलेटेड, मैं 1 मिनट और लेता हूँ पीयूष जी, बजट के लिए ये SIP बजट है, क्योंकि हम इंडस्ट्री वाले तो हम SIP प्रमोट करते हैं। सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ, इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट एंड प्रूडेंस, तीनों को साथ में विश्व का आप कोई भी बजट देख लीजिए, कोई भी पॉलिसीज देख लीजिए, कोई कंट्री नहीं है जो तीनों चीजें SIP फॉलो कर रही है। और 3C बोलूं तो क्रेडिबिलिटी ऑफ नंबर्स। मैं और नीलेश भाई तो बॉन्ड फंड मैनेजर हैं, पहले बजट में हम हमेशा ही सोचते थे कि यार परसेंटेज कुछ और होएगा, ये इनकम में किधर है, एक्सपेंडिचर में किधर है, थोड़ा अब पढ़ते ही नहीं है ज़्यादा, 5 मिनट में भी जो नंबर है सामने वो सही है। उसमें कंटिन्यूटी है और उसमें कन्विक्शन है। और मैं वो कन्विक्शन के लिए ही आपसे पूछूंगा कि कंटिन्यूटी है पॉलिसीज़ की, क्रेडिबिलिटी है नंबर्स की, और कन्विक्शन है कि विकसित भारत बन सकते हैं विश्व की कोई भी स्थिति हो। तो एक जो इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया से इनएविटेबल इंडिया बनाने के लिए पर्टिकुलरली आपकी मिनिस्ट्री और आपके ऊपर बहुत भार है ये चीज़ का कि विश्व में किस तरह से हम एक इनएविटेबल इंडिया बन सकते हैं। आप FTA पे भी काम कर रहे हैं, आप गुड्स एक्सपोर्ट्स पे भी कर रहे हैं, सर्विसेज एक्सपोर्ट्स पे भी कर रहे हैं, वैरायटी ऑफ थिंग्स पे कर रहे हैं। तो सबके लिए अच्छा होगा अगर आप थोड़ा सा वो भी हमें मार्गदर्शन दें।
See, ultimately we will have to develop manufacturing in India in a big way. Manufacturing and services both will develop, but manufacturing provides the larger job content and a larger pool of people get employed in manufacturing goods. When imports go up, I am not one who stresses too much about it, because I see that that shows that demand is robust in the country. It will encourage investors to start investing in manufacturing sector, given the larger demand for goods and services. And I'm finding more and more people are now getting the confidence that India will be a growth story. As incomes of our people rise, the demand for goods and services will continuously rise, and are looking at investing in manufacturing. That's one of my focus areas. How can we encourage greater degree of investments in manufacturing in India? Another area that is of big focus is quality consciousness. We are trying to introduce strict quality control orders on a variety of products, increasingly aligning ourselves to international standards and inculcating the culture of quality in the people of India. Sadly, these low-cost substandard goods that come from some neighboring countries, which are opaque and non-transparent in their working, they dump very low-cost goods which wear out or which get out of function very quickly. Now, suppose you take a table, and this table is going to last only 6 or 9 months or 12 months, against which you take a good quality table which will last for 5 or 6 years. Even though you may pay slightly more, though I personally believe quality is never expensive. Quality is normally cheaper than a substandard product. But if you get good quality products in the country, then this low-cost substandard goods will start fading out of the market. ये opium की तरह है. I don't know आप लोग में से कितने लोग मिर्जापुर देख रहे हैं. ये लत लग जाती है सस्ती चीजों की तो बड़ा मुश्किल होता है लोगों को निकालना. And half my struggle is convincing first the manufacturers in India that QCOs are for your benefit. आस्ते आस्ते लोग समझते हैं. Other day I went to a toy exhibition. They used to make my life miserable through coming through chief ministers, MPs, ministers for extension of QCO implementation date. कि we are not ready. मुझे यहाँ तक emotional pressure डाल दिया था कि मेरी वजह से देश के बच्चों को खिलौने नहीं मिलेंगे और देश के बच्चों की ग्रोथ और डेवलपमेंट को मैं हर्ट करूंगा. मेरा तो दिमाग चकरा गया था कि आई विल बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर अंडर डेवलप्ड चिल्ड्रन. ऐसा एक माहौल बनाने की कोशिश कर दी. लेकिन जब फाइनली हमने एकदम हथौड़ा मार के वो इम्प्लीमेंट किया QCO, 1 महीना पहले मुझे एक टॉयज एग्जीबिशन में भारत मंडपम में लेके गए और सबने एक स्वर में कहा कि दिस वाज द बेस्ट थिंग दैट कुड हैव हैपेंड टू आवर इंडस्ट्री. India today manufactures nearly 1.5 times the toys it used to manufacture barely 2 or 3 years ago. We are exporting 1.5 times more, and our imports have halved, import of toys. That is the potential that QCOs have. That Indian goods start getting respect when we start making good Indian products. So QCOs and quality consciousness is another high priority area. Working with the international community to increase exports of goods and services to about $2 trillion by 2030. And towards that end, we are looking at agreements with Europe, with UK, Peru, Chile, some of the GCC countries, Eurasia, Russia, and all these neighboring countries, many countries across the world. Now New Zealand has joined the band. Every few weeks, there's another country which makes a demand for starting negotiations on FTA. हमारे पास उतनी bandwidth ही नहीं है मिनिस्ट्री में कि और हम accept कर सके requests. But अच्छी सार्थक चर्चा चल रही है. We never hurry into an FTA because कोई बंदूक रख के FTA कभी negotiate नहीं करना. वो गलती कोरिया, जापान, आसियान में कांग्रेस ने की, इससे आज तक देश भुगत रहे. आपको याद है कांग्रेस के समय RCEP को भी वो करना चाहते थे. That is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, between ASEAN countries, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand and China. ये 15 देश थे और भारत ओरिजिनली नहीं था, कांग्रेस ने हमें झोंक दिया उसमें। 2012 के करीब हमें we joined the RCEP negotiations suo moto and we took such strict conditionalities while joining कि 2019 जून में मैं मंत्री बना कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्री। जब मैंने सब प्रावधान देखे और ध्यान में आया कि आसियान के साथ तो हमारा FTA ऑलरेडी है, जापान कोरिया के साथ ऑलरेडी है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया न्यूजीलैंड जब चाहे कर सकते हैं, ऑस्ट्रेलिया तो अभी हमने कर ही लिया है, न्यूजीलैंड पीछे पड़ा है। तो इफेक्टिवली RCEP would have meant we are doing a free trade agreement with China and that would have been the death knell of manufacturing in India. We would have been finished as a manufacturing nation. सब चाइनीज गुड्स अभी यहाँ पे आए हुए होते हैं, हमारे कपड़े चाइनीज होते, आगे तो गाने भी उस पे ही लिखे जाते, फिर तो जापान और सब आउट हो जाता है। तो मैं मानता हूं कि मोदी जी जब 4 नवंबर 2019 को वहां खड़े हुए थाईलैंड में, बैंकॉक में, और लगभग सबको उम्मीद थी कि नाउ विल अनाउंस दैट वी आर जॉइनिंग RCEP। इमेजिन 15 देशों के राष्ट्र अध्यक्ष या राष्ट्रपति या प्रधानमंत्री सामने बैठे हो, कितनी हिम्मत लगती है बोलने के लिए ये जो करार है ये मेरे देश हित में नहीं है, इससे मैं इसको नहीं ज्वाइन करूंगा। तो कई बार ऑफेंसिव एक्शन, कई बार डिफेंसिव एक्शन, ये दोनों देश को चलाने में करना पड़ता है। WTO में भी भारत बहुत मजबूती के साथ, चाहे वो कृषि हो, एग्रीकल्चर, चाहे वो हमारे मत्स्य उद्योग हो, फिशरीज, दोनों में पूरे विश्व के सामने बड़े मजबूती से खड़ा है, जिससे हमारे मछुआरे, हमारे किसानों को नुकसान ना हो सके। तो इंटरनेशनल नेगोशिएशंस के माध्यम से भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को संभालना भी और बढ़ाना भी, वो दोनों करने का काम भी एक बहुत महत्व रखता है हमारे मंत्रालय के काम में। बाकी कुछ भी अगर देश में कंप्लायंसेस हो, कंप्लायंसेस को सरल करना हो, कानूनों को डिक्रिमिनलाइज करना हो, ये भी दायित्व हमारे ऊपर है। डिक्रिमिनलाइजेशन ऑफ लॉज, जन विश्वास बिल आपने देखा होगा, जन विश्वास एक्ट जो हाल में ही 6-8 महीने पहले पास हुआ। अब हम जन विश्वास 2 पे लगे। आप सबसे भी रिक्वेस्ट है कि बहन अमीषा या नीलेश या नवनीत, किसी को भी अगर आप पहुंचाए आपके सुझाव, क्या कंप्लायंस बर्डन्स कम हो सकते हैं, क्या प्रोसेसेस प्रोसीजर्स सरल हो सकते हैं, कहाँ पे लॉज को डिक्रिमिनलाइज किया जा सकता है। कोई आपके सिर पे बंदूक रख के आपको हैरेस कर रहा है, कोई अफसरशाही आपको तंग कर रही है, तो अवश्य फीडबैक दीजिए, हम उस पर काम करके उसको सरल बनाने का काम कर सकते हैं। तो ऐसे अलग अलग पहलू पे, जिससे ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में भी हम प्रभाव कर सके, ईज ऑफ लिविंग पे भी प्रभाव कर सके, भारत में इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी की ग्रोथ हो, टेक्नोलॉजी बड़े पैमाने पे भारत के उद्योग जगत और हमारे जीवन में आए, उसके लिए भी हम प्रतिबद्ध रहते हैं। आपको ध्यान हो कि नहीं पता नहीं, पर 2014 में भारत में 6000 पैटेंट्स इशू हुए थे। 2023-24 में लास्ट ईयर 1 लाख से अधिक पैटेंट भारत ने इशू किए, 16 गुना ज्यादा पैटेंट्स मात्र 10 वर्ष के अंदर। तो मोदी जी हमें हर बार कहते हैं छोटे लक्ष्य के ऊपर काम नहीं करना, छोटी बातों में उलझना नहीं है, हमें बड़े लक्ष्य लेके बड़ी चीजों को ठीक करना है। छोटी चीजें उसके साथ साथ स्वाभाविक रूप से ठीक होती जाएंगी।
पीयूष जी, आपने जो प्रोफेशनली बात कही वो तो सबको जच रही है, बट इस ऑडियंस में प्रोफेशनल्स भी है, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी है, तो मुझे आपकी इजाज़त हो तो एक पर्सनल बात पूछनी है। आपकी नॉलेज की विड्थ देखिए, मिर्ज़ापुर रिस्क है तो इश्क है, वहाँ से G7 तक, और अगर डेप्थ देखिए तो आपकी दी हुई डेडलाइन में अक्सर मिस कर जाता हूँ, बट मेरे सुझाव पे अगर आपने तुरंत जवाब दिया है हर बार, तो आप किस तरह इस डेप्थ और विड्थ दोनों को मैनेज कर सकते हैं? आप कितनी मेहनत करते हैं और हमें आपसे क्या सीखना चाहिए कि हम भी आपके जितने नहीं बट 10% डेप्थ और विड्थ वाले बन जाए?
That's embarrassing question, but एक चीज जरूर कह सकता हूं कि आप सोचिए, मुझे तो एक छोटे दायरे में ही काम करना है. इमेजिन नरेंद्र मोदी कैसे काम करते होंगे, जो इतने बड़े देश की छोटी सी छोटी चीज पे उनकी नजर रहती है. और उनसे भी हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा है. मैं आई कैन शेयर विद यू कि कई छोटी छोटी चीजें जब वो अपने हमें हमारी कोई मीटिंग में कुछ गाइडेंस देते हैं, कुछ एक कमेंट करते हैं, कुछ बात हमारे समक्ष रखते हैं, तो उनकी बताई हुई बातों से हम कितनी सारी चीजें सीखते हैं. मैं एक उदाहरण से आपको बताना चाहूंगा और फिर अपने ऊपर आऊंगा. जब कोयले के ऑक्शन हो रहे थे, 2014-15 की बात है, फर्स्ट वीक मार्च की ये बात है. मैं उनके पास गया था, उनके घर पे गया था कि कोयले की ऑक्शंस का प्रोग्रेस बताने. और मैं प्रोग्रेस बता के उठ ही रहा था तो प्रधानमंत्री जी मुझे पूछते हैं कि एलईडी बल्ब कितने बिक गए हैं. याद है आपको, मैंने 5 जनवरी 2015 को एलईडी बल्ब्स का प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया था. और वो एक प्रोग्राम आज विश्व में भारत की पहचान बन गया. वी आर द वर्ल्ड्स लीडर इन एलईडी टेक्नोलॉजी. हमारे यहाँ जितने एलईडी लाइटिंग है और किधर नहीं है दुनिया. और हमारे यहाँ फास्टेस्ट एब्जॉर्प्शन हुआ. और मेरा मानना है कम से कम 1 लाख करोड़ के बिल्स हम सबके घरों के, ऑफिसेस के, स्ट्रीट लाइट्स के, 1 लाख करोड़ के बिल. उस समय 14-15 में मेरा अनुमान था 40,000. आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में जितना वाइड स्प्रेड ये यूज हो रहे हैं, 1 लाख करोड़ के बिल एक छोटे प्रोजेक्ट से बचे हैं देश के. सालाना, एवरी ईयर 1 लाख करोड़. पूछे मुझे कितने एलईडी बल्ब बिके हैं. मैं चौंका गया एकदम. मैं तैयार भी नहीं करके आया था. मैं कहा मुझे साहब याद नहीं है, मैं चेक करके आपको फिगर भेजता हूं. बोले बैठो. और मुझे उन्होंने कहा कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट जब आप हाथ में लेते हो तो उस पर जब तक आप निगरानी नहीं रखोगे, क्लोज मॉनिटरिंग नहीं करोगे और लोगों को जवाबदेही नहीं बनाओगे, पुट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, होल्ड पीपल अकाउंटेबल, तो मॉनिटरिंग एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी हम सब अपने अपने बिजनेस में तो करते ही हैं. हम सब बिजनेस स्कूल में सीखते हैं. लेकिन सरकार के काम में मॉनिटरिंग एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी लाना, इनोवेटिव फाइनेंसिंग मॉडल्स का इस्तेमाल करना, या ट्रांसपेरेंसी और टेक्नोलॉजी को प्राथमिकता देना कि कैसे हम भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त व्यवस्थाएं बनाएं, कैसे देश की संपत्ति को सिर्फ ट्रांसपेरेंट ऑक्शंस या रिवर्स बिडिंग के माध्यम से बाहर दें, किस प्रकार से गरीब व्यक्ति को पहले उठाएं. क्योंकि समाज में अगर हर एक व्यक्ति की रोजमर्रा की जरूरतें पूरी हो जाएं, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, बिजली, सड़क, पानी, स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी, अगर ये सब 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को सुनिश्चित मिलने लग जाए तो 140 करोड़ देशवासी बड़ी आशा और उमंग, बड़ी छलांग के ऊपर लग जाएंगे, बड़े सपने देखेंगे और उन सपनों को हासिल करने के लिए मेहनत करने लगेंगे. ये मोदी जी की एक प्रकार से विजन इस देश के लिए. और मैं समझता हूं कि ये हम सबको भी प्रोत्साहित करती है कि हम भी और काम करें. सर्टेनली बीइंग अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एंड विद अ लॉ बैकग्राउंड, बहुत मदद होती है कि वन कैन वेरी इजीली ट्राई टू इन अ वे totally understand or connect the dots of what is happening. And I think it was Steve Jobs who first raised the point about connecting the dots. Everything in life is about connecting the dots. What will be the impact of every single project or every single work that you do on a variety of people or a variety of subjects. So LED lighting is not about just replacing the old tungsten iron bulb or the traditional lattu they used to call it, I think, right? Incandescent bulbs. Just, it's not about replacing it with an LED bulb. Look at the multi-dimensional impact. It increases the illumination. You use 1/10 the electricity. जहाँ पे 100 वॉट का बल्ब इस्तेमाल होता था, वहाँ 8 वॉट या 12 वॉट के बल्ब से उससे ज़्यादा आपको लुमिनेशन मिल सकती है. जितनी बिजली कम खपत होगी, और साधारणतः बिजली ज़्यादा शाम के पीक आवर्स में खर्च होती है. पीक आवर लोड कम होगा तो ग्रिड मैनेजमेंट बेटर होगा. जितनी बिजली कम इस्तेमाल होगी तो नए पावर प्लांट्स कम लगेंगे. अब एनर्जी कंपनीज में इन्वेस्टमेंट मत कम कर देना, उनका भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल है. वी आर द ओनली कंट्री विद 6 to 8% ग्रोथ इन द एनर्जी सेक्टर.
अब एक सेकंड टू इंटरजेक्ट, आपसे मिलते थे. वी हैव बीन वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट इन्वेस्टर्स इन सम ऑफ दोस कंपनीज व्हिच वी हैव डिस्कस्ड इन द लाइक्स ऑफ एनटीपीसी एंड
आपका इंपोर्टेड कोल की रिक्वायरमेंट कम होगी, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज बचेगा, और सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ आपकी जितना इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंजम्पशन कम होती है देश में, उतना ज्यादा सस्टेनेबिलिटी बढ़ती है. तो एक मल्टी डायमेंशनल थिंकिंग, ऑफ कोर्स यूजर्स के इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल तो सबसे बड़ा लाभ है, जो 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए यूजर्स के बचते. तो ये मल्टी डायमेंशनल थिंकिंग helps you start looking at everything vertically and horizontally, so that whatever you are doing, you are always looking 3 or 4 steps ahead कि इसका impact क्या होगा, and if you don't do it, उसका नुकसान क्या होगा. So I think it comes gradually once you are. आप लोग यही तो करते हो, आपकी स्टॉक मार्केट में कैसे रिटर्न्स देते हो इन्वेस्टर को. आप भी बैलेंस शीट का तिया पांचा करते हो, प्रमोटर को स्कैन करते हो एक्सरे की तरह. तो हमारा, हम वही काम सरकार में करते हैं आप लोगों के लिए. थैंक यू.
We would like to open the floor for one question from audience or max 2. Can somebody quickly go with the mic? Or you just get up on your place? Anyone from audience wants to take one question? Sure. उनको mic देंगे?
ऐसे ही पूछ लो भाई. Sure. I'll just respond to that. What the other gentleman wants to ask?
Domestic life, but we need lot more energy for, because India has just started scratching the surface on the data centers and data. So for us, this is the one of the best things, because we are talking about huge energy consumption as we are looking towards being the. So this is an excellent step which I would like to say, sir.
Thank you. That's very nice of you to say that. Incidentally, we are focused on expanding renewable energy in a big way.
Yes.
We are having other sources of energy also come in. But nuclear power, solar, wind, we just approved our offshore wind project as a pilot. Our plan is that by 2030, our renewable energy capacity will become 500 megawatt, 500 gigawatt, 5 lakh megawatt.
Right,
so it's a really big transformational journey that the country has embarked on. As far as the middle class is concerned, I think we are too much focused on the direct tax and the 16,000-17,000 rupees saving के कम है या ये salary class को ज़्यादा है बाकियों को कम है. I think middle class का जो जीवन है उसको एक पूरे परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखना पड़ेगा. आखिर ये सब infrastructure investment क्या ये middle class के business opportunities, job opportunities, incomes, ease of living उसमें impact नहीं करेगा? क्या जब 4 करोड़ लोगों को नौकरियों के लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव दिए जाएंगे, एग्रीगेटिंग टू 2 लाख करोड़। उसमें मिडिल क्लास के बच्चों को उसका लाभ नहीं होगा। जब देश में अर्थव्यवस्था आगे बढ़ेगी, तेज गति से बढ़ेगी, महंगाई को नियंत्रण में रख पाएंगे, और वो तभी रख पाएंगे अगर फिस्कल डेफिसिट भी जल्द से जल्द हम और कम कर सके, जब अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो। तो मिडिल क्लास की लाइफ में एक मल्टी डायमेंशनल तरीके से हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। जो 1 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त में घर शहरों में और 3 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त में घर गांव में, 4 करोड़ लोगों को घर मिलेगा। जिनको घर मिलेगा उनका भी लाभ होगा, लेकिन बाकी लोग जो उस घर बनाने में कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे थ्रू इंक्रीज ट्रेड, थ्रू इंक्रीज बिजनेस, थ्रू इंक्रीज डिमांड फॉर गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज, थ्रू इंक्रीज इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी, उसका भी इम्पैक्ट मिडिल क्लास की इनकम्स पे और जीवन पे स्वाभाविक रूप से होगा। तो आई थिंक वन विल हैव टू लुक, ये एलईडी का मैंने एग्जांपल दिया कि इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ मिडिल क्लास को होगा जिनकी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंजम्पशन घटेगी। और दूसरा आपको कंटिन्यूएशन में देखना पड़ेगा। 2014 से आज तक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ये भी कर सकते थे कि 3-4 साल कुछ मत हो, इलेक्शन ईयर में एक बड़ा तोहफे के रूप में, रादर देन दैट आप देखोगे हर बजट में थोड़ा इनकम टैक्स में वी बीन वेजिंग द इनकम टैक्स रेट्स और द कंसेशंस or the simplification continuously. Even a simple thing like tax refund, where earlier it could take up to about 90 days or if not more, sometimes even longer. Chartered accountants को आपको involve भी करना पड़ता था। मुझे लगता है dangerous territory में जा रहा हूँ, CAs नाराज हो जाएंगे। But I think you'll have to look at it on a holistic perspective.
Minister sir, one question. I'm Yash Jain from CNBC TV 18. Just wanted to ask you, since okay.
Sir, I would like to also thank Nirmala ma'am, because the best thing I think, because I am from a HR profession, I am into headhunting, staffing for some of the biggest companies in India. I was thinking for a long time that incentivizing the basic, you can say, who are taking up the initial load of employing the youths and the new resources. This is one of the best,
I think you must recognize what the budget has done is they're trying to make 4 crore people employable. One of the biggest complaints we often had is that degree ho gayi, but he's not yet employable. He's not got the skill sets to be able to do his work. This budget has allocated 2 lakh crores in the next 5 years to try and make 4 crore people employable, get skills. And by using or involving the private sector, the top 500 companies of the country, allowing them to use their CSR and further giving a government budgetary support, the effort is how can more and more young men and women get some experience which makes them employable. And I think today the gap between employability and employment opportunity is the one we have to bridge. Otherwise, a lot of companies come to us and say, हमें लोग नहीं मिलते। कई जगह पे, L&T the other day said 45,000 people he requires in his infrastructure company. When I met Mr. Subramaniam, he said, not only 45,000, I want another 25,000 for my IT company. Tirupur garment manufacturers are all the time telling me, कि we have a huge shortage, आप 50,000 लोग कल भेज दो, उनको हम skill भी देंगे और job भी देंगे। तो आज देश में इसकी बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है। हमारे एरिया में कांदिवली बोरिवली में somebody started a center to give a short course in financial engineering to young boys, and I'm told कि जितने लोग उस course को करते हैं, they are straight away picked up by one of the brokerages or one of the finance companies. So this country really is looking for employable young men and women. That's what we are trying to promote. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our guest of honor today, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Thank you so very much for taking the time out of your very busy schedule and attending today. And I would request you all to please stay stage. We would just would like to present you with a small token of our appreciation. If we could just present you with a small token and to Mr. Piyush Goyal. All right. And I would like to request Mr. Ajay Sharma, CEO Corporate Advisory, PL Investment Banking, to give a quick vote of thanks.
This was truly and indeed a very, very inspiring speech and discussion that Shri Piyush Goyal ji has given to us. In this vote of thanks, I had mentioned a $5 trillion economy, so I'm changing that to now $35 trillion. So anyway, on behalf of everyone at PL Capital, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Shri Piyush Goyal ji for his insightful and inspiring speech today. Well, sir is not here, but he has indeed provided us with invaluable insights into the current and future commerce and trade in India. As India progresses its transformational journey towards a $30 trillion economy, we at PL Capital are excited to be a part of this transformative journey, and we are eager to contribute to the nation's economic development. I would like to thank our distinguished guests, clients, employees, partners for joining us on this momentous occasion of PL Capital celebrating its 80th year of excellence. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for those kind words. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of Waqt Humara Hai, India's Golden Decade event. I thank you all for being a part of this very special celebration. But I will request in the audience, the employees and the partners to please stay back because we've got a very exciting, jam-packed second half lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. We will have the Prabhudas Lilladher Game Changers Awards 2024. So do stay tuned for that because over the last 5 hours, we've certainly enjoyed the rich tapestry of celebration, deep insights, great panel discussions, and inspiring moments as the Prabhudas Lilladher Group strides into the future. I would also like to take a moment then to thank our partner, Enser Communications Limited, an emerging player in the business process management industry. It provides cutting-edge technologies and solutions designed to enhance customer experiences and drive operational excellence. I also want to take a moment to thank our other sponsors, ICICI Prudential, as well as Wealth Bridge. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we get right back to our seats because we have the second half of the show that is still lined up for you. So I request the partners and the employees, this is going to be super fun. We're going to be doling out all of the awards, so do sit back. As we're celebrating today's event, a series of noteworthy platforms to showcase what the group stands for. All right, and on stage today, we have the top management of Prabhudas Lilladher to guide you through the products and offerings of this integrated financial services powerhouse. From building multi-asset wealth solutions platforms to innovative PMS, they will help you to understand how you can leverage the power of Prabhudas Lilladher. First up, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Sandeep Raichurya, Executive Director, CEO, Retail and Distribution. Mr. Raichurya has over 25 years of experience in the financial services industry. He has garnered valuable experience through broking, distribution, wealth, and research. Mr. Raichurya, please take it forward.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for being patient. I had prepared a long speech about the front row audiences, but right now we seem to be missing some of them. I'll take about 10 minutes. Piyush ji ne, he mentioned 2 or 3 things which sort of appealed to me, and I'll touch upon these over the next 10-15 minutes or so. The idea that I have today is to present to you how Prabhudas Lilladher can aid our partners, and our employees in reaching the scale and magnitude that is truly deserving of somebody who carries the PL brand. Yeah. Who's managing the site? Is this the one? All right, I think everybody in this room will agree that when it comes to equity research, Prabhudas Lilladher has laid a benchmark that is very, very difficult to beat. My compliance head has told me not to mention the word the best, but I'm sure most of you agree that when it comes to equity research, even over the last 1 year or so, whether it's do-it-yourself investors who were given access to any of our astounding ranges of research or things like the market beat report, which sort of talks about stories 2-3 years ahead of these stories maturing. These have been received very well. The performances, I think most of you are aware, if you've been investing on our advice, that these have been fantastic performances. Our PMS that was launched on June 12th of 2023 has had a stellar year, and today is a force to reckon with in the portfolio management service industry, with a return of close to 72% at half the volatility of the headline indices. This is a product that we all look forward to becoming a true hallmark of what performance and fund management is all about. For people who are very selective and discerning about what they wish to invest in, we unveiled a large amount of very, very unique ideas through our unlisted desks. If some of you have been listening closely to us, you would have realized that we brought on board stocks like Orbis, which was the first of its kind. I think most investors in India had not heard about this stock. Or when it comes to preferential placements, we brought about deals in sectors and themes that the industry was not aware of, and therefore clients would have benefited. However, all of this is just clickety-clack. And what I mean by that is that by pressing F1 and F2, we are possibly appealing to only 4.5% of the industry. There's a large range, almost close to 95% of India's financial wealth, which is currently invested by the masses in areas which have nothing to do with equities directly. I don't know if many of you know, but roughly about 30% of India's wealth is in the middle bulge, so what we call the affluent and the emerging affluent. In our language, basically, 10 lakh say typically 10 crore. That is the middle bulge, and there's about 4.5 crore Indian households, which equates to about 25 crore people in India who belong to this bracket, and growing at about 15% per annum. This market, as Piyushji of course referred to in many different ways, is what is going to lead us to the $30 trillion economy as they save and invest in the right instruments, which then flows to India's manufacturing and services sector, and of course exports. The one thing that I'd like to appeal to all the partners and employees here is a simple thing. When we are discussing things with a client or investments with a client, we are typically talking in terms of F&O trading or unlisted investing and so on and so forth. But the clients don't talk that language. The clients have deep desires and needs, and these needs could be at a purely physiological level, or these could be at a psychological level. I know there's a lot of chaos here, but whoever can hear me right now, my request and my sincere request, and like Piyushji said, if you are in this project, and the project that we have is managing the wealth of customers for the next 2 or 3 generations, if we are in this project, our responsibility is to assess what we are doing for each customer in terms of the levels of needs and how it is that we can cater to mainly their 3 primary objectives, which is, does my financial advisor have competence across products? Does he understand what I am out and investing and saving for? And is he committed to my interests, or is he going to talk about transactions with me? The minute we make that mental mind shift is when our futures change. These are not statistics, but I wanted to bring this data out just to show you that a person like Goldman Sachs, the greatest possibly global institution there is, as recently as 5 months ago, did an exhaustive survey of quite a few supra-institutional and super-institutional respondents who all selected, of course, India as the place that they want to be. The domestic investors have already expressed their confidence. I don't know if many of you know, but in about 3 years' time, I've written 6 years there to sort of make the impact, but in 3 years' time, the mutual fund assets invested in by domestic investors will be about 4 times larger than what they have in stock markets. So not only are we catering to less than 5% of Indian audiences, we are possibly as brokers, if we are going to be stockbrokers, catering to less than 20% of an investor's basket 3 years from now, investor's basket in equities. That is how small the F1, F2 operation that we have currently will become in 3 years. The other thing I wanted to point out, the equity industry today in terms of revenues, and it's coming on the next slide, but I'm sort of going ahead of line, is just a 30,000 crore revenue industry. And we have challenges like what happens when discount brokers come in and regulators are doing this and doing that. But the fact of the matter is, Indians are investing left, right, and center into asset classes and products where the average cost to the customer is 2.5% per annum, and customers are typically willing to pay 20%. If the customers are investing such large sums of money, 70% of India's savings are not going through equities or equity brokers. They are going into other asset classes which come at 10 times the cost of equities. Why should we worry about discount broking if we've got our sights right on what it is that we've set out to do? Some of you might say, boss, ye mera kaam nahi hai. There's wealth management and there's discount broking, etc. But if you're truly advising the customer on his 360-degree needs, this is the kind of levels you'll see in your business. So I took this chart from one of the publications on wealth management, and it says that 2 things. So there are 2 things. Last year, the commission earned by distributors on their MF, PMS, and AIF business was 1.5 times the commissions earned by all the brokers put together in this country. And imagine if at a speed of 35%, if these asset industries grow, where would the equity broking industry be 3 years down the line? It would possibly be a good industry to be in, a good ROE industry, but if it's not catering to the entire spectrum of the client needs, possibly an irrelevant industry for some customers as far as we are concerned. So as I'm saying, there's life beyond. So I mean, typically, for those of you, and there are quite a few financial advisors who were brokers with us earlier and today run massive wealth management outfits, and there are some of them present here right now with assets in excess of 15,000 crores. This journey is a very easy journey, provided we are willing to change our mindset, our focus around the F1, F2 business, and actually think, look back. And as Piyushji said, when we are engaging with the customer, are we connecting the dots? Are we selling him what we want to sell, or is it what the customer wants? The day we do that mental transition, we would be rapidly on our way to becoming what is called a wealth advisor. And Prabhudas Lilladher has the entire platform set up for you. Today we have options for investors across all kinds of customer needs, whether it's growth, protection, fixed income, or international investing. I put this slide first because the minute you talk about insurance, people say insurance bechna hai. But the fact is, India is underinsured. People who come to you and say, mere paas insurance hai, please spend some more time understanding not what he has invested into, but what his goals, objectives, needs are, vis-a-vis that, where he is today, and you'll be surprised, 75% of the time, you'll find pockets of risk for the customer. And we've got to educate customers. We are not here to sell insurance to you. We are here to help you, help your future generations get what I call a love letter. What I mean by that, in all sincerity, is that an insurance policy is the only way possible, apart from a will maybe, that you are actually expressing true love for your future generations and assets. Think of it like that, or if you've got a better way of putting it, please do let me know because I'd love to hear it. On the growth solutions, of course, we are very, very good in equities, but apart from that, we've got a lot of other products on our platform. I don't know if many of you know, the unlisted universe in India generates more than half the profitability of this country. And we've got a desk which is focused on bringing you some of the best ideas. Alternative assets and unlisted assets are not just an Indian phenomenon. Globally, the largest pension funds are increasingly moving into what is called the unlisted space. We've got it all, about 6 or 7 different instruments that help you cater to this need of a customer. Of course, we've got fixed income. We've got all the products, whether you want managed products, simple deposit products. The only thing I wanted to bring out here was that if you're a true Blue Modi fan, And if you believe that India is going to do very well in the future in terms of all the projects that we have set up on, whether it's related to infrastructure, defense, etc., you will know that there are 60 lakh units in India, with about 1.5 lakh of them above 1,000 crore turnover. These units, when they need money to develop their own manufacturing practices, but are not able to borrow from banks, they enter through what is called the performing credit AIFs. I don't know if you've learned what this space is all about. This is one of the safest spaces and the largest international investing avenue for HNIs and trusts. If you've not engaged with us earlier, remember that you're letting go of an avenue that is going to build India of the future. How it is going to happen, when we engage, we're going to talk about it. In summary, you have to become a new you, because if you look at life beyond equities, the rest of the 95% of the pie, you'll realize that there's a lot of benefit in that in terms of annuity incomes accruing to you, in terms of post-sales servicing reducing, and most importantly, it gives expertise of an outsider in new areas which otherwise you would not have exposed customers to. So my firm request, please look at these areas very, very carefully. The regulators also very, very interested in making sure that each of us as intermediaries out there are doing enough to build a very safe and prosperous India. I think the regulators have been very active in bringing out regulations. The one thing that they are not able to do, except bringing out regulations that control the industry, is our own attitude. Do we want to help ourselves by getting the necessary learning in place? The rest of the 95% of the industry is an easy space to cater to, but do we actually want to spend, or are we actually spending the time required to be at least half the way to becoming an expert in this space? I think this is a very simple example, but a trivial example, but powerful nevertheless. If every person sitting in this room got an investor to just invest 10,000 rupees per annum, per month, for the next 10 years, it equates at 1%, it equates to a 25,000 rupee commission for you in the 10th year. Now the question is, how many of these 25,000s do you wish to build? Because the opportunity is there. There's 21,000 crores of fund flows happening, which I'm sure will soon become 50,000 crores. Are you participating in this story and building your own future apart from the customer's future? Finally, thoda gyan hai, but please pardon me for that, but I thought I should bring this out. When we think about our business today, our focus is primarily on equity. This is not the itty I'm talking about. If you go to any of the dictionaries, you will find that itty means what is the state of mind of this person, this human being. When he is out playing sport, when he's doing his business, what approach does he have towards his life? My short take on this is that as financial advisors, these are the three itties we should be focused on. Meaning, are we planning business with acuity? Acuity in simple terms means durdrishti or long foresightedness. However, having milestones on a minute-to-minute basis. Foresightedness does not mean that you're blind to what happens tomorrow morning and tonight. You have to have your milestones in place, but you have a vision of yourself and your customers 10 years down the line, and you're building towards that. Perpetuity. When you are approaching your customers, is it tomorrow, day after tomorrow, next year, hope that the customer stays with you if you make an enormous profit? Is that your hope? Or are you looking at actually catering to the customer's entire life cycle needs, of his family's needs, with the entire spectrum of products, so that these relationships are perpetual? Think about it. And finally, if you do these well, you will achieve what is the pinnacle of wealth management, which is earning annuity incomes. If you have built a base of annuity incomes, you've truly emerged a solid financial advisor. That's it from me. I just want to leave a few thoughts for you. Thank you so much for being so patient. Vikas, can I call you on board?
Mr. Raicharya, thank you so very much for giving us those insights. Getting a move on, let's welcome on board our next speaker, Vikas Ved. He's the Chief Business Officer of Prabhudas Lilladher's franchisee business and has over 20 years of experience. He's going to give you the blueprint for building a solid business plan. Over to you, Mr. Ved.
Thank you. So my topic is building the business, building the blueprint for the business plan. And I'm going to explain you how is business development done and who will help you to do it. Can I go to somebody's presentation for me? Who's managing the presentation for me? Okay. Okay. So the PLBD team, that is the business development team, are the people who will help you build your business. And business development is all about these core things. That is, first of all, learning the products, which will give you the confidence to create the awareness amongst your clients, and then engage with clients by meeting them and continuously talking about your services and value addition. So the PLBD team that helps you do this is a team of 5 people at head office, as well as 15 regional people all across India. Their main purpose is to help you train on the products, connect you with the experts, help you plan events, and do the training. So one of the initiatives is PL Prime, which is an initiative which we've done, where we do such similar meetings, where couple of, just 2 hours, we showcase our products, short-term fixed income products amongst 20, 25 clients. And we do this each fortnight to generate what is called as leads, which will help you get business. It's a very potent initiative, and this is some of the glimpses of the events that we've done. This can also be done online through webinars, where typically a 1-hour session can be used to invite all your clients, prospects, and focused topics can be showcased, which can help create more connect with your customers. Physical meetings, of course, where you meet your clients. Also have prefixed meetings through calendars and travel plans. Also, you can use PL teams to help you do that. Some of the glimpses of such meetings. So learning, this is the second part where it's very important to be certified through the NISM courses. You can take our help in understanding which courses you would like to learn, and we can help you certify for them. Constant training and learning is a critical, successful component in the evolving market that you are in. Finally, we've got our Partner Connect magazines. This is a magazine where we've put all our products and literature, which can help you be updated of all the current events. So finally, your promise is that you would at least do 2 meetings a day, and that should be productive. Not engage in trading activities, but actually outsource your time outsource this to a dealer and engage your time in meeting customers or learning products, get certified, always remain fully compliant, and have a target of at least 5 years where you will go to a different league. So these are some of my tips for increasing your business. Thank you so much. I will request Shashank to join us now.
So hello everybody. I know it's very difficult late afternoon. I'm Shashank Pal. I'm the Chief Business Officer, Wealth and Investment Products for Prabhudas Lilladher. Since the onus is on me to introduce myself, I come with about 32 years of experience in financial services industry. And for last 8 months, I'm privileged to be part of PL family. So here we go. I look after the wealth management business. I think we have spoken enough about who we are. The whole day is about that. I'll skip this. Of course, Amisha ma'am, who doesn't know, she is our guiding spirit. What do we do at wealth management here in PL? Who do we serve? We provide services and cater to the financial needs of ultra high net worth individuals, high net worth individuals, family offices, corporates, and of course, we include NRIs in this also. And how do we do it? We do in terms of investment management, asset allocation, financial planning, global diversifications, research expertise, and due diligence. Now here I'll emphasize on 2-3 things. One, which is of late very, very critical, is the asset allocation piece. Normally when we are talking about equity throughout day in, day out, we forget that there are so many other asset classes which are very, very required for a balanced, optimal portfolio risk. So that is what we do. That is what we do in terms of guiding, handholding, assessing to our partners, to our clients in terms of asset allocation. And also, there has been a considerable interest in global diversification. So in terms of investing globally in different platforms, in different markets, we have the opportunity to provide those services to you also. And in terms of research expertise, 80 years of legacy with such a big team, where institutional investors, not only in India, but FIs also, they swear by the quality and dependability of the research that we provide. I'm sure that is something you can count on strongly. If I ask one question, whether it was easier to invest 5-10 years back or today, what did you say? What was easier? Taking an investment decision or investing in the markets or choosing an asset class? Was it easier 10 years back or today? But on the contrary, it is not today, because 10 years back, the number of options, securities were limited. Today, the number of products and opportunities that we have in market is humongous. I would say it is more difficult today because of the opportunities and options that we have. So we do the due diligence on behalf of you, on behalf of the client, in terms of deciding which products are suitable for you to look at in terms of taking an investment decision. So due diligence, equity research, global expertise, global experience, and of course, asset allocation would be key focus here. How do we go about the recommendation process? We do personal consulting by way of active listening. We quantify the objectives, whether it is a global planning or it is in terms of moving certain part of asset allocation to a different new category, or in terms of understanding the client's risk appetite by way of questions and surveys. In terms of life stage analysis, whether the investor or the recipient of the beneficiary of that investment, he is at what life stage, what age group. He's in an accumulative stage, he's a distribution stage, or he's going to, he has made all the accumulation, now he wants to live off that investment. That is also very important. What is the time horizon available for him to invest and not touch upon the investment? And of course, we collaborate in terms of all these aspects of exercise and guide him to an optimal portfolio. And to that, the 5 steps in that strategy. So we ascertain the risk profile. Diversification analysis is done by us to eliminate the underperformers, because many times removing the dud from the portfolio actually enhances your portfolio. It is a different thing to go for the winners, but it is also important to remove the losers from the portfolio. So we do a portfolio rebalancing based on those diversification analysis, and then we make our final recommendation. This is the team. I'm sure you know each of them now. What are the products, by and large, we handle or we manage or we provide? So we have mutual funds, which includes equity and debt. insurance, life and general. Of course, health comes within general. PMS and AIF, both PLPMS, which is Aqua, flagship and MADP, and all or most third-party PMS products, which are doing pretty well in the industry. Structured products and market-linked debentures. Corporate FDs and bonds, which includes NCDs, also gold bonds, plus sovereign gold bonds. Pre-IPO and unlisted shares, and of course, global investing platform. So you can see in terms of the spread of the product, it's a very, very wide basket. In fact, on a continuously basis, we are scanning the marketplace, scanning the environment in terms of onboarding product into our basket if we find it worthwhile. And it is something that you can rely on in terms of due diligence, in terms of risk assessment. So why we provide? Because there are more than 3,000 mutual fund schemes in the industry. So for an investor or for a partner to keep track and kind of scan to suggest a good, suitable, matching mutual fund scheme, you leave it to us, whether it is equity side or on the debt side. And similarly, in the insurance, there are so many insurance companies, whether it is life, whether it is general, or within general, whether it is house, fire, motor vehicle, or health. So we curate the products. We find your risk appetite or the investor's risk appetite, understand your requirements and risk-taking ability, and match products accordingly, and provide you the solution. In PMS and AIF also, we come out every month newsletter that is, I'm sure, is circulated to all of you, whether in terms of PMS or AIF, what the industry is having, what are the trends, what are the performing PMS schemes under different categories, what are the various AIFs available in category 1, 2, and 3, and how we should look at each of them with a pinch of salt in terms of risk, return, appetite that you have. And of course, structured products and MLD. This is something, the participation has been very encouraging. We keep on having onboarding similar products on our board in our investment basket on an ongoing basis. Corporate FDs and bonds, NCDs, gold bonds. I'm sure all of you are aware about how the gold has been having a bull run for last almost a year. The kind of returns that has provided in the last 1 year exceeds about 25 to 26%. So a lot of people who were earlier not very keen to invest in gold are looking at gold as an attractive investment proposition. But whether you should invest now with next 1-2 years view or not, that is something you should meet us in person and we can discuss that. Pre-IPO and unlisted shares, I think there's the kind of returns, the kind of mandates we have been getting in this segment has been humongous. The kind of returns some of you have got, some of your investors have got, has been absolutely unbelievable. And because of probably 10 mandates that we get, we decide to take 2 or 3. That is the kind of due diligence our investment banking team does before we finally onboard those mandates or onboard those products. So investors whose appetite matches the kind of risk profile that these products are would be simply outstanding. And this needs to be talked in detail to your investors. And before that, we must talk at length. Whenever you are free, you must connect with us to dig deeper into this. We have global investing platform, and we have dollar-denominated returns. Because almost all of you have some NRI clients or many NRI clients who are looking always for opportunity to invest in Indian markets in different asset classes, and which can be very cumbersome considering the KYC and FATCA and various other requirements apart from the taxation. So we do that as well for you on behalf of your clients. So this demonstrates the risk-return spectrum. So we have low risk, low return, sovereign gold bonds. Then higher up goes corporate FDs and bonds, NCD gold bonds, debt mutual funds, structured products, MLD, dollar-denominated products, equity mutual funds, global investing platform, PMS and AIF, and the top end of the risk-return profile we have pre-IPO and unlisted shares. And I'm sure most of you would be associating PL so far with our traditional investment business which is broking. We are much more than broking. We have been doing this for a long time, but we are doing it even more aggressively as of today. That brings us to the close of this. These are the connects in my team. You can reach out to us for any inquiries, queries, understanding, or just a cup of coffee. But before I close, I have just a small anecdote to share. So in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 14, there are 3 gunas mentioned: tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic. So in equity investment, if I make, use this example, so passive investing is tamasic, active investing is rajasic, and quantitative investing, which is our Aqua PMS, is sattvic. So with that, thank you so very much.
All right, thank you so very much for that. I guess we did definitely get deeper insights into how the business really works at the Prabhudas Lilladher Group. But before we have our Prabhudas Lilladher Game Changer Awards, we have a guest who is joining in, and I believe that he will be here in a very short while. So why don't I get straight to the introduction then. Right. So we will be having our Game Changer Awards after that. That's going to be a night that will be dedicated to celebrating the outstanding achievements, the unwavering dedication of the employees, the franchisee partners, the IFAs, and it's basically in honor of those who have made significant contributions to the business and the culture of the Prabhudas Lilladher Group. In fact, this has been a very thorough process that we've embarked on to identify all the awardees this year. It's a dedicated award that will be taking place for research, for recognition, and a committee that has been meticulously evaluated for each nomination to ensure fair and comprehensive assessment of all of the contributions and all of the achievements. In fact, a very rigorous application and evaluation process covering all the aspects of the business, ensuring that every nominee was judged objectively and on their merits. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to request everyone who's standing right at the back there, please, and even sitting in the middle, can you make your way to the front, please? All of this is empty. We will be having with us our chief guest of the evening, Mr. Sundaraman Ramamurthy, the MD and the CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchange. And I would like to request everyone who's standing at the back over there, who's clustered over there, please make your way to the front, even these people who are sitting. Please make your way to the front rows because we will be having our chief guest and we would like the front rows please to be occupied. Can everyone get up please from the back and make your way towards the front? There are a lot of seats available, a lot of tables as well that you can sit and fill up front. We've got 3 rows right here. Get a ringside view of all that's happening on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we are looking to create at Prabhudas Lilladher a culture of appreciation and pushing employees to create a culture of excellence, we thought that it was apt to launch the Prabhudas Lilladher Game Changers Award, and that is going to take place in a very short while from now. I encourage everyone who's at the back, please make your way up front. It'll also be easier for you to come up on stage to receive your award, so please do come up front and occupy the 3 seats up front, the rows up front. right, while we wait for our chief guest of the evening, let us take a look at the AVs, some congratulatory messages from the top honchos of corporate India. Take a look.
Congratulations to the Prabhudas Lilladher Group on its 80th anniversary. It is a matter of great pride for the country that a BFSI company has been diligently guiding the financial sector of India for the last 8 decades. A very hearty congratulations once again to the Prabhudas Lilladher Group from BML family.
My heartiest congratulations to the Prabhudas Lilladher Group on celebrating its 80th anniversary. 8 decades of trust and transparency are a true testament of your enduring legacy. This milestone not only honors the group's resilience, but also shows its profound impact on the banking and financial services industry. It's truly inspiring to see a firm from the pre-independence era continue to thrive and lead by example in today's dynamic financial landscape. Let me wish the group the very best for the future, and may you have another 100 years ahead where you will continue to gain more and more success. All the best to you.
It is my privilege to extend heartiest congratulations to the Prabhudas Lilladher Group on behalf of the entire team here at NSC. Prabhudas Lilladher has been one of our oldest members. They started on NSC way back in 1994 and participated not just in the equity space but also in the WDM as we know it at that point in time. Over the years, from just being a standalone brokerage firm, they've become a one-stop shop for all financial services. It's a pleasure really to be seeing their growth over a period of time and for them to be such an important contributor in this entire ecosystem. Prabhudas Lilladher Group today is a wonderful example of how entities from India, the homegrown entities, have gone on to make a name for themselves. I once again take this opportunity to wish the entire team at Prabhudas Lilladher all the very best. Heartiest congratulations from Team NSC, and we hope to see you go from strength to strength, from 80 onwards, all the way to the next 20 and thereafter. Thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations to Prabhudas Lilladher on the occasion of the 80th Jubilee. Wow, what a milestone. Serving so many clients, corporates, and the Indian economy. Want to wish all of you all the very best as you grow along with India's economic change to a $5 trillion economy in the next 5 years. All the best.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those were some congratulatory messages from the NSC members as well as from some of the top honchos of corporate India and the macroeconomic world. Let's welcome on board then our chief guest for the evening. And we have Mr. Sundaraman Ramamurthy, MD and CEO at the Bombay Stock Exchange or BSE with us here today. He's been responsible for significant transformation in the Indian capital markets for over 4 decades now. In fact, he has seen the securities market from very close quarters, and at the Bombay Stock Exchange, he has taken big strides with renewed F&O contracts and technological innovations. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage the keynote speech from Mr. Sundaram Ramamurthy, MD and CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchange. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the chief guest for the evening, Mr. Sundaram Ramamurthy, will still be a short while. He is currently interacting with the top management of the Prabhudas Lilladher Group over some refreshments. But in the meantime, I'd like to welcome on stage Samir Satyam, Director Business Development and AIF at Prabhudas Lilladher Group. He's an accomplished finance professional with over 25 years of experience in investments and lending. And this spans across promoter financing, special situations funding, as well as alternate investments at Prabhudas Lilladher. He's also spearheading the launch of the Alternative Investment Fund. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Samir Satyam.
A very good afternoon, everybody. On this 80th year celebration, I am really delighted to share with all of you here that we at PL, Prabhudas Lilladher, has successfully filed our application to SEBI to launch our Alternative Investment Fund, that is PL Capital Performing Credit Fund, a CAT2 AIF. Can you just help me with this? It's not working. I think the presentation, there's some technical issue. Can you just bear with me? It's not working. Okay. So while they are uploading the presentation, I think I should just go on. So as you all know, the credit landscape in the country has gone for a sea change. Investors are flocking towards safer investments with higher returns. NBFCs have exited the wholesale business, especially the structured finance. And banks are restricted by RBI for certain end-use transactions. Hence, when we see the credit spectrum with the credit rating and the expected IRR, there is a huge opportunity for 12 to 18% space, which is captured by credit AIF, and that's basically catered to by credit AIF now. Friends, currently the wholesale lending business is $1 trillion, and out of which the high yield credit market is $50 billion. This is expected to grow to $100 billion over the next 5 years. Also, if we see and if we compare the returns across the asset class over the last 5 years, we see that the Nifty has given a return of around 16 to 18%. Yes, the slides are there. And among the financial instruments, the fixed income instruments, we have bank FD, which is at 6%, and corporate bonds, which is A-rated, which are in the range of 10%. Here, performing credit scores with diversification opportunities for investors. It provides 14 to 16% return with low volatility and stable income, and thereby providing a diversified portfolio, balanced risk return reward to the investors. So investors are excited about this space as besides high yield, steady income, and with enhanced portfolio diversification, it also commands a favorable taxation and a pro-investor regulation with growth opportunities. Hence, we at PL are leveraging on our expertise to launch a differentiated AIF. We have decades of experience of structuring deals with an equity orientation. This provides us with an enhanced underwriting capability for structuring deals with an upside potential. And thus, we have taken the first step towards launching our AIF and moving towards a vision of $1 billion alternative asset platform by 2030. The first step, we have already set up our AIF and we have filed our application with SEBI. That AIF is in the form of trust, which is PL Capital Trust, and the first scheme is PL Capital Performing Credit Fund. And the sponsor to this trust is our own Prabhudas Lilladher Private Limited. And the trustee of the trust is Axis Trustee. And our legal counsel is IC Legal. And our tax advisor is ENY. Sure. So I will just try to wrap this up quickly. Our fund size is around 1,000 crore. And we are basically a sector agnostic fund with a 5-year horizon and targeting a return of 14 to 16%. We will basically provide secure debt in unlisted and listed space with a collateral combination of hard assets, pledge on securities, and cash flows, etc. I will skip this in the interest of time. The typical deal construct will be, we will fund to the holdco and opco, and the end use of funds can be for infusing equity in new ventures, subscribing to rights, warrants, preferential issues, merger and acquisitions, last mile funding, and working capital mismatch. This I have already covered, and however, I will just take a minute to highlight, but that more importantly, we have a very, very competitive fee structure and a very low performance incentive to the investment manager in terms of carry and nil catch-up. Thus, we are providing a return of 14% secured return to the investors, and hence, I solicit support from each one of you here to help us make this initiative a grand success and achieve a $1 billion platform under the able leadership of our chairperson, Amisha Vora. Thank you so much, friends.
Thank you for that. And now let's welcome on stage the chief guest of the evening, Mr. Sundaraman Ramamurthy, MD and CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchange. He is with us today with over 4 decades now. He has seen the significant transformation of the Indian capital markets. He's been taking big strides with technological innovations. Please, sir, join us on stage for the keynote speech. And incidentally, Prabhudas Lilladher was the first corporate member of the Bombay Stock Exchange back in the 80s. So that's some interesting bit of trivia. Thank you for being with us this evening.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, let me thank Prabhudas Lilladher for having me here on the stage for this keynote speech. I'm told that there has been an array of great speakers and orators, thinkers, who addressed the gathering before me. I'm sure the participants got to hear a lot about where India is heading, how India is a great destination, what are the various great investment opportunities. So let me not talk about you and make it a overdose for you. I'm told that there is going to be an award ceremony post this. Remaining in existence for 80 years in itself is a great award. And these 8 decades, which Prabhudas Lilladher has seen, which incidentally somebody said the first corporate member of BSc, these 8 decades have been path-breaking, with significantly large amount of changes coming in. In India, wherever you go, you see a lot of young faces. I'm seeing here also a lot of young faces. Some of you might not have seen how stock trading used to happen in India. Permitted people used to congregate in specific locations to trade specific stocks by mutual bargaining, which subsequently used to get recorded and possibly got settled after 15 days. Believe me, every one of the words I used here have an in-depth meaning. The market used to work for 1.5 to 2 hours with very low volumes. The liquidity was clearly segregated across multiple trading venues called as exchanges, and the existence of a regional exchange was a necessity by law, and law in itself therefore aided splitting of liquidity. This was there till 1990s. Just in the last 3 decades, what have we seen? Significantly large amount of changes. The stock exchanges, the stock trading migrated from stock exchanges into broker's office and then into the customer's desktop and now into his pocket by way of mobile trading. What happens when such huge number of changes happen? Most of the corporates cease to exist. If you are not able to acclimatize yourself to the changing needs of the environment, you cease to exist. So that's why I said, continuing in existence for 8 decades in itself is a great award. So what it takes for having a successful venture for such a long time? One point we talked, amenable to changes and quick to adapt to changes is just what we talked. But what is an organization? It is nothing but a team of employees along with various stakeholders cohesively driving towards a goal of success. Since we are going to talk about awards, since many of you are going to get awards, what makes somebody award winning? Well, somebody is not. What qualities make a company to exist forever? That is where I want to spend a few minutes and end the speech. I would put the following as the basic ingredients which any organization along with its stakeholders requires for continued existence and success. One is known to everybody: hard work. Irrespective of whether you are able to achieve what for you are working hard, working very, very hard is very important. A old Sanskrit saying goes this way: Udyoginam Purusha Simmam Upaiti Lakshmi Daivena Deyamiti Ka Purushaha Vadanti Daivam Nihatya Kuru Paurusham Atma Shaktya Yatne Krite Yadina Siddhyati Kotra Doshaha. What does it mean? Lakshmi means wealth or success. Whom does success go and reach? That man lion who is extremely hardworking. Udyoginam Purusha Simham. Immediately don't raise flags telling that is discriminative. Purusha here means anybody who puts in hard work, not necessarily to discriminate between men and women. You know what? I am very unlucky. That's why I am not trying. I know I am very unlucky. You would have heard this statement from many people. Daiva is a term which means luck in Sanskrit. Daivena deyam. Luck has to give. Luck has to favor. Who tells that? Kapurushaha vadanti. Cowards only makes that statement. What you should do? Daivam nihatya. Kill the fate. Kuru paurusham atma shaktya. With all your self-determination, do hard work. If you don't succeed, so what? Yatne krite. After having put in efforts, yadina siddhyati. If the results are not forthcoming, kotra doshaha. So what? At least you have gained a lot of experience in what to put as effort and how to put as efforts. So one ingredient for a continued existence and success is hard work. The second important ingredient what I see is attitude. Knowledge is a short-term attitude, short-term success. Attitude is a long-term advantage. What do you mean by that? Why do we say knowledge is a short-term advantage, attitude is a long-term advantage? To get into a job, your qualifications, your knowledge are tested and you get into a job. To stick on there, to get awards and to get promoted, you require a better attitude. If you don't have the right attitude, then however much you are knowledgeable, your knowledge is of no use, and a team of people with lot of attitudinal issues can never make an organization to continue forever. In organization where there are employees, we talk of employee culture. To my mind, every employee should have an entrepreneurial culture. If every employee thinks that he is a CEO of his job, that type of an organization continue to exist forever. People typically tell this story that there were two employees. They were working very hard. Both of them were working very hard. And they had to sit back and work late. They worked in the factory, which was quite far away from the city, to which they typically used to cycle back. In the evening, when both of them were cycling back, suddenly one of them midway remembered that the lights have not been switched off. One person said, look, you know what? Switching off light is not our responsibility. It is the duty of somebody else. We have done our duty. Let us go back. That I always call as an employee attitude. What is the CEO attitude? The other person said, no. Whether somebody switches off it or not, or what, we stayed late, so it is our responsibility to switch it off. Think about it. It is an electricity loss, and also it has social ramifications. You go back, you go home, I will go back, switch off and come. This attitude difference generally comes to the fore when you day-to-day work, and that gets noticed and makes you eligible for awards and make you succeed. The last point I'll put across is perfection. We all know perfection is unattainable, but to whatever extent you can go to near perfect level should be ingrained in you, and it should not be for others to observe and say, wow, it should be your ingrained minimum requirement. Here again people tell a story. A sculptor was making an idol. That idol was to be fixed at the temple top. Gopuram we call it in Sanskrit. So the temple structure is like this, it goes to the top. And this idol was a special idol which was to be put in the topmost tier of that Gopuram. The sculptor had sculpted that idol as beautiful and handsome as any idol could be sculpted. There was a small flaw. In that idol, somehow, the nose had not come perfect. It was slightly tilted. The sculptor started re-sculpting another idol. The people who came to see the idol said, this looks great. So what if the nose is not proper? Nobody is going to know. It's going to be at the top of that Gopuram. It's not going to be that visible for anybody to know that the nose is tilted. The sculptor said, but I would know. Others may not know. I would know that it is not perfect. That's not acceptable for me. So that attitude towards perfection is a very important ingredient in everybody's mind to make that organization a success. India is doing great. And we all know this is the right time and right decade where we are in. In this right time and right decade when we are in, when there is an overall development and growth happening around us, when everybody is doing well, if you have to superbly do well, you have to have some extra qualities in you. I would say these are the differentiating extra qualities. Untiring hard work, clear priorities in your mind, better attitude even if you are less knowledgeable, and perfection orientation. I'm sure these qualities will make any team a great success. And I am sure Prabhudas Lilladher has these qualities imbibed in their employees. Otherwise, how it could have been sustaining itself for 80 years. I know many of you are eagerly waiting for getting your awards. I don't want to stand between you and your award. I would like to thank once again Prabhudas Lilladher for having me here and giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for those kind words, Mr. Ramamurthy. Ladies and gentlemen, the MD and CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchange. Thank you for gracing us with your presence and for that keynote address, talking a little bit more about the big strides that have been made. And just I think we have a small token of our appreciation as well that we would like to present to you, sir.
I take this 1 minute to just put on record again that BSE was the pioneering exchange in the futures and options segment. They had lost a bit. The turnaround artist name that I have given to Mr. Ramamurthy is because he is the one who has brought life and volumes back at BSE. So he deserves a huge round of applause from all of us.
Mr. Ramamurthy, please do accept a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for being with us today and gracing us with your presence. All right, thank you so very much. I request you to leave the stage, and thank you for being with us this evening and celebrating and being part of the 80 years of excellence of the Prabhudas Lilladher Group. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now is time for the Prabhudas Lilladher Game Changer Awards. This is a night that is dedicated to celebrating the outstanding achievements and the unwavering dedication of the employees, the franchisee partners, and the IFAs, to honor those who have made significant contributions to the business and the culture. It's been a thorough process dedicated to rewards and the recognition committee that has been set up, meticulously evaluating each nomination for a fair and comprehensive assessment of contributions and achievements of each individual and each team. A very rigorous process, might I add, and every nominee was judged objectively on each of their merits. Now, the objective of this award is not only to acknowledge the past performances and uphold the values, but to serve as a visible symbol of excellence for all employees to emulate and to be inspired by. I would just request you all, ladies and gentlemen, I can see so many of you sitting right at the back up there. Please fill up these seats. You've got 3 front row seats for the award ceremony. If you're here, you might as well be right up front so you can enjoy. You can come on stage a lot quicker to collect your awards. So this is a request for all of those who are gathered at the back. Please get up. Please make your way. 3 front row seats available. Would request you all to make your way to the front. All right, so yes, tonight's honorees are going to be game changers. They have set new benchmarks. They have driven the organization forward. And this is going to be a symbol of excellence for all employees to be inspired by. And we're also looking to create a culture of appreciation, pushing employees. So it's absolutely apt to have the Prabhudas Lilladher Game Changers in the 80th year of celebrating Prabhudas Lilladher. Now to present these awards, let's welcome on stage once again Mr. Sundaram Ramamurthy, Amisha Vora, Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha, Mr. Sandeep Raichurya, as well as Mr. Vikas Ved. We've got 3 categories of awards, and it's going to be very interesting as we're going to be doling out all of the awards to the winners this evening. All right, now let's begin with the Partners Awards. The criteria is right up for you on your screens. And last year, partners across India delivered remarkable performance. Some exceeded expectations. And today, we want to celebrate those outstanding achievers across various categories. So join us in applauding each champion as they take the stage. Let's begin with the Best Emerging Partner Award for the Best Performing Progress Partner for the year, financial year FY24. The nominees in this category are, and the winners, ladies and gentlemen, is Kavita Narasimhan. Put your hands together. The CFP has been in the financial services field for almost 2 decades, working alongside S.A. Narasimhan, who has 3 decades of experience. Apart from being in the financial services sector, she's been a preferred trainer at the BSc Institute, even training RBI managers. Kavita generated an average of 5 lakh in monthly brokerage in FY24-25, qualifying as the Super Platinum PP. Congratulations to Kavita Narasimhan. All right, moving on then to our next category. Let's get a quick photo op. I'm just going to request everyone, how it's going to work is that you are going to be presented with your award by our esteemed guests. And then, if you like, you can come here and collect the box and the bag to carry your awards home. Please make sure you come. It's right here on the right of the stage. To collect it, you have a photo op, and then please exit the stage so we can proceed with the next winner. Kavita Narasimhan, congratulations. Next up, the Cross-Selling Champion Award, which is integral to business strategy, and it puts the spotlight on progress partners who have demonstrated outstanding performance in the cross-selling of specific products. And the nominees are, and the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Daga Investments, led by Shri Dinesh Dagaji, who has over 15 years of experience. He's been with the Prabhudas Lilladher Group since October of 2017. He's passionate about the stock markets, excels in research and identifying multi-bagger opportunities. And some notable examples of those that he has in researching unlisted shares include Tata Capital, Hero FinCorp, Vikram Solar, Vari Energy and more, which have surpassed 100% of their initial investment price. Today, we would like to honor the recipient of the Insurance Cross-Sell Champion Awards. Congratulations, Daga Investments. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we want to honor the recipient of the Insurance Cross-Sell Champion Award. Now, this award celebrates the commitment to client protection and financial securities. The nominees on your screen. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Sama Partners. Founded by Mohit and Shivani Bansal, they specialize in managing HNI and ultra HNI clients. And since the year 2013, Mohit has focused on financial intermediation and wealth management. Shivani joined him after her initial career in the financial markets. Prior to being with PL Capital, they have been associated with Motilal Oswal and have together transitioned their business to the PL Group in July 2021. A hearty congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next award, and that celebrates the tech-savvy partners, those who have successfully leveraged technology to achieve outstanding business results. And this award is presented to the progress partner who has achieved the highest number of traded clients via the PL mobile app. And the nominees for the technology savvy partner are on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the winner, Mohawk Consultancy. Now, Ashish Bhai has been in the financial market for over 33 years. And he actually, in the 1990s, bought his first terminal sanctioned by PL, which was a very big deal for him, as well as his clients. He has a team of nearly 30 individuals with a client base of over 4,000, with offices in Surat, Navsari, and more. And he's looking to expand further for value-added financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, Mohawk Consultancy. Congratulations to Mohawk Consultancy, the technology savvy partner. Next up, we have an award that recognizes the partners who have demonstrated exceptional engagement and participation in PL research calls. The nominees for the category of the maximum volumes in PL research are... And the winner is Parekh Shares and Securities. The Parekh brothers started off as sub-brokers in the 1990s during the BSE ring days. In 2004, they made the strategic decision to partner with Prabhudas Lilladher with a modest office that has now evolved into one of PL's largest and most prominent presence. Epitomizing dynamism, they've been one of the largest partners of PL for the most part of the last 2 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, Parekh Shares and Securities. Congratulations, Parekh Shares and Securities. Moving on, we have the bronze category, which represents the progress partners who have achieved monthly gross income ranging from 25,000 to 50,000. The nominees on your screens. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The winner is Amit Aryan. Based in Ajmer, Rajasthan, he holds a master's degree in commerce. He's completed the first group of CFA final exams and has a wide array of financial taxation and investment services. His firm specializes in income tax, GST consultancy, along with a diverse range of financial advisory services. And he has been associated with Prabhudas Lilladher since 2023. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to clarify the monthly gross income ranging from 25,000 to 50,000 rupees per month. That's the bronze category award. All right, moving right on, we have the silver category, which identifies a sub-broker who generates a monthly gross income between 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees. The nominees are on your screen. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, Arpit Gupta, a computer science engineer by education. He has been actively involved with the market since 2014 and been associated with Prabhudas Lilladher since 2020. He's very active on social media platforms like Telegram and creates market awareness, increasing business penetration. A big congratulations to Arpit Gupta in the silver category. Got it down. Ladies and gentlemen, could we welcome on stage Mr. Dhiren Sheth as well to present the next category of awards. We've got the gold category, we've got platinum category. Mr. Sheth, ladies and gentlemen, on stage. A warm welcome, please. We move on to the gold category, which represents progress partners who generate a monthly gross income ranging from rupees 1 to 3 lakh rupees. The nominees for the gold category are... And the winner is Anuradha Jha. Now, Rajesh Jha started his career with ICICI Bank and Indiabulls Securities, catering to H&I clients. He began his broking business in the year 2006, joining Prabhudas Lilladher in 2022, also into audit and taxation. Please put your hands together. Let's keep the momentum going, and I hope to keep the applause going as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the platinum category, a progress partner that generates a monthly gross income between 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees per month. The nominees for the platinum category award are... And congratulations to Heenaben Patel Mehul Kumar. Heenaben Patel is the wife of Mehul Patel. She's been associated with Prabhudas Lilladher since 2007. Based in Anand, they cater to a large network of NRI clients. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Heenaben Patel to the stage to receive the Platinum Category Award. Big congratulations and a big round of applause as well. Let's move right on then to the super platinum category, which is the elite level of performance, where a progress partner generates a monthly gross income which exceeds 5 lakh rupees. The nominees are... And a warm round of applause for the winner, Snehal S. Chandak. Now, Swapnil Chandok is a CA and has worked with several large corporate houses. Influenced by his father, Swapnil, who was passionate about the markets, he kept studying balance sheets, and after 2 decades of corporate experience has decided to pursue his passion, making his debut as a stockbroker and becoming a progress partner with Prabhudas Lilladher in 2018. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. The gold category award winner, Snehal S. Chandak. Congratulations to the winner. All right, now we have, ladies and gentlemen, our next set of awards recognizing the partners in the asset management business. And to present these awards, some of the guests stay on stage and we would like to invite a few more. Sundaram Ramamurthy, Amisha Vora, Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha, Siddharth Vora and Nupur Patel, please. Let's begin with the Promising Partner Award. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Promising Partner is Prudent Corporate Advisory Services. Unfortunately, could not be with us this evening, but we are privileged to have them as our business partner, one of India's fastest growing financial services group, which delivers comprehensive and bespoke financial services to individuals, corporations, HNIs, UNHIs, with a team of over 1,100 professionals. It's become the largest B2B player across the country. A hearty congratulations. All right, let's get a move on. And next up, we have the category Partner of the Decade. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Devashish Securities. Now, Ashish Desai began his career in the 12th standard as a UTI post-saving schemes and LIC agent, a significant step forward as he formally established his business and association with Prabhudas Lilladher way back in 1998. Today, he's one of the leading brokers in South Gujarat with branches in Surat, Navsari, Viara, and he has a technical team strength of 30. Congratulations. Moving on to the top performer of the year. And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. That was Mr. Devashish Securities, Ashish Desai. We have our next category of the evening, the top performer for the year. And put your hands together. SBM Bank India Limited, the third largest listed entity on the stock exchange of Mauritius. It operates 44 branches in Mauritius and Rodriguez with a large presence across African countries. Additionally, they have been ranked among the top 1,000 world banks by the Banker magazine. A big congratulations to the winner. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, this evening is the Rising Star category. And the winner of the Rising Star is Waterfront Capital Services. Congratulations. Under the astute leadership of Mr. Jay Khashar and Mr. Piyush Kothari, Waterfront Capital Services has quickly become one of the fastest growing companies in its sector, demonstrating unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and client satisfaction. Mr. Jay Shah, with his exceptional strategic insight, and Mr. Piyush Kothari, known for his renowned visionary leadership, have together cultivated a culture of excellence and integrity. Congratulations to Waterfront Capital Services. right, that was the last and final winner of the IFA category, recognizing partners in the asset management business. Congratulations to all of the winners this evening. All right, now is the part that I'm sure all the Prabhudas Lilladher employees have been waiting for. This is the next category of awards, which is the Employee Awards. Now, we created a committee for the awards, comprising of Sandeep Raichuria, Martin Luther, Rupesh Agarwal, Amnish Agarwal, as well as Dipali Gori and consultant Deepa Vishwanathan. To present the awards, Mr. Sundaram Ramamurthy, Mr. Dhiren Sheth, Amisha Vora, as well as Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha. Now, our first category, ladies and gentlemen, this evening is the PL Value Guardian Award. This is for the head of departments and a team member who has displayed value through FY24. The first one is for approachability, priding ourselves being approachable and accessible. The nominees for the HOD and employees category are lots of names. And put your hands together for the winner in the HOD category, Sandeep Raichuria, Executive Director and CEO, Broking and Distribution. Renowned for his exceptional ability to foster mutually beneficial relationships with both employees and customers across levels and departments. As you can see, we have a fan base here. A lot of people find comfort speaking to Sandeep. He is very approachable. An unfailingly positive attitude and a welcoming environment is what he creates for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sandeep Raichuria. A big congratulations, Mr. Raichuria, on winning the award. Next up, we have the winner for the employee, and let's welcome on stage Kishore Umasare, Senior Manager, Operations. Now, Kishore excels in building strong trust-based relationships with his team members. His ability to connect on a personal level fosters long-term collaboration, enhancing teamwork. Can we please have Kishore Umasare on stage, Senior Manager, Operations, to receive the award. The Senior Manager Operations, and that is the winner for the Employee Award in this category. Next up in the category, we have the Prabhudas Lilladher Value Gardens Relationship Award, which is the backbone of Prabhudas Lilladher. They matter to cultivate connections that transcend, grounding in trust, mutual respect that stand the test of time. All right, it's very simple because when clients and partners win, people win, and of course, the group wins. So the nominees for the HOD and employee category are... The winner, ladies and gentlemen, in HOD category is the Chief Business Officer, Franchisee Business, Vikas Ved. While many names at Prabhudas Lilladher have excelled at this aspect of relationship management, Mr. Vikas Ved is one person who embodies the true spirit of relationship management, displaying it consistently over the past many years, converting clients and partners alike. None other than Mr. Vikas Ved. Congratulations. Let's move on then, and we have next up the winner in the employee category, Rohan Karnani, head FII desk, and he certainly goes that extra mile to build and maintain relationships. A big round of applause. Rohan's commitment to client service not only strengthens existing relationships, but also creates new opportunities. And he demonstrates that while numbers are important in finance, the true measure of success lies in the strength and longevity of relationships. Can we please have Rohan Karnani on stage? Rohan Karnani, can we please have you on stage? Winner of the Employee Head FII Desk, Rohan Karnani, going the extra mile to build relationships. Big congratulations. All right, let's keep the round of applause going. We have our next category, which is the Prabhudas Lilladher Value Guardians Expertise. That's the edge of 80 years experience navigating the global and Indian capital markets, building expertise in what they do. The nominees for the HOD and employee category are, and the winner is National Head Equity Advisory and Western Region, Vikram Kasat. One man who excels at surprising clients by building networks consistently. He works almost 18 hours a day, ladies and gentlemen. Vikram Kasat, who epitomizes what it means to develop markets in one's own by focusing on what matters the most, and that is expertise. A big congratulations to Vikram Kasat, National Head Equity Advisory and Western Region. Congratulations to Vikram Kasat. Let's move on for the winner in the employee category. Shilpa Raut, Assistant Vice President, Derivative Analyst, and she, ladies and gentlemen, is a true symbol of what a woman can achieve if she's supported by those around her. Independent thinking, strong-willed, she certainly has carved a niche for herself and Prabhudas Lilladher, devoting her energies to ensure that she is one of the biggest zero to hero stories in her domain. Congratulations to Shilpa Raut. We have the winner in the employee category. Next up, we have the Prabhudas Lilladher Value Guardians Process-Driven category. Performance is what counts, so a systemic process built by smart people drive performance. The nominees in the HOD and employee category on your screens. And the winner is Chintan Shah, Vice President Corporate Planning and Strategy. Chintan's contribution to streamlining the process ensures higher productivity. He has a data-driven approach to problem solving, resulting in significant improvement in operational efficiency, leading to cost saving. Ladies and gentlemen, Chintan Shah. Congratulations, Chintan Shah. Next up, we have the winner in the employee category. Put your hands together for Sandhya Pujari. Sandhya's quick query resolution and strong relationships have led to high customer retention and business outcomes. Sandhya independently handles all customer service responsibilities swiftly, addressing all clients' needs and issues in a wonderful manner. Can we have on stage Sandhya Pujari? Ladies and gentlemen, the Prabhudas Lilladher Value Gardens innovation is in our moat, which recognizes the constant evolution that they strive for in their culture. It could mean how to improve things and do them in an unexpected and efficient way. The nominees in the HOD and employee category are... And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Shelly Vora, Director, Prabhudas Lilladher in the HOD category. She has been with Prabhudas Lilladher ground up from the beginning, building the company. Shelly's ability to conceptualize various aspects of the marketing function and her creative efforts in rebranding have set new standards for excellence. She has, as you can see today, ladies and gentlemen, transformed the brand and the corporate communications team, establishing new processes, leveraging her creativity, and she clearly stands out due to her innovative way of doing things, revolutionizing every approach. Congratulations to Shelly Vora. And the winner in the employees category, ladies and gentlemen, is Paresh Panchal, VP Information Technology. Paresh excels in innovation and continuous learning, which his achievements include developing instantaneous reports to meet compliance, creating advanced mail merge for the PP department, and when faced with complex tasks, Paresh turns those challenges into success. Congratulations, Paresh Panchal. Ladies and gentlemen, the integrity is in our DNA, and that's the next award category. Remember, at the inception, Mr. Prabhudas Lilladher said that the bedrock of trust, transparency, and integrity is critical, and that is the mantra, do the right thing always. So let's honor the winners in this category. The nominees for the HOD and employee category are... And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, Martin Luther G., the Chief Human Resources Officer. Martin is steadfast guardian of the company's values with a leadership style that's characterized by a strong moral compass and a deep-rooted sense of responsibility. His influence extends far beyond his role. He inspires his colleagues, and his actions speak volumes about his character. Congratulations to Martin Luther G. Congratulations, Martin. Let's move right on to the winner in the employee senior management, and that is Tushar Raut. He demonstrates commitment to client satisfaction, handling multiple queries. He exemplifies the do the right thing always mantra, supporting his team by interacting with other HODs to get timely resolutions. congratulations to Shah Raut on winning in the employee category. All right, for the next category of awards, I would like to request Mr. Amnish Agarwal, please join in on stage to present the next category of awards. Now, the Analyst of the Year, Ideas. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Amit Anwani, Vice President, Institutional Research. In just 2 years, Amit has swiftly expanded coverage across capital goods, defense, and infrastructure, managing 25 companies. He has a knack for spotting the multi-bagger opportunities in overlooked areas. He's been first on the street to identify multi-bagger ideas in a sector that has been overlooked for years. So a hearty congratulations to Amit Anwani. All right, let's just take a moment to thank both Mr. Ramamurthy as well as Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha for being with us and gracing us with your presence. They will be now taking our leave. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for being with us this evening on our special occasion. All right, let's keep it going then, ladies and gentlemen. We have next up the Analyst of the Year, Client Service Excellence. And the winner is Param Desai, Senior Research Analyst. Now, Param doesn't just analyze the pharma sector, he understands its pulse. Exceptional corporate access is what he has, regularly orchestrating roadshows with senior management, providing invaluable insights straight from the source. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have on stage Param Desai. Congratulations, Param Desai. Let's move on then to the next category, the Analyst of the Year Coverage. And the winner is Praveen Sahe, Institutional Research Vice President, and in just 1 year, 15 stocks. Let that sink in. He didn't just dip his toes into the water, he dove in head first, bringing 15 stocks under his meticulous coverage in just a year. And he's keeping a watchful eye on several stocks in the EMS space as well through his soft coverage. Can we have on stage Praveen Sahe, please? Everyone who's sitting at the back, you can come up front, please. The front 2 rows are empty. We have the Research Associate of the Year and the nominees, ladies and gentlemen. The winner is Shirom Kapoor, Research Analyst, Institutional Research. In the world of financial research, adaptability and dedication are what Shirom Kapoor absolutely embodies. When faced with the sudden departure of a senior research associate, many would have faltered, but not Shirom. He stepped into the big shoes willingly and seamlessly. A wordsmith crafting reports, analyzing them, with clarity and structure, ladies and gentlemen, Shirom Kapoor. I will now request Mr. Amnish Agarwal to please take your seat. We now have Kenan Jain joining us on stage for the next set of awards. Could we please have on stage Kenan Jain? All right, next up, and we have our category of Sales Excellence Institutional, and the winner is Meet Sangoy, VP Institutional Sales. Under his guidance, account ratings have soared from Tier 2 to Tier 4 cities, even reaching the coveted Tier 1 status. This isn't just an improvement, but a transformation, a team player and a driving force for positive change. All right, moving on then, and Sales, Trading and Institutional Dealer of the Year, and the nominees on your screens. And the winner is Ravi Shankar Purohit, Lead Institutional Leader, the go-to man from the institutional dealing point. Give him any number of trades and or value, he does it to perfection. Execution is his forte. He's got knowledge of the trading system, which matters the most. Ravi Shankar Purohit, ladies and gentlemen. I would now request Kenan Jain to please take your seat for the next set of awards. Let's welcome on stage Siddharth Vora. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is something that Siddharth, of course, specializes in, Quant Champion Research. And the winner is Akshat Rohatgi, Quant Analyst, and he is the Quant Research Geek. His voracious love for reading quant investing research papers and his holistic body of knowledge from macros to logics to factors and statistics highlights his passion for the subject. Akshat Rohatgi. Next up, we have the category of the Quant Champion Strategy, and the winner is Shivam Dokania. Shivam is the OG programmer behind the Aqua strategy, turned Siddharth Vora's vision into a reality with his exceptional coding skills. His unmatched honesty and razor-sharp intelligence make him the cornerstone for the Quant team. Shivam Dokania, ladies and gentlemen. Up, and we have the Quant Champion in Technology. The winner is Sagar Marvania. Sagar is the backbone of the Quant Reach tech stack, providing a complete package of tech's expertise. His organized and structured way of working ensures that things run seamlessly, driving success in the quant domain. We have the PMS Champion Sales, and ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause going. The winner is Nupur Patel, Director Well. 9 years, Nupur has been the backbone of the PMS department with an exceptional ability to create trust and retain clients even in a challenging market. He also oversees operations and contributes to many business areas. With substantial AUM growth, he is the true PMS sales champion. Alright, I would now request Siddharth Vora to please be seated. We now have Sandeep Raichurya on stage for the next set of awards. Could we please have on stage Mr. Sandeep Raichurya to present the next set of awards. And next up, we have the Deal Maker of the Year. Could we please have Mr. Sandeep Raichurya on stage, please? All right, and the nominees for the Deal Maker of the Year on your screens. And the winner is Regional Head Kolkata Branch B46 Sachin Gupta, an individual who has truly distinguished himself. Regional Head for the Private Client Group in Kolkata, consistently growing AUMs with high-profile clients and formidable competition. Sachin has set a remarkable standard. Can we have Sachin Gupta on stage, please, ladies and gentlemen? A round of applause. Can we have on stage Mr. Vikas Ved, please, to present this set of awards? Mr. Vikas Ved, please. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the Super Achiever of the Year Relationship Manager, the nominees. And the winner is Amrita Ghosh, Senior Relationship Manager, Kolkata Branch, a go-getter at managing some of the best relationships in East India and the Middle East without stress in the challenging environment. Amrita has delivered the highest individual productivity and exceeding in cross-selling budgets across the branch network. Amrita Ghosh, please, on stage. Can we have Amrita Ghosh? Congratulations. Raichurya, please make your way to the stage. Next up, the Super Achiever of the Year Area Head, and the nominees on your screens. And the winner is Pushparaj M, Assistant Vice President, Managing Productivity and ensuring even the weakest are brought up to performance. It is a pleasure to have him with us, leading the way when it comes to the retail team management, treating each member of the team. Pushparaj M from the Chennai branch, ladies and gentlemen. And we next have our Super Achiever of the Year Dealer category, the nominees on your screen. And the winner is Mayuresh Rabal, Assistant Vice President Retail Client Group, who joined in the year 2006 and was given the most high-profile accounts in Mumbai. Today, he handles some of the most critical relationships at Prabhudas Lilladher. It sounds easy, but such large investors don't have the patience, and he is a true testimony to the success and advisor that none of his clients have faced issues with. Mayuresh Raval. keep the momentum and the applause going, we have our next category, the champion for Regional Franchisee Manager, Acquisitions, and the nominees on your screen. And the winner is Parag Orpe. A young enthusiastic kid is how he joined. Today he's matured to lead the acquisitions exercise in Mumbai, delivering a fantastic performance, not only in new acquisitions, but in the quality of acquisitions. And the winner is Pankaj Shrishta, an individual who exemplifies top-tier relationship management, not only retaining his clients, but handling a second generation of wealth globally. His exceptional integrity have earned him glowing testimonials, a swift client transition to PMS Aqua, while managing 2 other critical office desks. Congratulations. Next up, we have the category of cross-sell unlisted and the nominees, ladies and gentlemen. And the winner is Madhu R and team from Bengaluru's HNI branch, a team that leverages existing relationships to more businesses, and they shortlisted unlisted equities as their core focus. Starting out as a break-even branch, they ended the year with a complete turnaround, close to hitting 100% of their budgets, using opportunities in the unlisted space. Congratulations. Next up, we have the category of cross-sell excellence in the insurance segment and the nominees on your screens. The winner is Rajnikant Kurupelli and team from Hyderabad. They are doing a respectable amount via acquisitions and some of the most influential clients, displaying discipline and process, completing over a decade at Prabhudas Lilladher. Without any personal egos or ambitions, it is our honor to jointly award Prabhakar and Rajnikant of the Hyderabad branch for the best performance for insurance cross-sell. Prabhakar and Rajnikant of Hyderabad, congratulations. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. We next have our category of Best Support Partners Business, the nominees on your screens. And the winner is Swapnil Padwal, celebrating the master of complexity, a pioneer of precision. The best support partner may be behind the scenes, but tonight we bring his contributions to center stage. Congratulations. up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Prop Trader of the Year. And the winner is Chirag Desai, who has generated the highest profit during the last year, an approximate 43% profit per annum after considering the cost of funding on allotted margin versus 33% by the other dealers. Ladies and gentlemen, Chirag Desai. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Outstanding Branch of the Year category. And the winner is the Retail Client Group. Can we have Vijay Shah, Mitesh Shah, Kapil Thosare, Mayuresh Raval, Dhruvil Shah, Sumed Desai, Vishal Shekde, Hemant Javeri and Vishwanath Patole on stage. Probably the oldest branch with a large base. It has generated maximum growth in direct as well as progress partners, growing above 100% with relationships with key HNI clients. A small team with a big heart. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage the retail team at Mumbai and its leader, Vijay Shah. Can we have the entire team on stage? Congratulations to the Retail Client Group, Vijay Shah and team. A big congratulations to Vijay Shah and the team. Retail team at Mumbai with their leader Vijay Shah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the momentum going. We next have the CEO's Choice team, and the winner is Kaushik Mukherjee and team from Kolkata. Let's have on stage Shailaja Somani, Nagma Naez, Shankar Mitra, Koheli Banerjee, Ketan Bhavishi, Tanmoy Chakrabarti, Raju Malik, as well as Avantika Nandi. An ops team that is decided to adopt rapid changes and in addition ensure that each client and partner belonging to the branch has improved their business. And in addition, decades of presence at Prabhudas Lilladher in a location with not a single compliance or risk issue that was allowed to happen. The award for the CEO's Choice team, the Kolkata Ops team led by Kaushik Mukherjee. Next up, we have the special mention CEO's Choice. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, Mohan Raj R.D., the Vice President and State Head of the Chennai branch. He has led a retail team with exceptional skill, making out the standout manager at Prabhudas Lilladher. He takes responsibility for non-performance and discussing improvements openly, seeking clarifications of issues impacting the team. Congratulations yet again, ladies and gentlemen, Mohan Raj RD. If we could have Miss Amisha Vora please on stage to present the next category of awards. All right, let's next focus on the series of awards. The Best Senior Newcomer. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the screens for the nominees. And the winner is Nipun Lodha, Director Corporate Finance. In a short time, he's adapted to the fast-paced environment, becoming a visionary leader with exceptional foresight and a deep understanding of the business, a true inspiration. Congratulations, Nipun Lodha. Congratulations, Nipun. Next up, we have the IB Support Excellence. The nominees are... And the winner is Wincy Nathar, Senior Manager, ECM. Always eager to work, Wincy has gone beyond the call of duty, working late hours and ensuring timelines are met. In fact, coordination for documents and filings between stakeholders have been highly appreciated. Congratulations to Wincy Nathar. Gentlemen, the debutant of the year and the nominees. Take a look at the screen. And the winner is Ekta Parmar. Ekta has brought stability to the admin department, delivering on all tasks assigned to her, being a channel partner, branch shifting. Her promptness of actions is truly admirable. Congratulations, Ekta Parmar. Gentlemen, we have another stellar debutante that we want to award this evening, and that is Shailaja Mohapatra, Senior Content Manager, Brand Marketing and Corporate Communications. My go-to this evening, Shailaja. From the moment she joined us, hit the ground running, seamlessly integrating herself into the culture of Prabhudas Lilladher. She works with finesse, enabling the marketing team to stay on top of its game. Congratulations, Shailaja Mohapatra. I would like to welcome Mr. Rupesh Agarwal on stage, please, to present the next set of awards. Could we please have Mr. Rupesh Agarwal? And next up is Telesales Excellence. The nominees on your screen. And the winner is Darshana Sawant. Darshana has a knack of convincing customers and closing deals focused on sales targets. She's energetic and adaptable, engaging with customers, prioritizing the needs seamlessly. Can we have on stage Darshana Sawant, Telesales Manager. Congratulations to Darshana Sawant. Ladies and gentlemen, we next up have the Outstanding Support Member of the Year. There are 2 winners in this category, but let's take a look at the nominations. The winner, number 1, is Macton Gonsalves. The back office is the most important department for post-trading offices, and had it not been for Macton, that would not be in great shape. Along with Pallavi and his team, with Himanshu and Rajesh, a complete overhaul. Congratulations to Macton Gonsalves. And the next winner in this category, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Abdul Chaudhary, instrumental in completing several major trading and non-trading projects and product integrations. He leads timely project delivery, exceeding all his performance targets. Congratulations. Abdul Chaudhary, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Support Excellence, the nominees. And the winner is Vinay Sethi, Assistant Vice President IT Operations. A deserving candidate due to his exceptional coordination skills. His contributions have been profound, and we are confident that he will continue to drive the success of the organization. Congratulations, Vinay Sethi. Next up, we have another winner, Senior Manager Compliance. Put your hands together for John Bosco D'Souza. He excels at facilitating query resolutions, ensuring that they are easily raised, thereby optimizing accessibility and efficiency. Clear, knowledgeable explanations. Ladies and gentlemen, John Bosco D'Souza. Let's congratulate all of our winners. A huge round of applause, and let's move on to our next winner. Senior Manager Operations. The winner is Alok Shinde. Alok has strong relationships with his team and partners, effectively guiding them to align with the company, a clear understanding, giving him a distinct edge. Alok Shinde, ladies and gentlemen. Big congratulations. Congratulations, Alok. And next up, we have Outstanding Service Member of the Year. The nominees are... And the winner, Suman Jha, Assistant Vice President Accounts, who has been a veteran for 25 years, delivering sub-brokerage, incentives and prop trading, vigilant on all expense verification. Suman has been contributing to all teams. Congratulations. We have another winner, the senior, who is Abhijit Bargode, Senior Graphic Designer, successfully discharging daily duties, single-handedly rebranding every touch point, whether it's internal or external. Congratulations. Next up, we have the Service Excellence, and the nominees are... Service Excellence nominees, the winner is Sachin Pandey, Company Secretary Compliance, who has excelled in managing the secretarial function with exceptional knowledge and expertise. Hardworking, sincere, with an ideal temperament, he is an invaluable team member. Ladies and gentlemen, Sachin Pandey. Manager Human Resources, instrumental in creating a vibrant and engaging work culture. Her ability to success, from intimate celebrations to large-scale initiatives, has fostered a strong sense of camaraderie. Congratulations, Dipali Gori. And the next winner in this category is Darpan Tamhanekar, the Senior Graphic Designer, who has successfully discharged his daily duties and wholeheartedly rebranded the company. His ability to multitask and deliver on deadlines is truly commendable. Congratulations! Next up, we have Service Excellence Investments, Product and Services. The winner is Nilesh Shinde, an unsung hero of PL Wealth. He handles impressive average of 3 crore rupees in unlisted share deals per month. The go-to person for RMs and more. Congratulations, Nilesh Shinde. Alright, next up we have the NBFC Service Excellence Awards. The winner is Sharon Moses, who's played a key role in documentation, coordination. Sharon, along with her team, has efficiently resolved client queries. Congratulations. on stage, please. Congratulations. All right, and thank you, Rupesh. I now request Amisha Avora to present the next set of awards. We have the Best Services Department HOD. And the winner is Rupesh Agarwal Group CFO. Please come right back up on stage. As a CFO, he seamlessly integrates strategic thinking with business acumen. His innovative approach has been instrumental in securing working capital. Rupesh has been actively involved. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause going then. And we have the Best Support Department HOD. The winner this evening is Snehal Katrani, one of the best managers and coordinators who has taken the organization through numerous regulatory and legal changes. She has expertise and unwavering dedication. Next up, we have our next category, and that is the Best Retinue Staff. And the nominees: the winner is Santosh Chavan. His ability to proactively approach makes him an indispensable member. Santosh's knack for supporting the top executive excellently shows how he goes above and beyond the call of duty, a true testament to commitment and dedication. Santosh Chavan, ladies and gentlemen. Please can we have him on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Santosh Chavan. Congratulations, Santosh Chavan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I now request Mr. Dhiren Sheth, please, to come right back up on stage. We have the last few set of awards. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is the Lifetime Achievement Award. And the winner is A. Subramanian, former Compliance and Legal Head. We are honored to present the Lifetime Achievement Award to our esteemed former Group Head of Compliance and Legal, who served at PL Capital with unparalleled dedication from 1999 to 2022, Mr. A. Subramanian. One of his remarkable roles was the automation of the processes. Along with Mr. Dhiren Sheth, he played a pivotal role in the development of the LDPL software. Our next Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Kamlesh Bagmar, alumni and former Deputy Head of Research. And as a lead research analyst for the cement and metal sector, he didn't just analyze markets but illuminated them. A beacon of fund managers and he discovered opportunities like no other. Do we have Mr. Kamlesh Bagmar? I don't think he's with us tonight, but a hearty congratulations. Let's move on to the next category, the Game Changer of the Year. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Siddharth Vora, Executive Director, PL, Fund Manager, Head, Quant. And we are celebrating an individual who has not just adapted to the changing landscape, but redefined it. The Game Changer of the Year. He has seen opportunity with tech-driven world and innovative data-driven approaches. Congratulations to a journey that has been nothing short of revolutionary. In just 1 year, Aqua has amassed an AUM of over 370 crores, and that is just the beginning. The alpha generated against the BSE 100 is an impressive 38%. All right, the next game changer that we recognize is Reena Mehta. And Reena's story is not just one of success, but a testament to adaptability with sheer brilliance. Coming from the media sector with no experience in broking or BFSI, that has not stopped Reena. She has rewritten the playbook. Congratulations! In a mere 2 weeks, Reena not only grasped her role, but developed strategic understanding that many would envy. Her journey from media to finance is a masterclass in innovation. Congratulations. Reema, you are truly the embodiment of what it means to be a game changer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to all of our winners. That concludes the Game Changer Award. What the team embodies: work hard and play hard. So tonight we want to celebrate just that. And as we wrap up this evening, I'm your host, Avan Dabash, taking your leave. Thank you so very much, Mr. Sheth and Amisha Vora. A hearty congratulations to you and the entire team. And now, join us as the PLites take the stage for uniting in a spectacular dance performance that highlights the strength. Okay, I think they need to regain their composure, get their dance moves in order. So a quick break for 5 minutes. And then we have the dance performance. 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. And a spectacular dance performance from the PLites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a quick announcement. There's some money that has been found. Prabhudas Lilladher generates wealth for people, doesn't just give out money. But there is some notes that have been found, and there's a gentleman by the door on the right side. So please do collect it if you have misplaced some money.
в одной песчинке, и космос весь в лесной травинке вместить в ладони без... видеть мир в одной песчинке и космос весь в лесной травинке, вместить в ладони бесконечность и в миге мимолетном вечность.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come right back into the banquet hall. We have the last and final act as we will be concluding the remarkable evening with the PLites taking the stage for the dance performance. Can we have everyone join right back in? Can everyone gather right back in? Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the dance performance. Can we have everyone inside, please? Everyone who is outside, please make your way back to the banquet hall.
Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we'd manage, but words left unspoken.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be kickstarting the final leg of this glorious evening, and that is the dance performance. Now let's reflect on the incredible journey as we conclude this wonderful and remarkable evening. We have honored the game-changing employees, the partners, and we just want to say a huge thank you to everyone. The awardees, your dedication and your contribution has clearly set new standards and inspired us all. So congratulations once again to all the winners of the Prabhudas Lilladher Game Changer Awards. And we also want to extend a huge thank you to the organizing team, to everyone who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to you and everyone who's put in your sweat and hard work to make this event a resounding success. The entire team, people who have been behind the scenes, people who have been on stage, a big congratulations and thank you all for your true dedication, because this honors the journey of Prabhudas Lilladher. And if I may now, if we can kickstart the dance performance. So ladies and gentlemen, work hard, play hard. The PLites take the stage to unite in a spectacular dance performance that highlights the strength, the unity, and the energy that defines Prabhudas Lilladher. I'm calling Varun. Yeah, they are. I'm telling them to keep coming. That's what. Can we have all the dancers up front? If you're ready, we want to see you shake a leg and kickstart the dance performance. I will request everyone to come up front. All right, let's get all the dancers and all the team members of Prabhudas Lilladher right back in, ladies and gentlemen. We are kick-starting the dance performance. Let's get everyone in. Everyone make your way inside the banquet hall and get ready for the grand performance of all the dances. I request everyone who is dancing, make your way to the front of the stage so we can kickstart the rhythm of 1PL. Looks like all our dancers are getting warmed up and ready. If there are people outside, please request you all to make your way inside the banquet hall. Work hard, play hard. That's the ethos that we're celebrating tonight. A spectacular dance performance that's going to be vibrant and end the night with a flair. All right, PLites, are you ready to take the stage? Let's have you all inside the banquet hall. For those of you who are outside, please make your way right in. Take the front row seats. All the dancers assemble right near the stage. everyone's ready? All right, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Join the PLites taking the stage. This is going to be a spectacular dance performance highlighting the strength, the unity, and the energy that defines Prabhudas Lilladher. Everyone, I want a loud round of applause as we celebrate the rhythm of one PL. I hand it over to you to take the stage.
The year was 1944. From trading under a banyan tree back in 1800s to the rise of several regional stock exchanges, India's capital markets ecosystem was evolving, but still had miles to go. This is when Prabhudas Lilladher registered as a stock broking firm. Over the next couple of years, India achieved independence, marking a pivotal moment in history. At the same time, the financial services industry took its first steps with the launch of India's first mutual fund. Both India and Prabhudas Lilladher Group were young, free-spirited, and had embarked on their journeys of excellence.
आवारा हूँ या गर्दिश में हूँ आसमान का तारा हूँ आवारा हूँ घर बार नहीं संसार नहीं मुझसे किसी को प्यार नहीं मुझसे किसी को प्यार नहीं सुनसान नगर अनजान डगर का प्यारा हूँ आवारा हूँ आवारा हूँ.
Over the next decade, our first branch is set up in Pune, and we become the first financial services firm to offer doorstep services. Soon, our team size grows to 25 experts and researchers. Meanwhile, formal stock market trading continued to evolve in India, with BSE becoming the first stock exchange to be recognized by the Indian government under the Securities Contracts Regulation Act. An independent India was learning a new way of wealth creation. There were smiles all around.
किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार जीना इसी का नाम है किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार जीना इसी का नाम है.
Enter the 80s. The Bombay Stock Exchange sets up the Sensex, which becomes the pulse of stock markets. During the same time, PL becomes the first broker to be corporatized as a BSE member. We also emerge as one of the leaders in Badla Finance for the retail segment and introduce our institutional equities business. Business is booming, and so is our team. With the 1991 economic reforms, India opened its doors to foreign investors, ushering in a new era of economic growth. The SEBI Act of 1992 was established to regulate the securities market, coinciding with Prabhudas Lilladher's pioneering move to digitize back-office operations. Electronic trading evolved in a big way. Stocks soared, creating wealth and prosperity for investors, while PL expanded its footprint pan-India.
सोना कितना सोना है सोने जैसा तेरा मन सुन जरा सुन क्या कहती है दीवाने दिल की धड़कन सोना कितना सोना है सोने जैसा तेरा मन सुन जरा सुन क्या कहती है दीवाने दिल की धड़कन मैं तेरा मैं तेरा मैं तेरा मैं तेरा मैं तेरा हीरो नंबर 1
Come 2000s and the era of rapid growth begins. Focus moves to developing India's infrastructure. The global economic crisis and COVID-19 pandemic hurt the economy and markets. But India and PL come back strong each time. As domestic investors become a major support for the markets post-pandemic, PL sees a change of guard. With 96% stake, Amisha Vora becomes the new owner, chairperson and managing director of the group and opens the doors for new avenues of growth like quant-based fund management. Welcome to the future. Welcome to India, a country where languages and cultures change every few kilometers. A country where Welcome to India, a country where languages and cultures change every few kilometers. A country where the old is celebrated and the new is always welcome. A country where citizens trust gold but also embrace equities. A country where both the rising entrepreneur and the legacy CEO have distinct wealth creation needs. A country with big dreams, a rising superpower, one that Prabhudas Lilladher is proud to call home, proud to grow in and proud to support.
आज मौसमों से रूठ गए गुलों की शोखियाँ जो भंवर आके लूट गए बदल रही है आज जिंदगी की चाल जरा इसी बहाने क्यों
India is setting the stage when it comes to several sunrise sectors such as chip making, advanced defense tech, renewable energy, drones, electric vehicles, smart infrastructure, and many more. Realizing that this is India's golden decade, Prabhudas Lilladher Group is expanding its presence across the country. We now have over 1,200 active partners spread from the lush fields of Punjab to the backwaters of Kerala. Our group story started in 1944 from Mumbai, the financial capital of India. In the heart of the city lies our head office, which houses our relentless business development team, award-winning research analysts, the pioneering quantitative champions, and many more dedicated employees. We were the first broker to be corporatized as a BSE member. Today, with the Sensex crossing 80,000 and India nearing 8 decades of independence, it is a significant achievement to celebrate Prabhudas Lilladher Group's 80th anniversary. Today, we are one of India's most respected financial powerhouses, trusted by leading corporates and institutions. We offer multiple wealth solutions under one roof. Our mission is focused, combining sound financial advice with a seamless experience and superior performance. Not just India. We're taking our expertise global, starting with the USA and Canada. As India races to become the third largest economy and hit the 5 trillion GDP mark, we at Prabhudas Lilladher are all set to champion new frontiers with trust, transparency, and integrity. Chak de PL, Chak de India.
आपका फ्रंट 3 है.
The club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, tripping fast, and then we talk slow. And you come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, and the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room. Now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. बिगड़े ज़्यादा, सुधरे हुए कम, अब तोड़ेंगे हर कायदा हम होश नहीं शाम से कल मिलो काम से अभी तो हम देख लो बिल्कुल गए के घर के सारे रास्ते भूल गए वो जो भी हमें देखे वो कहता रहे कि आज शेर खुल गए घर के रास्ते खुल गए अब तो हम बिल्कुल गए आए ऐसी छोड़ में कि जो भी हमें देखे वो कहता रहे कि आज शेर खुल गए
आ देखे जरा किसमें कितना है दम जम के रखना कदम मेरे साथिया आगे निकल आए हम हो पीछे रह गए ऊपर चले आए हम और नीचे रह गए बहुत से हार गए हम बाजी मारेंगे हम उनसे क्या है कम नाचेंगे ऐसे हम नाचेंगे वो क्या आ देखे जरा किसमें कितना है दम जम के रखना कदम ओ मेरे साथिया
सांसों में, कैश मेरी आंखों में, कैश मेरे दिल में भी, कैश मेरी बाहों में, कैश मेरे ख्वाबों में, कैश मेरी आंखों में, कैश on my mind, making money all the time.
तो सीधी सीधी बात है, चाहे दिन है या रात है, किस्मत अपने ही साथ है, पैसा फेंको तमाशा देखो।
क्या नशा है ये, कैसा नशा जिस पे सारा जहां दिल हार गया।
Cash to the left of me, cash to the right of me, cash in the front of me, cash in the back of me, cash be the day for me, cash be the night for me, cash on my mind, making money all the time.
Cash मेरी सांसों में, कैश मेरी आंखों में, कैश मेरे दिल में भी, कैश मेरी बाहों में, कैश मेरे ख्वाबों में, कैश मेरी आंखों में, कैश on my mind, making money all the time.
रख लूं सजा के तुझे सीने से लगा के, आजा गले लग जा, गले लग जा, अब बना के तुझे दिल में छुपा के रखूं, मेरे पास आ, मेरे पास आ। तो मुलाकातों में, काली रातों में, बातों ही बातों में दिल दे दिया, तेरी बातों में सब उलझा जिया। कुछ पाने की हो आस आस, कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं, हर कोशिश में हो बार बार, करे दरियाओं को आर पार आशाएं, तूफानों को चीर के मंजिलों को छीन ले, आशाएं मिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। कुछ करिए, नस नस मेरी खो दे, हाय कुछ करिए, कुछ करिए, बस बस बड़ा बोले, अब कुछ करिए, ओ कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए, हाय कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए, चक दे जमाना बिगड़े दुनिया बिगड़ने भी दो झगड़े दुनिया झगड़ने भी दो लड़े जो दुनिया लड़ने भी दो हम अपनी धुन में गाओ दुनिया रूठे रूठने दो बंधन टूटे टूटने दो कोई छूटे छूटने दो ना घबराओ हम हैं नए अंदाज क्यों हो पुराना हम हैं नए अंदाज क्यों हो पुराना
Ain't a party at all. Ain't a party at all. We party like this is the last night. Where the freaks come alive, you can find the real paradise. That's just who we are. We bind to this reckless heart. Ain't a party at all.
Check.
अच्छा अभी ये लोग मेरे को बोलते हैं मुझे थैंक यू वर्ड देने का। किसको भाई? तुम लोग मेरे को दो। हाँ क्या बोलते हो? किसको मजा आया डांस करके? थैंक यू वर्ड बोलो। किसको रात जाग जाग कर मार्केटिंग का पूरा तैयारी करने का मजा आया? किसको मजा आया? हाँ एडमिन को, मार्केटिंग को, एचआर को। मैं क्यों थैंक यू बोलूं? हाँ तुम लोग सब लोग आए मेरे पार्टनर्स, मजा आया कि नहीं? थैंक यू बोलो। So my entire team love you all, and it's not just the PL team. This side, it's PL team. That side, and everyone. Thank you so much to make it an absolute phenomenal success. I really can't name anybody because every single person has put in 100 out of 100. I've seen in 20 days this kind of a program to come up, huh? And 1,000, 1,200, we were doubling. They are saying 1,500 people were attending. Imagine. It's not me, it's all of you and each of you who toiled throughout the night, and they, each and every member of PL team and all the partners who came from wherever. Thank you so much. The day was ours. The year will be ours. Trust me, and the decade will be ours. Yes. Yes. And let's not shy out. Party abhi shuru hui hai. I am going to see 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. मेरे को कौन बीट करता है आज? Let's just not stop partying. No music will end. Enjoy.
Check, check. Okay. So, you guys had a long day, I know. And let me introduce myself. कोई है नहीं introduce करने के लिए. So, I am DJ Rocky. Yeah. So, जो लोग वहाँ पीछे बैठे हैं, वो भी शायद I'm sure यहीं पर आए हुए हैं. और जो अभी डांस फ्लोर पे नहीं आएगा आज, उसको रात को डॉली बिंद्रा के सपने आने वाले हैं. ठीक है? So, I want everyone here, everyone on the dance floor. Yeah? Are we ready? ठीक है, तो I need some guys here. सारे लोग यहाँ पे आ जाइए और मुझे आप लोगों की एनर्जी लेवल्स चेक करनी है. सारे लोग आ जाइए, सारे लोग आ जाइए. मैम भी आएंगे, चलो सारे लोग आ जाइए. कम ऑन एवरीवन, कम ऑन. जो अपने आप को यंग मानता हो यहाँ पे आ जाइए प्लीज. और लड़कियां जो अपने आप को ब्यूटीफुल मानती हो यहाँ पे आ जाइए. कम ऑन एवरीवन, क्विक. वी डोंट हैव टाइम. वंडरफुल. सी द यंगेस्ट गाय. चलिए यार, कम ऑन एवरीवन. दो ही यंग है यहाँ पर यार, ऐसे बोल रहे हैं. सो शुड आई लीव फ्रॉम हियर? नो, आ जाओ यार. कम ऑन, लेट अस. नहीं, कम एवरीवन हियर. लेट मी चेक. कम एवरीवन. We start the music here in next 2 minutes. Till the time. Okay, आ जाइए. Come here, everyone. जितने भी लोग हैं यहाँ पर आ जाइए ना. क्यों शर्मा क्यों रहे? आ जाइए. Come. So all of you, this way I know सब लोग join हो जाएंगे. हाँ, perfect. ये शाहरुख खान पोज सारे लोग. Okay, हाँ. और आप लोगों को काउंट पे जंप करना है. 1 2 3 4. कम ऑन एवरीवन. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. कीप जंपिंग एंड नाउ विद द म्यूजिक. हियर वी गो. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. कम ऑन एवरीवन. कम ऑन पीछे वालों. कम ऑन जॉइन इन.
कोई कहे कहता रहे कितना भी हमको दीवाना. कोई कहे कहता रहे कितना भी हमको दीवाना. हम लोगों की ठोकर में है ये जमाना. जब साज है आवाज है फिर किस लिए हिचकिचाना. जब साज है आवाज है फिर किस लिए हिचकिचाना. गाएंगे हम अपने दिलों का तराना. बिगड़े दुनिया बिगड़ने भी दो. झगड़े दुनिया झगड़ने भी दो. लड़े जो दुनिया लड़ने भी दो. तुम अपनी धुन में गाओ. दुनिया रूठे रूठने दो. बंधन टूटे टूटने दो. कोई छूटे छूटने दो. ना घबराओ, हम है नए अंदाज क्यों हो पुराना. तूफान है। डर क्या है और हार क्या, हम इससे अनजान हैं। हमारे लिए ही तो है आसमान और जमीन, सितारे भी हम तोड़ लेंगे, हमें है यकीन। अंबर से है आगे हमारा ठिकाना, हम है नए